know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I let the weekend I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I let the weekend I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. Get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright, because I feel so alive. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Graffiti, and with me I am joined by the lovely A-Surge, and we are bringing you Moose Wars Magma Mayhem 2v2s. A-Surge, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm happy to get the tournament, at least tournament stream, kicked off right. I'm excited for a lot of these sets we have coming up, and I think we're gonna have a good set of matches here. Honestly, I really like what we're seeing. Especially, so we've got up first, we've got Jabba and PR2 himself, Luna, in twos, and then Costlix and Capsar, a fairly new team, I would say, within the past couple months. But definitely, prior to Valencia, a little bit of mixing up teams, trying to figure some things out, maybe make it some fill-ins, but I think that leads to some interesting sets. A little bit less straightforward, a little bit more room for error, and making the sets just a bit more exciting. So I think it's gonna be pretty good, definitely.
Yeah, very much so. After Jabba and Luna versus Costlix and Capstar, we will be having Trucks Up and Burrito and Daddy Hizo versus Unstoppable God and Pringles. That'll be a very interesting match, but we will get to that a little bit later when we get to that. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look on what we have of the bracket already. If you take a look at winners round 1, there has been no game 5s, just a few 3-1s, and for the most part 3-0s across the board. Actually, there's really just one game 5. That was Snowy Godly versus Hybrid and Fussy, which is, I really wish that we were able to stream that, but Snowy and Godly were able to take that final in the quarters. How do we feel about this game of Jabba and Luna versus Costlix and Capsar? Because these are two teams that, I mean, as players on their own, whether they're teaming with somebody else or on their own ones, they're very accomplished. But as teams, we haven't really seen these guys make that much of a leap, I guess.
Yeah, I do think it's pretty interesting to watch a lot of these players, particularly Jabba with the offstage play, and Luna, who can always compliment whoever he's playing with down to their playstyle. Played very well with Snowy, even prior to that played very well with Bugsy, and now, I mean, I think it'll be really interesting to see how they play together in that. And then as far as Costlix and Capsar, I think I've always been a little bit skeptical of Lance in twos, but Costlix tends to put those doubts to rest sometimes in a lot of his sets as one of the more seasoned twos players of all time, particularly that long run with Wrenched and Capsar. I think we might have a Hattori ditto between the two of them, Capsar and Ethan, and Capsar a long-time Hattori main, definitely no slouch at twos. So as we get into it, I think we're going to have ourselves a pretty good game 1.
Everybody picking up their standard mains, especially for 1s and 2s, except for Luna, who tends to play a little bit more of the cross, switching out the guitars on Lucian for gauntlets, as we finally have some gauntlets up into play in 2s, but these players are actually choosing to do a lot more spear than gauntlets, which is a bit of a rare sight to see, but hey, spear is pretty good in 2s. Costlix going to take the first stock, or going to lose the first stock of the night, but blue team can't really make much happen with that temporary 2v1. Capsar staying alive pretty decent.
Yeah, I think this might be what we have to see for a lot of the set is how can Capsar play around blue team running at Costlix, because that's what it was at the start of the game, is that they were able to just kind of bounce Costlix around and find the stock really quickly, and Capsar just couldn't get into it. Costlix might have an answer, but will be able to make it back, and now a pretty tough position for the red team to be in. They're not able to find these stocks, and Costlix is just taking more and more damage. So this downlight recovery is going to do it, but Jabba's still alive. Still kicking from that wall, just trying to survive a little bit so that Luna can come back with an assist.
Luna is actually Costlix the most damaged one on the field, although Capsar is going to fall down to that second stock, and Jabba soon joining him. Koslix needs to make this high defense of the Ogrim work well in his favor, because if he falls down that last stock, that's not going to be spelling like a miracle for Red Team. Rather, they're going to need a miracle to pull this game out from Jabba and Luna, because they're doing pretty well. They've actually done a lot of damage focusing on a Capstar, letting Koslix survive on this second stock, but deep in the red for quite some time, but they finally put a cap in that bottle, and they're able to make much better work of the temporary 2v1. But still, keep your eyes on Luna. They could be focusing, just like you said, PR2 himself, the man who was in control of basically the entirety of last year on stage. If you're not focusing him down in twos, what even is the strategy at that point?
Yeah, Luna very adept at finding himself in the right position for a follow-up. One of the better twos players to ever grace the game, and right now he is going to get knocked out, but still the lead for the blue team as Jabba loses his stock as well. But coming back into it, Koslix has taken so much damage, and the blue team is going to do a really good job of squeezing him out and trying to find the stock really effectively. Again, it's blasters and spear, one of the most adept combos that they're able to find. And another, and like into delay, Sayer into a recovery is going to do it, and now Koslix is the one alive, but he's done. There's no way he's making it out of this one. And a completely clean combo as the blue team takes it out, takes game one.
Though we really only saw 2 or 3 team combos coming out from blue team, but the ones that we saw were actually looking really, really good, and you can tell that they have been practicing together, because how confidently they were able to hit those team combos, that's not something that just happens overnight. That was looking very, very well rehearsed, and Red Team, they need to try and find a way to respond. That they either need to step up with some team combos of their own, or they need to just not have as many happen. We're going back down to same character pick, same map. So now I am rather intrigued what Red Team got going on in the noggin, if they're not changing anything up after a pretty hard loss to take.
Yeah, I don't know. It's this cross plus a spear, one of the most tried team comps of the past year and a half, I would say. And it's so effective at picking up combos in the right time and finding the KOs off of it. These great finishers out of cross and spear that can do the kind of middle gap between it has shown so much potential, but in the early starts of these games, it's just the neutral that has been playing center fold right now. And Luna on the receiving end of it so far. Jabba in trouble as well. Blue team not looking too great at the start of the second game. Red team may have made the adjustments required, although it's not too far, and a side signature is going to do it. Capstar is done. So is Jabba. Now it's just a 1v1 between Luna and Koslix. Koslix uses his recovery. Nothing left in the side signature. Unarmed from Jabba, although a tough situation. Save would have been there though, and now it is again an even game onto the second start.
Running out of options.
Be able to get it 2-1 on this. Not going to do it. Jabba's still taking a lot of damage though.
Capstar is also really starting to flex some pretty good sword spear skills. You can see almost completely got a very, very early stock on a Jabba off that side a little bit while ago. Picks everyone up in the D-light. When you think Capstar, you think spear, and it is a huge pleasure to finally see that come out to play. Even if it is in game 2, we know for a fact that something they really, really wanted to bring out earlier, but better late than never, and they are actually slowly pulling ahead in this game, and it's starting to make a lot of sense why they want to stay on the exact same setup. But with a little bit of team damage going on, you can kind of start to tell that the blue team has developed a bit more synergy and team awareness than red team. So no matter how well they're doing in this game right now, you still want to keep your eyes on Jabba and Luna as they take that stock.
Yeah, scary situation for Capstar to be in. Drops a deal at recovery, does Luna. And now Capstar with a breath of fresh air into the second stock, almost able to take Luna's stock. Luna finally will lose it to an axe there, but so does Capstar, and now Jabba, the lone survivor on his second stock, trying to survive against Lance, which doesn't really have a true KO confirm. So now a tough situation to be in for blue team. They really want to find this, or for red team, they really want to find this stock with Jabba, but they're not able to do it. Not a lot of damage has been put out onto Luna in the meantime, so red team starting to have to play from behind here. Finally, Jabba will lose the stock, and the 2v1 onto Luna. This could be serious, but Jabba caught in the middle, or Koslix caught in the middle of the nair, not able to follow off that spear, and like could have been great. Instead, nothing doing. Now Koslix and Luna are both quite alert on their final stocks. This is the moment of truth. Who will lose the stock first? It could mean the game going into either a 2-0 deficit or 1-1 into game 3. Jabba hunting for this KO onto Capstar. We'll find it. Still so tight between them.
sudden death stocks for everybody. Blue team was just barely able to bring this back, but the momentum is still somewhat in red team's favor since they've had a pretty good game up until this point. Costlix is not able to make, not able to distract Jabba from that ledge guard, but even if he wasn't able to, it would not really matter too much because Capstar was running out of options anyways. And although we don't see any character swaps, they also do still leave Apocalypse open on the map banning. Blue team might be taking us right back there, and red team being, if they want to pull a reverse 3-0, they might be being a little bit stubborn about the map change, but hey, I always love to be proved wrong, and I love surprises.
Yeah, interesting about that last game is that Costlix did more damage than either blue team members by over 100. He did 656, and the next highest in the game entirely was Luna with 535. So clearly playing very well, just struggling a little bit to find these KOs with the Lance, and his teammate Ethan falling, or Capstar falling just a little bit behind. Bit of a struggle so far in these games for red team, but it looks like they have all the pieces necessary to push together into a winning game. Just need a few little interactions to go their way, and they can just take another game out. I feel like we could see a reverse 3-0. It just only a few small adjustments need to be made for it.
Oh, precisely, because during that second game, for I'd say the entire first half of it, give or take more or less, it was actually going pretty handily in red team's favor. Granted, no like huge three stock leads, but still that was going pretty well, especially when you compare that to the previous game. They were starting to really kind of like get back up on their feet and download their opponents, but for some reason they were not quite able to close the game out, and I think that might be what red team has to be the most worried about. Can they close out games? We have seen them be able to prove that they can build up a lead. We have seen them be able to, hold on to a stock for a little bit longer if they really have to. But when it comes to clutching out the last stock of an opponent, they really have to dig deep in the barrel, and sometimes they don't really find anything.
Yeah, and I think that part of that is the Lance, but also as a team, you generally have to piece together these KO combos. The team combos are one thing, but just in red, getting an N-Light into something, it's one of the most important parts of Fuse teams, and red team just hasn't really been able to do it so far. Find these stocks off of handoffs like that. Blue team has done a much better job of it, particularly with Blaster's Spear. We saw in that first game that they dominated with it. It's Costlix taking so much damage. Caps are getting chased up off the top. Everyone but Jabba basically taking a ton of damage now. Everyone in KO percent, more or less. This should be it. The neutral sigs are going to do it. Costlix getting neutral sigs again.
Okay.
And blue team with a nice lead.
Right, and just like we said earlier, sometimes red team, they do have to dig pretty deep to try and find these KOs, and sometimes the amount of time it takes for them to find that is enough time for blue team to rack up enough damage. The extra credit is slowly piling on, and they're just trying to dance around the stage, find any opening they can. They're playing it pretty smart by not being too aggressive, but still, they're only able to just get Jabba out of that first stock, a little over a minute in. Luna still hanging in, not quite comfy, on the last few breaths of air, but still having a bit of trouble closing out this stock. So they are trying to play this very carefully. They are trying to be smart in their approach and not take it too fast. But maybe speeding up is... If I was about to say maybe speeding up is what they need, but the moment they speed up, they have Costlix going down to that last stock. Oh, good heavens.
I definitely understand why Costlix went all the way out there, right? You're this far down 2-0, you have to take risks, but it just doesn't pay off, unfortunately, and Costlix loses a stock fairly early. Now red team in a tough situation, Luna with basically no damage onto this second stock. Jabba will lose a stock though, so maybe a window back into the game for red team if they're able to find the stock of Jabba, put a lot of damage onto him. It could be scary. But Luna in these 1v2s we know can be dominant, so still a great situation to be in if you're blue team. And man, Costlix is taking so much damage, and it's putting a lot onto Capstar too. A massive struggle in these games for this red team. Capstar just not able to find the hits, and Costlix not able to find the finishes. Trying to find this KO onto Costlix, is able to do it, and N-Light into Elite Sayer. Double recovery is going to do it, and blue team a dominant game 3, takes the set 3-0 and moves into top 8.
That is, I'm going to be honest, That kind of makes me a little sad because during that second game, Capsar and Kozlix, they had it going for them, and it really only felt like it was down to the flip of a coin that cost the game two. So they definitely had it somewhere in there, somewhere deep in their pockets was the solution, was the key to the door, but I don't know, maybe the door was just a little bit too heavy. Jabba and Luna going to take their stride on over to winner semis, top 8.
Yeah, and I think that's a big hallmark of a very competent winning team is never letting your foot off the gas. Even though they won the first 2 games, they understood the game 2 was close, and they made more adjustments to try to widen the gap. They were successful in that third game. The only game that was close was the second game. They made, they didn't lose the game. They knew that they had to change something because if it became that close again, they could lose games. They didn't want to do that. So some great gameplay coming out from Java Luna. And going into our next set, we were talking about this before stream started. This is a quadruple axe set. We have Truckstop Burrito and Daddy Hizo, both on the Ogrim, I believe. Unstoppable X God, maybe on the Rayman, on some form of axe more than likely, and Pringles, another axe player. It looks like, I think, an EU2 set from like 3 years ago, what we have up here. And I think it's going to be pretty interesting to watch how they play this out because I really like double axe and twos. I think it's just so much damage gets put out so quickly. It makes the game so intense. It can turn on a dime. So I'm pretty excited for this for sure.
So let's go over, I guess, some of these players' histories, because it's very interesting how all of these players have gotten to this point. Maybe not so much in the bracket, but in the fact that these are people that look at these triple-digit earnings you might not really see that often in like top 6 of a mainstream with 30,000 people watching. No, we could be watching the humble beginnings of a new era top player. What do you know about each of these players? Because I know that sometimes going through community tournaments like this and scrolling through power rankings, it's really interesting to see all the stories that might not really come to light as much as some others. So what do you how are you feeling about some of these players? What show the stories do you?
Yeah, I think both teams have a player that I would say is definitely on the rise to varying degrees. I think Truckstop Burrito for sure has been one of the most notable up-and-coming players in both 1s and 2s, making very strong top 32 placements in majors and dominating community tournaments for as long as I can remember. And Pringles, I think, is very interesting. Haven't seen much in community tournaments, at least personally, but in ranked all the time. At least I know in my queues, I queue into them all the time. My friends will queue into them all the time. Always the Zol for a while is what it was, but just Axe in general. And I think it's very interesting to see these ranked demons come out and play very well in community tournaments, and it looks like they have a future. And these up-and-coming players. That's not to say that Unstoppable X God and Daddy Hizo are worse in any stretch of the imagination. They're definitely very strong players that have grown in the game for a while. Daddy Hizo in particular, a very good 2s player, has definitely some history in it. And Unstoppable X God, who I know for the Rayman. A very long running stretch of playing almost exclusively Rayman, and I would run into him in community tournaments all the time. A very strong player in his own right, so pretty interesting. I think this is definitely a set between 2 teams of up-and-coming players, and that means a lot in the matchup for sure.
And I'm also really happy that you brought up Pringles' characters, because I'm pretty sure I saw him once play Taros in a tournament. We got the Ragnir over here on the graphic. We talked about the Zul a little bit, and we talked about another character briefly.
I mean, any axe really, but we could see pretty much anything. We could see some Azoth. We could see some Bren, honestly, in 2s, one of the stronger characters. It would be very interesting if we saw a quadruple axe in 2s and nobody was into it. I think that would be very funny.
We're talking about all these character picks from Pringles, some of which I didn't even know. I didn't even know the guy played Zul, and I think that is going to be a huge asset to their team of how well they could adapt and find new counter picks, because Truckstop and Daddy Hizo, they're probably going to stick with the Ogrim. That is the bread and butter for them. That is what works, and they are looking to truly master that. So they don't have to switch to anything else. They could just do one thing that they have a complete mastery of. But Pringles being a little bit more of a jack of all trades and kind of has a kind of has his toes in a bunch of different waters, and we could be seeing what characters they switch to mid-set, or what they start out with. It could be that they are starting out just like you said with the Rayman. We have not only quadruple axe, but also triple lance. This is not something that you see that often, at least not in the US.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would hope for the quadruple Ulgrim. I think that would just be kind of funny, but I don't think Pringles is a Lance player by trade, but still
He's
really
versatile,
interesting.
you never know.
Maybe, honestly.
Versatile guy.
But I think a lot of Lance in a game is very funny. The sounds of like 3 different players Lance staring across your screen, especially if it's in the lower ranks and everybody's just missing, is so funny. I love it so much. It's right up there with quadruple sight. It's just really entertaining gameplay. The lone other one is a Rayman, a Doll Sim, not Unstoppable X-God on his patented Rayman, but Pringles on the Rayman. Could see a double Rayman come out, I don't know, but I think as we get into it, we've got ourselves a pretty interesting matchup. 3 Ulgrims, 4 Axes. I'm ready to see some damage.
One thing that I don't think I am ready for is if Pringles actually has to play Gauntlets, how well will that work into Lance? Because yeah, sometimes they are able to cover different angles that Lance can't. Will the range and priority of Lance outperform Gauntlets as we have the opening little introductory dance happen in this game? Not a huge lead just yet, but if the lead is going a little bit towards red team with Daddy Hizo and Truck Stop Burrito, as they're giving Unstoppable God a bit of a run for their money to try and stay alive right here, but Hizo is going to take that, at least a part of that dream apart, and that's actually looking like a pretty good lead. They're really starting to accelerate the game. Usually they're trying to cut like the introductory little dance short. They say like, okay, we've got enough time to read you, let's just speed it up. We shouldn't waste more time than we have to trying to download you. We already got this.
Yeah, this is looking really good for the red team right now. They will split up into individual 1v1s and win both of them. They're doing really good in this situation. Blue team has to play a little bit tighter as a team to try to break up these separate 1v1s and get into some kind of team combo situation, or else this game is going to get way out of hand. Honestly, I think it already is, as finally they will take Daddy Hizo's stock. Truckstop Burrito still holding strong onto this first stock. Both players on the blue team on a second stock were very damaged. Still cannot find this Truckstop Burrito stock. It is a problem. They have to get this right now. Else, finally the down signature gonna do it. Maybe a 1v2 situation, but on double axe, the DI is gonna become a big problem. Not able to find any combo regardless. So red team just looking really dominant so far in this first game.
Blue team taking note of that. They probably heard you through the mic and realizing, yeah, we should probably slow this down. Red team has been speeding this out of our control, and look at where trying to fight that back against us. We are now in our 2 stocks down, and they're looking to continue to build up extra credit on us. What if we try to play it a little bit more carefully, play a little bit more defensive, let them whiff their own attacks, and then just punish them for it later, and maybe that'll let us pick up a KO or 2 here. And they're starting to bring this a bit closer to an even game. It's still not quite there just yet, especially since Unstoppable God almost loses that stock pretty early. Able to find it back, but not completely unscathed.
Yeah, and I mean, Unstoppable X-God has been pulling up the stock for a while, and if they're able to put some damage onto this stock, Daddy Hizo, wow, that's it. This is a 2v1, but oh man, does not matter. Truckstop Burrito brings out the salt can, cleans it up, takes everybody out with the ground pound, and decides he is going to be the lone survivor as he and Daddy Hizo are able to take the first game over Unstoppable X-God and Pringles. Just looking really great, particularly Truckstop Burrito looks head and shoulders above most other players in that game. That was dominant from him, playing very well.
So, doing about like 300 more damage compared to blue team. They're going to take that pretty confidently, but we have a very interesting swap from Pringles. We talked about their excellence on Axe, how many Axe characters that they have not only grinded, but also just have good experience with. But funny enough, I want you to given that I've opened with that, I want you to guess what Pringles has thrown out for game 2.
I'm very surprised. I was not ready to see that. Definitely, I mean, if you don't feel like you guys are doing great in the double axe ditto, then I can definitely understand trying to switch to something new, trying to get blood moving, maybe bring out something different, maybe change it up. Crosses come out. One of the most dominant twos characters probably of all time, but it's not looking good. Truckstop Burrito has been running over Pringles in these 1v1s. He's just, oh man, what a call out with that Sair. Not able to find the end of the stock, but Truckstop Burrito doesn't look done. Although, double dare. X-God not able to finish it. Truckstop Burrito again, just putting in work in this off stage, putting up so much damage onto both blue team. Daddy Hizo, all he has to do is just play center stage, try and keep the other player away. Truckstop Burrito goes to town right now. Teddy Hiso is not taking much damage either. A Sair, Pringles is done on his first stock, and X-God looks to be in trouble as well.
God playing, Unstoppable God playing very, very patiently off the side of the stage, just waiting for the right moment to strike, but it comes back to bite him. It's not an awful trade, because Unstoppable was very, very late in that first stock, so it was on its way out, and eventually Pringles able to get the recovery for the chase dodge, but it's not enough. Truckstop able to snuff that out, and now they've built themselves a very good lead at one round, at one indirection, has a bit of a sway on the game. Truckstop continuing this rampage off stage, but blue team don't feel less. Pops right back onto where their feet are in contact with the floor, sends Truckstop down to second stock. As, yeah, red team has an entire stock lead. Pringles needs to try and stay alive. Unstoppable also needs to stay alive for a little bit, but also more importantly needs to protect their friends so they're not left in the 2v1. Able to get some good combos, some good damage onto Truckstop, but he's able to respond and strike back. Pringles is going to punish the sick. So blue team, they're starting to really warm up how they're punishing red team, but they haven't really found that many openings to really connect huge, meaningful hits.
Pretty bad for blue team right now. Stock is going to drop for Daddy Hizo, but so does Unstoppable X-Gods, and now Pringles has to survive. Mission survive. Not a lot of damage so far into this final stock, but we know double lance, any string, any end light would just be so much damage. Although Truckstop loses his stock, and now we have a game.
My god!
It's ground pounded, and no save comes out. Misses the recovery. Now the 2v1 for red team.
That was a very tricky dodge from Unstoppable God, dodging away and look actively throwing away some options just to try and get move himself away from Truckstop on the left guard. But still, we are in the 1v1, Lance versus Axe, and the latter clutches it out. You talked about how good red team can be with placing Axe aside. That is a prime example. Unstoppable God switching over to Rayman. And now there's going to be a lot of weight on Pringle's shoulder to realize, you know, you have some big pockets. You got a lot of characters that could be devastating in the right situation, and you just gotta find the one that works. I got a lot of respect from him from trying a few different things and just kind of tossing stuff out to see if it works. But I'm gonna let the anticipation build up for this. Will the Wushang be the answer?
Yeah, and notably as well, the Rayman has come out for X-God. So a double gauntlets, a complete switch off from the quadruple axe. We now have ourselves three axes and two gauntlets. And man, you were talking about the Sairs. Absolutely, the offstage Sairs were beautiful, but I got really scared for red team for a second with that neutral signature. That could have just straight up win the game. What a well-placed signature on stage.
I was waiting for that to be a clip.
Yeah, that was beautiful, but unfortunately just wasn't able to clean it up and win the game out. But got ourselves into a third game. I wouldn't call us a clean slate. You are down 2-0, but at this point, just wipe it all away and say you just got to win 3 games in a row against these guys. A little tough, but manageable definitely for the blue team, who have shown signs of promise in these games. Made it very close, just weren't able to close it out. Another story of that where we had X-God almost getting the patented Rayman options, but Truckstop, so knowledgeable, he knows these ground rounds. X-God is cooked, it's over, medium well, and it is done for this first stock of X-God, struggling in this third game already.
I will say I do give some props to Daddy Hizo for picking an Ulgrim skin that literally nobody uses, but then he has to go and use that land skin, and I don't know how to feel about that. So now I'm not sure how much I want to say who wins the drip competition, but who's winning the gameplay competition is what I know y'all really came here for. And although Truck Stop takes a pretty unfortunate SD off the side of that stage, oh no, that's okay, all right. Able to just barely save himself from losing that second stock, and also very good sportsmanship from blue team for able to take a pause, being like, all right, you know, that's something out of your control. We're not going to be too harsh about that. Happens to the best of us. Take a quick breather. All right, let's jump right back in. Fantastic sportsmanship. Love this.
Definitely. Very nice of them to stand there, but it will be a little unfortunate if at the end of the game we will be able to say that Truck Stop Burrito has taken more stocks from himself than the blue team has taken from them. And right now, that looks to be the case because X-God is done.
Ooh.
If this edge guard is completed from Daddy Hizo, Truck Stop just standing there, basically a 1v2 for Daddy Hizo that he is winning. Truck Stop just giving him the 1v1. A little bit of respect coming out, but man, blue team just got rocked in this third game. It was not even close. That's the stock from Daddy Hizo, but still. Pringles as not just any mountain to climb. I think this is a Mount Everest he's got to deal with for the next about 6 minutes, and I don't think he's got what it takes for it.
Pringles dancing around the stage to try and find a way into Hizo's lands. And Truck Stop actually mirroring the same sportsmanship from earlier and saying like, all right, you were nice to us, we can be nice to you. We're going to let this be just a 1v1. I'll step in if I have to. But look, Truck Stop, I feel, just his controller down and has kind of really earned that confidence as Pringles is starting to struggle a little bit against Hizo, but maybe not so much. He's dominating as we have the Pogo Dares come out. The weapon of choice, not enough time to fully starve though, as we have Spear into Axe. Hizo has been making some wonderful work with the lands, but now we have Axe, which, like we said, their placement and accuracy with Axe can be very good, but comparing the damage in this state right now, yeah, all it'll take is just one well-aimed attack, which Hizo is so good at. Bring this, close this net.
Yep, and now Truck Stop is back.
Yep.
Must have cleaned up some kind of internet issue, although he's just standing there. But Pringles, notably, I think, played pretty well. Finally, we'll get sand, but definitely played that 1v1 pretty impressively. He was able to take a lot of stocks out of it. So, but doesn't really matter as the two of them get 3-0'd. Truck Stop Burrito and Daddy Hizo are moving on to top 8. They will be playing against Jabba and Luna, probably with the double Ulgrim still. Definitely a very interesting set, pretty much what we expected from the quadruple axe in that first game, but the switch changed things up a little bit, and we got some mayhem, definitely, in those second and third games. So, pretty interesting.
Yeah, Pringles played a pretty good, a very good 1v1, and also a little bit of a pretty good 2v1 at the end when Truck Stop decided to come in, and it was actually Hizo taking a stray hit to take the game when Hizo was when Truck Stop was pretty far away. So Pringles playing that 1v1 and 2v1 quite nicely. We will be going on over to Balloon Boy and Lampy versus Dawg, and you may know him as Cutie, but he's also trying out the name Zen to see how well that fits. We got Cutie and we got I'm messing up my names. We got Dawg and Zen on the field, and Zen and Dawg have a team that they've been playing together for a decent bit of time, and they've came through quite a few, not only community tournament, but also official bracket, and they have placed themselves quite nicely. Didn't they do really well in Dallas just recently?
Cutie and Dawg, they got 9th, which is fairly good, I would say. Maybe a little bit worse from the way things were looking earlier, where they were placing like top 4, top 3 in the previous majors. They've maybe fallen off a little bit, but yeah, definitely one of the most dominant teams, or not dominant, but one of the most consistent teams compared to most of the rest of what we're dealing with, because we've got a lot of different players gelling together in these new teams, whereas Cutie and Dawg are coming in as one of the more consistent teams for quite a while. And as they go up against Balloon Boy and Lampy, I would say this is a fairly new team. Without knowing specifically how long they've played, I would say that I remember Balloon Boy generally playing more with Jeff, for most of the time. So maybe working out some new things, see how it works out. But both players very strong for sure. So I think they have a shot at maybe taking down QB and Dawg.
Balloon Boy and Lampy are going to be the underdogs, but honestly not by much. Balloon Boy just recently took, I'm kind of blanking on a name right now, it might take me a second to look through it, but while I am looking through it, Balloon Boy just took won a pretty stacked once tournament all by himself. And although this is a different game mode, that will certainly be a huge help in taking Lampy, someone who has actually pulled some pretty good upsets in tournaments. Lampy, do you remember who Lampy upset at? I think it was actually BCX. Lampy pulled a very big upset at BCX, you know?
At BCX, Lampy beat Sandstorm.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's not something to scoff at.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was with the Caspian. It was really strong. There was a tweet that came out with it. It was pretty cool. Yeah, that was pretty dope for sure.
Yeah, and I finally was able to pull the tournament that Balloon Boy just recently won, and it was Lost Kingdom, and he won that over Radish, Zen, Meg D, Nguichibo, and Lampy were all there, and all people that he fought, and yet still he was able to take it. And seeing just how excited he was on Twitter after snagging a huge W, you can tell he is fired up. He's not letting it sit at just that. Seeing just how excited he was in his tweet about it, you can tell he's hungry for more. He wants to build a streak, and Lampy is going to be a very, very good friend to join him in that chase.
Oh yeah, it was funny. In the middle of that last game, Truckstop Burrito that was watching that 1v1, he was in chat. So that was pretty funny. Typing it out, go red team, while he was playing on the red team. I like that. That's pretty handy. So, but yeah, strong game from the red team in that as we wait a little bit for, I think we've got a name change. I don't know. I think this Lampy generally, I would say, one of the more interesting players.
We gotta pull the.
Yeah, we got the images. Let's go red team on the right. Right as his character is on screen. It's a baller move, I would say. But yeah, as we go into this, I would say Lampy probably one of the more up and coming players that has really made their name on the scene in the past year or so. Like you said, with the BCX win over Sandstorm, that was probably the big breakout. But quietly, a lot of very high placing in ones and twos, I would say, working out with a new partner. But one of the more interesting players to watch improve on their game, definitely. Because I remember I would watch Lampy play like 2 years ago-ish, and the way that he's changed his play style and just a little bit more, what's the word, like refined and not so aggressive, I would say, from where it was, but much better, much more interesting to watch. So I really enjoy watching some of these community tournament players turn into not just, bracket demons, but full-fledged like tournament and LAN demons beating really great players. So I hope we get to see some great playing from Lampy in this set. But Cutie and Dawg, a well-versed team on the Chronics, something we've seen a lot. I think that you are standing against Titans right now if you're Balloon Boy and Lampy. So it's going to be a bit of a tough uphill climb, but as we get into it, it'll be pretty good.
Ooh.
Although, not getting into it, looks like a reset. So.
Alright, yeah. I don't want to put pressure on y'all, but I would not expect anything less than great gameplay from all four of these guys. I don't really care what the PR says. All of these guys have earned a pretty cool spot in my heart. And honestly, I'm having a hard time choosing who to root for as to who I want to win this set. I love both these teams, so so much. And we have Lampy and Balloon Boy with some pretty standard picks on their own, and also Zen and Dawg. They built up a bit of a library of character picks, so it's always kind of hard to tell who they're playing each set, or hell, in each day. But sometimes it's a bit easier to tell in game, depending on really what they've tried out earlier in the set and what's worked. Cutie got a few different picks. Dawg's got a few different picks that he could try. So both of these teams have some adaptation, but red team maybe having a little bit more, but they might not need it as they're already taking a pretty good lead.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. That Cutie and Zen and Dawg are playing around each other so well. The follow-ups, no move is not followed up between these two. I think it's really interesting to see, and I'm also interested to see the Balloon Boys off the blasters in twos. I'd say that's a very interesting choice. I know Balloon Boy known for generally the Diana, but it's more the blasters than the bow, more than likely. And right now, it does not seem to be paying off because the red team is playing phenomenally, and the follow-ups are always there. Even if you miss your true combo, Zen is there to pick it up the recovery. Will lose a stock through the bow nair, but still, Dawg in a bit of trouble. Blue team maybe trying to make up some ground, but Lampy has taken so much damage onto the second stock that the lead is significant for the red team.
Dawg hanging back a little bit more. Zen putting on most of the pressure. A minute and a half in, Lampy's already down to the last stock. Balloon Boy was about to be soon to join, but actually not able to pull a bit of an reverse card and take Dawg down second stock. And although, like you said, this lead's looking a little scary for blue team. You can see Lampy purposely throwing himself off the edge just to try and find new space red team isn't occupying, and play a little bit more patiently, not throw himself anywhere where he knows the chances of him getting hurt are high. Trying to be very careful with that whole deal. They've started to make a decent case for themselves if they're able to focus on Zen, get that out. I know with Onyx's defense, that's going to be a little difficult, but if they're able to pull out, if they're able to snag a cheeky KO option, like that Sarah connecting, that would have been a great option, then they might have a bit of a better shot at the victory.
Yeah, but it's a tall order to take a stock of Zen. In fact, it's the one of Dawg that will go first. Zen hunting down Lampy, but has hands for both players. Finds a Sair. Maybe trying to find a 2v1 at a Dawg while Zen is off stage, but not able to do it. Zen, wow. Reverse slide charges and Ensei, a ground pound. These options are so effective against the blue team right now. They're not able to find the damage. Neutral signature is going to do it. I cannot believe how damaged Zen was that was able to KO. Right now, blue team, a nice edge, hanging on by a thread in this game, but if they're able to find some kind of really strong combo, not going to do it. Zen takes the stock, and now it's just Balloon Boy left.
Okay. Balloon Boy's pulled off some pretty crazy clutches, but the odds were really stacked against him for that, and now I don't think we have any character swaps from either one of these teams. We are going right back into game 2, and again, just like one of the previous sets that we've had, really making me scratch my head, because now I'm wondering, what does blue team got in the crock pot? If they're not changing anything out of the game, it's got to be changing something big inside the game, because just like you said, red team, they were able to build a very scary lead and also just respond to each other and play little games of tennis very well. But how well can you even do that if you're at risk of falling early? Your first stock so early, Dawg miraculously making it back. I was gripping my seat for a bit.
Yeah, that was a scary position to be in, but somehow the Nair gets hit. It had to be 2 different saves, and now Lampy, wow, makes it back barely. Zen not closing out that edge guard, but that will do it. A dare cleans it up. Now Balloon Boy in the 1v2, trying to find some kind of sidelight reaction, not going to do it. And now, having taken so much damage, notably, I think Zen has taken almost no damage on this first stock. So while Dawg almost lost his stock immediately, he didn't. And now the red team is in such a great position because Dawg is still kicking. Just finding these juggles, these nairs. Blue team is really struggling right now to find the damage or a stock onto either red team player, and Balloon Boy just taking a ton of hits right now. They just go back and forth between player to player. They send one off stage and then they squeeze the other one with their great team combo ability. Finally a D-Light, but it's not going to do anything, and he drops the D-Light Sayer, which probably would have KO'd, and red team just won't go down. Finally the neutral signature, Catcher's Curse, they're going to go. Dawg loses the stock. Zen catches with an upward dodge, loses the stock for it. Still a ton of damage put onto it, but it's massive lead for red team.
Double Gauntlets team combo comes in clutch. They're able to send Dawg down to orange. They just have to be very, very careful of Lampy. It's hard to tell if red team is focusing Lampy a lot more, or if Lampy just happens to get the worst of a lot of these interactions. They're going to be very, very, very careful of how much damage Lampy can take in one span of 10 seconds. But they're starting to reverse that, starting to turn that around a bit, as they did a lot of damage onto Dawg. He was able to answer back, snag a double KO, and instantly turn the game around, as Zen is already starting to put in a lot of work to try and build up any damage that they can, and even target switching very well between the two teammates, being... These gauntlets, these are not something that you see Zen play that much, but yet the practice that they have put into something that they don't even use that much, this is astonishing. That is not the length of that combo that was not only just on one person, on two people. It was like a double single combo, target switching constantly. That lasted a very long time, but Dawg's second stock does not last much longer. And I'm going to say this again, Balloon Boy has survived some pretty crazy 2v1s. This one's a little bit more likely than the last game, but still not by much.
Red team wins.
Red team put the hurt in that game. I am excited to see, I think I might have missed it because they locked in so quickly, the damage numbers from Zen. 600 almost damage in that game. The cannon was putting in work, and Balloon Boy the highest on the blue team with only 400 basically. So really dominant game from the red team, especially from Zen, just bouncing everybody around to his heart's content. And now as we move into this third game, blue team is in a 2-0 hole, not where they want to be. It may look like another 3-0 Graffiti.
They're opening with a pretty decent lead, but that's also, you can start to see, I was about to say they're playing a bit more patiently, but nah, they're actually taking some very immediate command of the stage, sending Zen down into the red, while Lampy has actually barely been touched on this first stock. A few hits here and there are going to bring Lampy down in orange, but still, this lead is looking so much better, and this is looking like a complete reversal. It looked like both of these teams, signed into each other's accounts, or just passed the keyboards onto each other and swap sides.
Yeah, hey, blue team playing really good in this game. The save comes out for Dawg, but it's just a free give for Lampy on the sword ground pound. Now Dawg has to play his way out of a 2v1. Dodges down, does not get reacted to, but Balloon Boy reads, dodge all the way down, and now we have a serious combo coming out. This could be big damage. The neutral signature misses, though. That would have been a lot. Still, a nice amount of damage has been put onto the second stock to Zen. Blue team has made a sizable adjustment in this game. No character swap, and all of a sudden they're playing much better. Really great so far. Balloon Boy might have himself an edge guard here, and he gets Dawg away from the save. So Zen loses his second stock so quickly, and now Dawg is in trouble. Another edge guard potentially for blue team, as Dawg able to make it back. And man, they haven't lost their first stock finally. Balloon Boy able to lose his. Lampy still kicking, but man, blue team, it's so great in the first half of this game.
And I think what we were giving red team some credit for the team combos before, really starting, blue team really starting to steal the stage with that, as it really is their ability to pass off in between each other, their awareness of their teammate. Very, very good. And anytime any member of red team tries to attack their teammate, they're always ready with a punish, or at least some kind of attack to respond. Dawg very unfortunately runs out of options. I thought that was a touch as well, but that is going to give Balloon Boy and Lampy one up on the board. You can't say it's over yet. You can't say it's a 3-0.
Yeah, not a 3-0. Really well played from Balloon Boy and Lampy there. And wow, that is 292 damage from Lampy. And still a game win, because so many of those were just Gimp's just offstage, successful endeavors, and really dominant. It's the double gauntlets, just really well played. I hadn't realized, but this is 4 gauntlets. The offstage is menacing. As Balloon Boy did almost 500 damage himself, very little team damage between both players, so blue team cracked down on pretty much everything they needed to, and Zen felt like he had to swap off of the Onyx and onto the Kaya. And from the Chronix to the Crya, looks like red team needed to make an adjustment because that game got ugly.
So you said that Balloon Boy did 500 damage?
Yeah. Right.
Zen did 100 damage, and combined their team damage was, I think, like 300 or 400 damage.
That's really funny.
Balloon Boy did more damage than both red team members combined.
Wow. And at that point, you have to make some kind of adjustment. Just
Yeah.
It's really dominant showing from the blue team there. And in this game, I wouldn't say it definitely doesn't look the same. Although, Zen in trouble.
Lampy's trying to make it. Lampy's making it look the same. Nah, it looks the same. Looks the same to me.
Yeah. Wow. Blue team keeping it rolling in this 4th game.
Lampy starting to be a little bit worse for wear. That might be a lot of pressure on Balloon Boy to try and keep Lampy alive. Grounded ground pound sends up. How often? That's not on anybody's bingo card. I guarantee you. You are lying if that's on your bingo card. As Balloon Boy, most healthiest one on the board. Lampy trying to make whatever work he can do off stage, but Zen's able to find his way back. We have everybody who can have gauntlets has gauntlets. As blue team is actually not choosing to use. Really trying to spend a lot of time on double gauntlets, considering the team combo DI might make things a little bit more difficult, but Balloon Boy is able to punish the Nair. Dawg is able to respond with a side stick. Lampy can't find the punish. Dawg is able to build a little bit more damage onto Lampy, but it's not for extra credit. It's to try and come back from a potential defeat. I don't know what just snapped within blue team's favor. Would something snap inside their heads? I don't know what it is, but it is working beautifully as they are starting to put Zen at risk of game stock, and they seal that out very quickly. Zen might have very similar stats from the last game. This is a complete carbon copy of that last one, that second one.
Yeah, except I think a major difference, as Dawg was just talking, blue team takes us to a game 5. I think a major difference is that in that game 3, it was a lot of offstage shenanigans for the blue team, and in the red team, it was a game like that, you could say, well, you know, we'll just play better offstage, or we'll hold more stage control, and then we'll win the next game. But this was just dominant entirely in every facet of the game. It looks like, I don't know, did they just switch controllers? Blue team is playing amazingly, and immediately a character switch for Zen. Doesn't want Kaya anymore. Gonna stick to the cross is Dawg, but Zen onto Wushang. So we've been seeing a lot of still quadruple gauntlets, which was every game except the last one. But I don't know. I'm not sure what red team has to do to adjust to not get 4 stocked, basically. 2 games in a row. That is pretty tough on the mental.
I'd say the Wushang's a good pick. Because like you said, we got the double gauntlet, so that's going to bring the team, that's going to give the team a few extra steps. And also Spear. Zen's just really good with Spear. I'd say this pick makes a lot of sense, and this is a very valid Game 5 pick. Checks out for me.
Yeah, but still, I don't know. Blue team. Wow, red team got both weapons there. I'm surprised by an inch. Barely grabbed it. Lampy still disarmed. It doesn't really look like it, finally, because blue team, the double gauntlets, they're just back to where they started. And right back where they picked up. All the momentum in the world, so much damage being put onto. Balloon Boy has barely taken any hits. Playing so well around these blasters dead zones against Dawg, and when the gauntlets come out, it just looks like he's better in the Ditto. Although, that combo, that's a big deal, that's a lot of damage onto Balloon Boy, and now all of a sudden it's Dawg who's the least damage in this game. The team needs to put some hurt onto him. No combo follow-up from the D-Light Sayer, but still, the even game right now just could break open at any moment.
Sudden death on first stocks. Everyone dipping down into red. Balloon Boy sends everyone off stage. Is able to snipe out Dawg. Zen trying to respond with a punish. Recovery not going to be enough. Balloon Boy chasing a high recovery of his own. Lampy recoveries left and right. Blue team are able to get the snipes in, and stay ahead, but only by a little bit. It's hard to tell if they'll be able to build up much extra credit, especially considering that a pretty nice, snappy little team combo, red team going to bring it a bit closer to even. This game is looking so much better for red team, but still, it's still looking pretty good for blue team, especially considering the set momentum.
Yeah, and I think a big part of this is that both blue team players are playing on really high defense legends, and they've been holding onto their stocks forever. So the game will start fairly even, but they're able to take the first stocks, and then they just stick to them and get as much extra damage as possible. As again, Lampy is just holding onto this. Finally, the recovery comes out. Balloon Boy on his second stock, but both red team players in a lot of trouble. No delay snare for the red team, and that combo would have been really big. A recovery there could have done it. Balloon Boy almost loses his stock anyways. But blue team looking so amazing right now. Literally no damage has been put onto the second stock of Lampy. As Zen is onto his final one, the neutral signature. Now Dawg joins him into the final stock. And blue team, man, what is happening?
This is still very doable for red team. Not just saying that because they won the first two games, but you can start to see calm down a bit. They're starting to see like, okay, we're really starting to accept the mistakes that we made, not only in the past two games, but in this game, and they're starting to be a bit more careful in their approach. Don't give them more space to kind of work their magic than you can let up. And now they have Lampy in the 2v1 Balloon Boys. Second stock was on its way out anyways. You probably could have bet money on that one being sent flying. Dawg needs to try and stay alive here. And they're also starting to build up a lot of chip damage onto Lampy. That's going to bring the game a little bit closer to even. Is Dawg going to survive this? Is Zen going to survive this? A fantastic weapon throw to interrupt the team combo. Lampy almost completely overcommits to lose that stock. Balloon Boy finishes up the team combo, and Lampy not too far behind to close out the reverse 3-0.
What just happened? What? How did they win that set? Wow. I can't believe that. What a reverse 3-0. Blue team just, I guess, flicked the switch, and all of a sudden they were just infinitely better than one of the most established twos teams around today. So incredibly well played for Blue Boy and Lampy. A ton of damage being put on for.
What can you say? The Brawl Hall community loves an upset, and the players do just as much. Were those first two games trolling? Because when Zen and Dawg won those first two games, they were somewhat close, and it was still a decent chance that Balloon Boy and Lampy were able to take that. But those last three games, that did not look like Zen and Dawg. That did not look, like you said, that did not look like one of the most accomplished teams of the moment. What snapped in blue team? What changed?
Yeah, I'm really not sure. That was really interesting end to that third set that we have. But looks like, you know, we and the viewers at home will have a little bit of time to think about it, because I believe we're going to send it to a break. Give you some time to think about that insane set that you all just watched. But yes, we will see you in a couple minutes.
Don't go too far.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Moose Wars Magma Mayhem. We just saw a wild set between Dawg and Zen and Lampy and Balloon Boy. And, you know, that I would say that is a pretty tough act to follow because that was really entertaining and pretty close. Although, I guess it's like 3-4 stocks, right, towards the end of that. So maybe our next set will have a bit more of the last stock mayhem. We've got Snowy, Godly, playing from EU, at least Godly is, and versus Fakey and Santy. And when I punch those numbers into my calculator and I look up some of their previous sets, I don't see either of these teams playing with each other or against each other at all so far. So this is like a completely new concept. But as we know, I think we have a lot to work with. We've got Snowy and Godly, who are really strong players. Fakey Santy, really good at twos from forever. So yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty great.
Yeah, Snowy was at one point in time one of the best ones players in North America. Recently shifted his attention to being one of the best twos players in the world. Godly, a bit with a similar story, was in control of the entire train for all of last year and really starting to warm up a bit to twos because you can tell is probably a little salty from dropping twos at BCX. You can tell Mans is hungry for more. But just like you said, this team of Fakey and Santy, very, very interesting team, and especially Santy. Santy has been in the scene for years. I think longer than I can remember. When I first got into the game and I was just watching like VODs and old sets, Santy's name came up quite a few times, and just knowing a little bit of his history, not even the whole history, just a little bit of his history gives me so much respect for him. The more I learn about him, the more it's hard not to love him. And Fakey going to be, I mean, you said it best. I'm just repeating what you said at this point. Proving at San Diego just how much of an asset and a force this kid can be. Fakey is not someone that you want to be staring down at the opposite side of the stage, and we could be having a very interesting team comp of Hattori or really any spear character from Fakey, and Santy has quite a few gauntlet characters to pick from, but I feel like I kind of want to say Val could be coming out. Snowy and Godly, they have quite a few options that they can try out whenever they do play twos. They have rotated between quite a few things, but never mind. Red team is sticking with actually what you probably expect from them. Snowy with the Onyx. One of the, not one of the first to do it, but one of the first to do it to the extent that he has. Snowy, probably one of the most accomplished Onyx 2's players, and a big pioneer and important player in 2's history when it comes to the diverse character pool that's kind of developing in front of us. And Godly with the Rayman. Rayman been a pretty solid pick to have in the pocket. Half of every pro has a Rayman in the pocket somewhere here, let's be honest. It's like the new Koji. And that is going to be mixing with the Onyx quite nicely. So we have a lot of gauntlets except for Fakey on this other hand.
I think we're going to be looking at a much more traditional 2v2 comp here with these players. Just looking for a bit more of what you're used to seeing. None of this like double Ulgrim kind of confusion. It's just going to be the spear and the gauntlets against the axe and the gauntlets, or double gauntlets. As Godly is able to take out the stock of Fakey with the down signature, while Santy has to try to play around, just dance around the movement of Godly and Snowy as Fakey tries to make it back. Still, a lot of damage being put on, which is kind of a problem for the blue team.
Oh my god!
Able to take the stock of Godly, but Fakey's taking a little bit of damage. Not really where you want to be right now, because these asymmetrical stocks could spell disaster. The blue team, as Godly's able to pick up the stock of Fakey, there's no way a save is coming out, and Santy, man, he's going to have to 1v2 for sure, as Fakey has gone down to his final stock. Santy
and Snowy going to be pretty pivotal point to this match, because you can see Santy falls down, immediately noticing the deficit that blue team is at. These character picks are a bit more of old versus new. This Hattori and Val is something that you would have seen a bunch pre-pandemic, but now that we got, now that the meta has changed so much in the past 2 to 3 years, this Onyx and Rayman is something we've been seeing quite a lot the past year and a half or so. Fakey might have a very hard time staying alive in this first game. The early lead that Red Team was able to build up is working so nicely in their favor, but that weapon throw fortunately sent Snowy a little bit deeper and cannot save Godly. Blue Team evens out stocks, and Fakey tossing himself into the fray and try and keep Santi back from losing their second stock. But will it all go up in smoke? Fakey's gonna have a very hard time.
Oh, man.
Chases after with the Nair and actually ends up falling for it. I mean, to be fair, that was red last stock and a pretty, that was probably gonna do one ending. So that was a worthy trade if we're just messing around a bit. Red Team is feeling it.
Yeah, Blue Team, it's just Fakey lost both stocks so quickly. Has to clean that up. Wants to make this into a closer game. Not really what I was expecting. This is pretty dominant from the Red Team, although the offstage, I think that's where Fakey likes to play the most, and it's where he was at his worst in this game. So beating Fakey at his own game, basically, was the Blue Team. Well, they tried to beat Santi at any game, more or less, but right now it's the 2v1. And so far, doing a pretty good job of it. Santi, although an edge guard could be what the doctor ordered, but no. Double side light into recovery, and a nice read comes out. And Red Team, Godly Snowy, able to take game 1.
So pretty triumphantly, but still not to lose hope, because just like you said, there are a lot of improvements that can be made. There are a lot of variables that Blue Team can change and try out new strategies. So they do have a bit of wiggle room. It's only one loss, and they do have quite a few more paths that they can try. If anything, now they know what not to do, and they do have a sense of direction now that they're hopping into game 2, and we're not changing the map. Red Team looking to have a repeat of that first game, as that was looking pretty handily. Once they got the early lead, they just slowly kept expanding it, and Santi kind of drowned in the chaos, or rather Fakey actually.
And right now, it's still not looking good for Blue Team. Santi has taken so much damage on this first stock, trying to play it around. If Santi's able to survive for a long time, it's going to turn into an even game again. Santi actually putting quite a bit of damage on a Snowy, who just can't seem to make it to the ground. Finally does, while Godly gets set up high. Now Red Team is the one that's taking a lot of damage. Fakey has taken almost none, a complete reverse of what you were seeing earlier. But on Apocalypse, it's going to take more than that. Finally, both red players lose their stocks. Blue Team takes a lead. Looks like they've made some adjustments.
Yeah, no, Blue Team still has a decent bit of wiggle room. That first game, although it was pretty triumphant, they still have so many more things that they can try and bring it back. But there's not many things that Fakey can try to bring it back, but it still somehow works. Comes able to punish and is able to split him up a bit.
Santi to be able to make it back there. He thought he didn't have a recovery, and it got scary for a second, but you're able to make it back. So damage still pretty even so far, but this is much better than the first game for sure. So Blue Team, I think a big deal here is the stage control that they've been able to play with. And Red Team just hasn't been able to worm their way back in and take stage control back from them. And Sword Gauntlets is just brutal when you have stage control, especially right now. Snowy doesn't have a dodge, he doesn't have much. No options left, but able to find a Sayer, and now it's Santi who's in trouble. But the ground pound gets beaten out. No one will go down. So much offstage gameplay, but everyone is surviving, although it's the Red Team that's in trouble.
Snowy.
Says could come out. Finally, Signature does it.
Sword and sword versus cannon. Godly immediately tries to place an end light, but it does not quite connect. And they're able to take Snowy out, but punishes the ground pound with a dodge ground pound. Unarmed against Spear. They're going to send Santi down to last stock. Going to put a decent bit of pressure on Fakey. Last person on second stock, falling deep into red, as now Blue Team, they were able to build a pretty nice early lead, but Red Team was able to, they're actually really starting to make some pretty good pacing to try and dismantle that, and they have come it really close at times. It's just Blue Team trying to build up a lead, but then Red Team immediately answering back and proving you can't stay on top of them for too long, because they're just gonna take a stock, bring everything even. Still, Fakey being fresh on this stock is actually going to help them a lot. They still have some miles left to run.
Pretty hot and cold for Fakey. That first game, it was very cold. In this game, it was very hot. Fakey, man, playing so well. And now, Snowy, there's no way he makes it back from this. Dare is going to do it. The Pogo knocks him down. Blue Team answers right back. Fakey with a really great performance. 639 damage. Only 369 from Godly, so very well played from the blue team.
Yeah, blue team did not really get to play that much that first game, so now that they're finally staying in and keeping their heads in the game, they played a lot more Brawlhalla just now than they did that first game, and yeah, that's going to send a message to red team that now that the set is basically just a best of 3 from now on, that's going to send a message to red team, and neither one of these players have swapped characters. They both are determined. They both have had the enemy team prove a lot to them, and they both know what difficulties they need to overcome if they want to make it into a guaranteed top 8, as opposed to a bit more difficult of a kind of not guaranteed top 8. As we're touching down on the same setup, who will get a lead in the set? This is going to be very, very difficult to either one.
It's about whoever takes the first lead, because whoever has taken the first set of stocks has not lost the lead for the rest of the game. Just able to lock it down. Both teams have done a great job of it in these games. So, wow, a little bit of friendly fire from the blue team. Not really what you want to see, because I think if that is the case, then this would be the most important part of the game so far, because it would more or less determine who's able to win it. So, hopefully, blue team able to make it back so far. Fakey's already taken ton of damage. Santee trying to play right in the middle, keep them off of Fakey and the low defense of Hattori, but Fakey off stage. No one can contest it right now.
Ooh!
Well, and now, oh man!
Oh my god!
Clean punish from Santee, and now blue team takes the first stocks, which is such a big deal, as we know.
I'm still speechless after punishing unarmed ground pound. Not punishing, interrupting unarmed ground pound with GC D-Light. That was a huge risk. How did that pay off?
Just so aware. Just really well played in that situation, and now we have ourselves back into an even game. Maybe it will change, but man, Santee putting the hurt onto Snowy, his former twos teammate from last year, or maybe a bit longer. Now, Godly is taking a ton of damage too. Side signature comes out. Snowy actually surprisingly healthy. It's Godly that's in trouble right now. Has no dodge. Sayre's gonna send it pretty far out. They have to play from offstage really effectively, or else they're just going to lose these stocks just like that. Snowy dodges up, not gonna do it. Fakey able to take Godly stock though, and now Snowy in so much trouble, drops the delay recovery. Now Snowy with a second breath of life, but the side signature does it. And again, another lead, but this time Fakey has taken very little damage.
Yeah, no, red team's playing this from behind. We got red stocks into, we got last stocks into second stocks. Santee's second stock is a bit on its way out as that recovery proven how damage he is not quite going to send though. Red team is playing this from behind.
Good for the red team at the moment, for sure. Just a bit of a struggle right now. As they try to play in the center stage, just find these stocks as fast as possible. Finally, Santee loses his to the side signature. Fakey has to play in the middle. Snowy and Godly try some kind of 2v1, but it's not working out. Fakey's still surviving, but a ground pound.
I see it.
But the interrupt comes out from his own teammate Godly, although Santee, wow, slips right through both of them back to stage. That could have been a scary situation, but a lot of damage has already been put onto him. I think this is very doable for the blue team. Fakey has to put in so much work to be able to take it out, but good at the moment. They try to find the stock of Godly. It's Fakey who looks to be in trouble. The end light misses. That could have been disaster for Fakey.
Ooh! Fakey proven that he does not need a savior. Santee has been on red stock for quite some time, and Fakey proven just how much, like we said earlier, a threat and asset of a teammate that he is to a twos match. He is going to take blue team into a 2-1 lead. There were times where I was a little bit worried for Santee's safety, but Fakey putting my worries to rest, and the two of them are working beautifully together. They're getting the better of a lot of these engagements in neutral. They're getting a lot better of these punishes. You can see Fakey hitting end-light punishes on Spear a lot more than sometimes you can see in ones, and also Santee placing some offstage Sayres quite nicely. When the game splits up into revolving 1v1s, they do win the better of a lot of those interactions, but that's also because they're splitting up red team and they know the threat that red team poses if they're together. Because take a look at that last game where red team was able to claim the entire stage. Blue team didn't really get to play Brawlhalla, and you know when you enter a Brawlhalla event, you want to play Brawlhalla. So like, let them play.
Putting it work in the last 2 games, I think, is a massive factor in how it has played out, because the 550 damage to the 400 of his teammate in that last game, it's just been surviving on these stocks and taking charge. Once Santi is in dire straits, Fakey is right there to step up to help him out. Now again, team combos come out from pretty much everyone, bouncing back and forth. Your combo is now my combo, but it looks like a red team that is on top at the moment as Fakey took so much damage from those interactions. It's now in a lot of trouble, has to play from behind. We'll see how blue team is able to figure it out if Fakey is the one who has to play from behind instead of Santi.
It wasn't just one team in particular, the entire game flipped on the blender, and Fakey was closest to the middle, so he's falling out of that first stock soonest, a little bit over than 30 seconds into it. Everyone else, though, they weren't quite to the middle, they were just kind of be tossed to the sides in the blender, and so therefore they're able to make their first stocks last a little bit longer. D, Light, Ensei not quite going to connect, and Snowy! Oh, okay, so although it was an overcommit, and you never want to lose a stock like that in 2s, it could have been much worse, as that was a very, very, very red stock, and Snow was able to dust himself off and kind of come back into the brawl in a fresh, new, clean second stock. And he's not really taking too much damage on this, so he's definitely proven like, yeah, no, I'm willing to take risks if my stocks are on its way out, but if I got a brand new stock, I'm playing very smart, but it's kind of hard to play around that team combo.
Something serious.
Yeah.
There would have been a nightmare for blue or for red team there, but still, I mean, kind of a living nightmare for red team already, because Santi still hasn't lost his first stock, and Fakey could go down to the final one, so we've got a pretty asymmetrical setup here. But even if that were to occur, blue team would still have a nice cushy lead. It's Fakey just terrified of red team at the moment, doesn't want to deal with them at all, has one jump and one dodge, burns both of them, and Snowy misses the punish barely, not able to clean it up. Now Snowy in a little bit of trouble, his teammate not helping him out there with that Sair. Oddly is the one who has to run away. Finally, they're able to put Fakey on the final stock, but Santi, the monster right now in this game, this 4th game onto his 2nd stock, putting up so much damage. Godly loses a stock, that's it! Fakey, the hunter, able to do it, and now the 2v1 comes out from the blue team.
Snowy is one of those players that you never want to count out in a 2v1, especially considering what he just proved at. I'm pretty sure it was, I forget if it was Dallas or San Diego with that 2v1 clutch, as he's able to dodge out of these team combos and almost gets hit by the weapon, but in attempt to dodge the weapon, actually finds himself in the D-Sig as blue team quickly builds up this damage. An unarmed Onyx needs to find something, or else they drop the set 1-3. Fakey and Santi, they're taking their foot off the brakes, and they are cruising into top 8, sending Godly down to the lower bracket.
Really good showing from Santi and Fakey. Fakey playing really well in 2 games, and then in the final one, when Santi had to step up, just no problem at all. Santi able to step right into the foothold of being the player that he needed to be in that situation, and moves their way into top 8 winners. So really, really well played from them, and a ton of damage coming out from Santi in that final game. So really strong, well played from both players.
So we have our top 8 qualifier matches brewing in the lower side, but we have them finished in the winners. We will be continuing on to top 8. So if you're viewing the bracket, you want to click that little button that says top 8, or you just want to switch tabs if you already got top 8 open, we will be hopping right into Java and Luna versus Truckstop Burrito and Daddy Kizo.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I also, just for a brief moment, want to point out how hilarious it is that if you look at this graphic that we have up on screen, Akuma is tiny compared to everyone else. Just a little baby Akuma standing next to everyone else. It's pretty funny to look at. But yeah, as we move into our next set, we've got ourselves Luna and Java. Definitely, I would say, the favorites coming into this tournament now that Snowy and Godly are down into the lower side. playing really well. We saw them play incredibly dominantly in the set that they played earlier, and they go up against Truckstop Burrito and Daddy Hizo, guaranteed double Ulgrim, so we're going to see a little bit of shenanigans come out, but the comparison of the two teams is pretty interesting because the earnings is triple digits for both players on the right and 5 or 6 figures for the players on the left, but I wouldn't say that makes this a lopsided matchup at all. I think Truckstop Burrito and Daddy Hizo are very strong players that could make this a really serious set.
Luna being the most accomplished player here in terms of 2s, but Jabba also is very accomplished in 1s, just maybe has had a bit of a struggle really making that come out in 2s, although teaming with Fakey has been very nice for him, but still Fakey and Santi cooking up a storm on the other side of the bracket. Burrito and Hizo, yeah, this like I said earlier, part of the reason that we love watching community tournaments is that you could be seeing the humble beginnings of the next top player. And if you like an underdog story, your eyes have got to be glued to the screen for this moment forward for the next 15 or 20 minutes of our lives. We're just waiting for the players to hop into the lobby, and Luna is a very versatile player, and the other 3 players on the field, they definitely have pocket picks, but they don't really resort to them as often as maybe Luna might compared to some days than another. Jabba playing a lot of the Hattori, and yeah, might be able to throw out like a Nyx or like an Ada, but for the most part, we're going to be seeing that Hattori, and then we got the other team, on the other hand, the double Ulgrim. And yeah, that does mean that they can play quite a few Lance characters, and also quite a few Axe characters. They really have to, but it's really the Lance that's been doing the heavy lifting. So if we do see a swap off of an Ulgrim from either of them, it's going to be another Lance character, like maybe a Scarlet or an Orion. Both proven, although a bit more far and few in between, proven to be pretty considerable threats in 2. So a lot of this might come down to how well Luna, really how Luna picks his characters, because although sometimes he doesn't stray too far away from Cross in 2s, if you look at his history in 1s, the man's got some pretty big sleeves. He's able to hide quite a few pocket picks.
Yeah, I definitely agree on the underdog story as well, for sure. For Truckstop Burrito and Daddy Hizo. I think that isn't to say that they're very far, like the gap between these teams is massive or anything, but I mean it's Luna, it's Jabba. We know them for years now as like very effective 2s players. Luna in particular has more or less just been dominating the scene for 2 scene for a long time, either winning with Luna and Pugsy or you know with Snowy now, or playing really well prior to that. Whereas Truckstop Burrito, Daddy Hizo, maybe a little bit less unproven in the 2 sphere, but still very strong players. We saw in that last set, Truckstop Burrito in particular just looked head and shoulders above the team that he was playing against, just dominant on that Ulgrim, playing very well. So I definitely expect them to put the hurt onto Luna and Jabba a little bit. Maybe in this first game, take a little unexpected lead and force Jabba and Luna onto different characters, or to make an adjustment, but if they're not able to do that, I think they could get themselves into a pretty serious hole pretty quickly.
We have everybody locking in their tried and true picks, and we will be hopping into our first, I guess, top 3 qualifier, because if you win winner semis, you got a guaranteed podium finish. If you are in winners finals at all, then that is a very good spot to be. Both of these players, eyes on the prize, but from different angles. Like you said, Luna and Jabba, both looking to keep up win streaks. Truckstop and Hizo, they're looking to prove to some people that might not be as familiar with them and might be some non-believers, as we have map banning underway, and it looks like red team, they want platforms. We got Enigma, we got Apocalypse, we got Lions, but blue team takes us to a fan favorite in 2s. We're going to APOC.
Yeah, I think this is the 2s map that is like fairly not uniform, I would say, for players like that. Like they just really like this map, really like playing on it. It's not Brawlhaven in ones by any stretch, but man, Java off stage. Wow, if Truckstop Burrito had gimped Java within the first 10 seconds of a game, I think that is a
instant clip.
That is, I am better than you at your own game. Not able to do it, man, that would have been amazing.
As we have Java immediately responding, saying like, hey, I saw what you're trying to do, I'm not going to let you get away with that for free, and helping Red Team build up a damage lead, and now Blue Team is quite a bit to respond to. They're not quite playing from behind yet. Red Team was just able to take a lead early in the stock, and now it's up to Blue Team to take a step back and realize we're a stock down, potentially 2 stocks down. We gotta pull something crazy out, but Java is able to fend himself off from that ground power recovery of his own. Java chasing up in the sky, recovery catches both of them. Luna is able to catch the landing with a side light. Neither member of Red Team is letting either one of these Ulgrims land, but they're able to answer back, and he's lasting for a very impressive amount of time. Luna just juggling off the top of the stage, and Truckstop, and oh, they could be down very. I know I said that early lead wasn't too much to think about, like, yeah, you know, you want to post interactions, cool, there's always room to adjust, but I think I might have been wrong. That was a sign of things to come. They tried to warn us.
Yeah, Truckstop Burrito threw it all out there, and Luna just went right down there and said, no, not me, not today, no sir. You are taking this dude to the face, immediately a knockdown. Oh man, Daddy, he's in so much trouble. He's juggling until he got juggled himself with the recovery, and now it's these quick KOs that I wouldn't say we're used to seeing at a top level, but just finding these super quick KOs that turn an even game into a completely lopsided one. Though, I would say it could be even if they're able to take some damage onto Java. Nice air, definitely gonna help out with that, but reads the jump, and as a dodge, just opts not to press it, and all of a sudden, Blue Team is in trouble again. Truckstop Burrito has been taking so much damage, has to play from behind and let Daddy Hizo pick up some of the slack.
Red Team is never afraid to go full send. They're not nervous. They are not being cautious. They know if we got an opportunity for a gimp, for an early stock, for a huge combo, we are taking that. The reward is always going to be worth the risk in the eyes of Luna. In Java, so far is not working out too bad until Luna falls out of that last stock. Java, although does have 2 stocks and is able to avoid the skill check, Truckstop able to land that end light. And Java now is in a very interesting situation as long as both members of the Blue Team, and all it takes is one D-light uppercut to send Truckstop out of this game. And also as Java picks up Sword, the Emlight's not going to be able to complete a ledge guard. He's not going to open the door as Hizo keeps on swanging.
This is been a little rough right now. I think Java, this is such a manageable 1v1. Finally, side signature gonna do it.
Stacked! The side sig hit stacked.
Yes, it does. that was crazy.
Oh my god. So now it looks like we have Hizo and Truckstop. They're going to take a second to maybe restart a bit, take a bit of a breather, because after a loss like that, sometimes it is important to take a step back and realize, like, all right, let's take a methodical approach to this. We're banning out maps, and they have actually left Demon Island in favor of Enigma, but we are going right back to Apocalypse. So now there might be a bit of a pressure on Blue Team to try and adapt and overcome, but also at the same time, a lot of the stocks that were flying was just because Luna hit like a blaster's dare below the screen, or Java was able to just barely snag an N-Sig here and there. There's been a lot of early stocks flying out of the hand of these Ulgrim brothers, so they're going to try and maybe make less of those openings appear for Red Team. They're going to try and maybe not play more reserve, but just be more careful.
If they're able to clean that up, that could be pretty good for them, because they were clearly playing a lot of the neutral much better. Wow, look at that. That's it. That's a complete...
Yeah.
Truckstop Burrito has barely been touched, and Blue Team looking really good in the second game.
This is much better. The pressure, they are not cracking under the pressure. Stop.
Wow, he gets a read on both of them.
And the double completes it for the...
It looks like Luna's out too.
It's recovery to save it though, Jabba!
What an intense, like, 15 seconds of gameplay there. As at the end of it, it's still blue team with the size of a lead. They really can't even take the stock of Daddy Hizo yet. Jabba really trying to, but not able to do it. Side signature does not connect. Now, Daylight finally is going to do it. First up, Burrito has to manage not lose a stock early, as we talked about, but all of a sudden, bam, stock down to last stock. We have ourselves an even game if you swim really hard. And now, side signature that was almost it for Daddy Hizo, but not going to do it. Able to make it back. Man, that would have been so impressive if red team had made this comeback. But nope, truck stop Burritos ground pounds him, slams him into the dirt, and now blue team dominant lead.
These team combos are a little too well rehearsed, guys. How long have y'all been playing together? This is the very first time I'm seeing them play together. Have y'all been like secretly playing ranked together or friendly twos since like January of 2021 or something? Like these seem a little too well rehearsed for this to be the first time y'all are teaming together. Look at this!
Yeah, but all of a sudden, red team might start to cover some ground here. Jabba has to make it back though. Daddy Hizo lets him. But still, Daddy Hizo is the only one that hasn't taken a lot of damage, but if they're able to find the stock of truck stop Burrito, the 2v1 could be terrifying. We know Blaster Spear, Gauntlet Spear, how much it does, but Jabba loses the stock and now Luna has to play into the 1v2. Opts for the gauntlets, but we know that these two players, as you said, they played really well together. It feels like they've just been sneaking ranked games in between, trying to not show people their playstyle, and it seems to be working. Red team is in trouble. No dodge. Sidelight Sarah's going to do it. Blue team finds the second game and brings us to a game 3 where we go 1-1.
Luna had a very interesting approach to that 2v1. Instead of focusing on the guy who was already down to last red stock, focusing on the guy who was a bit more clean on their last stock and making it sudden death for everyone. So the moment an opportunity arises for a KO on anyone, it works and it makes it a 1v1. So trying to level out the playing field, getting a peek into Luna's strategy, and now the coin has flipped. Jabba and Luna now have a lot to answer back to because they were able to have such a dominant game, but Truckstop and Hizo able to put an end to that chapter and say, nah, that was just a one-time thing. It's gonna take, that might be what it takes to win a game against us, but it's gonna take a little bit more to win a set against us. Nuh-uh.
Definitely a strong team, so it's going
to
be a lot more
gracious,
than that. Oh man, weapon throw doesn't connect. The team, that would have been rough for them. Still, Trucks the Breeders taking so much, and I think that might be it. And the combo's going to come out.
Look at this!
The Nair follow-up was beautiful, but now he takes the stock of Luna. Man, he flew too close to the sun, quite literally, and just is knocked out for it. The wax on his wings had burned off, and now Luna all of a sudden brings us back to an almost even game. Although Daddy Hizo is taking a lot of damage, and Luna hasn't taken, or Jabba hasn't taken almost any on this first stock. So red team looking pretty poised to take this game so far. Pretty good at the start of this game.
Blue team trying to start up a team combo, but whatever they try and start up, red team is able to stomp and snuff out as they are trying to build up some more team combos of their own, but it's really only the side sig that takes Hizo out of that first stock. Both members of red team are in a very, very difficult spot. You could say the same about Truckstop, but considering that his good friend Hizo is looking a bit more healthier than that is yeah, blue team can afford to be a little confident here, but maybe not that confident.
Luna just cleaned him up off stage there. That was like you swing at the king and he missed. Truckstop Burrito definitely missed. So there's a way that they can turn this into an even game if they're able to find the stock of Luna, but Luna is kicking with these nairs. Over and over again, they just cannot find this. And if he sticks to the wall and they come try and edge guard him, they can't. They just get nared. They're taking a ton of damage, and now it's Luna who stock tanks still won't come down. And Luna has done a great job of extending this stock as far as possible. Sarah will do it from him, and Jabba looks to be next. It's side that's gonna do it, and now blue team is in the lead. Truckstop Burrito really hasn't taken that much damage, and if Daddy Hizo is able to stock tank like Luna was, no, he will not. Silent recovery. But he even game. Truckstop Burrito is in trouble though. Makes it back. So going to the final stock, a completely even game basically for both players. Both teams.
As we have, Jabba is able to punish the side sig with an end light, lets Luna continue a bit of a barrage off stage, but Truckstop trying to be careful, not trying to get a reversal, throws the weapon up, trying to recover. Yuzo is able to come down, Shrangen onto Luna, and still choosing to play a lot of the game airborne as opposed to approaching on the stage, but Luna is able to catch the landing when he finally comes back down to earth. Truckstop being a bit more of a stage hazard than anything. Side sig after side sig might go up in smoke as he's having a very hard time to come back to stage at the hands of Luna. He's getting a taste of his own medicine, and this 2v1 is now made so much easier. It's no longer a 2v1. He's Sair. We got Nair, doesn't convert into recovery, whiffs the Sair. Jabba playing the grounded game pretty strong, but now that we're unarmed, trying to escape a light guard against Ulgrim Lance. How is he able to make it back from that?
Lance, and this one goes with the side signature. Again, another game one from a side signature. And Jabba clutches it out, takes the series lead 2-1.
Hattori Spear side sig is... I don't know if I want to say it's one of the best signatures in twos, but the people who are so committed to play Hattori day in, day out are able to hit that sig not only when it matters most and clutch out very difficult games, but it's always such a huge moment whenever it does. People sometimes hit signatures for chip damage, or not even just chip damage, because they're more damage than like a Sair, so sometimes they just are the better punish. But that side sig, when it is used, it's always such a huge moment. It's always like to close out a game or get a double KO and even everything out. That side sig, if it's not the best, it's one of the most entertaining signatures in twos.
Yeah, it is so reliable, I would say, is the perfect word for it. When
fast, hard to react to.
It's tough to find those KOs, especially when they're right in front of you like that, because the only option is an end light or a side light, and that's not going to cut it. So the side signature is just perfect. And man, this is looking really good for the team so far, although they're taking a lot of damage on a Truckstop Burrito. And if they're able to find the stock of Luna, man, they were right between them. That could have been scary. Side signature for Truckstop Burrito, some friendly fire. And Daddy Hizo goes down, and now Truckstop Burrito in a lot of trouble. Just wants to survive a little bit, gets end lighted, but no follow-up from Luna. Oh man. Finding what Lance players try to do out of side light to find a KO on someone without a dodge is pretty funny, but your signature not going to do it. Man, a down signature I feel like could have been it. Now, Jabba with a fresh breath of life, maybe we'll be able to find this Truckstop Burrito stock and bring this to a favorable side for Red Team.
Ooh, very good target switching from Luna. Is not able to save his teammate, but still, Jabba is the last person to join everyone down 2 seconds stock. Gang, both members of the blue team could have been in a very advantageous spot. Kizo playing very smart, actually tripped away from Luna, relying on Lance's fantastic recovery, and just barely makes it back as opposed to trying to enter the jaws of these gauntlets just a little bit more. Truckstop running into his problem, but Luna switches his attention over to Kizo and is able to finish out the stock that he was not able to earlier, and Red Team is able to come together, put their brains in one, and I guess put their heads together. I was trying to find another way to say that, but any other way to try to say that, it just sounds weird. They're putting their heads together, they're pulling ahead in this game, and this is looking a bit more, this is looking a lot more confident compared to some previous games we've had. They are dancing
Red
on
Team
the
has
team.
locked it down, especially, I think the major difference is the team combos are there now. All of a sudden, they're following up off of each other with 3 or 4 hits, and Jabba goes down. Blue team could make this into an even game. Luna is very hurt onto this stock, but still, 2v1 potential we know from the red team is way too good. So when they take one stock, it's pretty much done. Luna will lose the stock if they're able to find a 2v1 combo here. Man, an offstage interaction would be exactly what the doctor ordered for. Oh, I'm gonna trust the Burrito. Commits so much onto the ground pound. And the recovery is gonna take out Natty Hizo, and now Truckstop Burrito looks to be not long for this world.
Especially when you're up against the team combos of Jabba and Luna. If that dare connected, that would have been a very good way to start to reel the comeback in but they're only going to have to come back into the lobby later to try and bring their lower bracket run closer and closer to really as far as they can make it. That will be our first winners semifinals match. We're going on to our second. It will be both of these teams riding off the phenomenal performance that they just recently had in quarters, both of them. Balloon Boy and Lampy, like you said earlier, how do you follow up after their reverse 3-0 against Dawg and Zen versus Fakey and Santi? Although it took Fakey and Santi a few bumps in the road to try and find their way into winning that set. It took them a little bit to find their footing, or like I said, a few bumps in the road, a few rocks on the highway. But once they found cruising altitude, it was soaring for them.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know, having the mental fortitude to get a reverse 3-0 like that, I think, particularly in Fakey Santi, as they did super well earlier, just means that we're going to have a back and forth set. No lead, I think, is going to be too great for the other team to conquer, bring it back to an even game. So between these two teams, very strong mentals, as we can tell, and pretty seasoned players throughout. Surprised Balloon Boy has that few earnings. I know he's been around for quite a while. I'm sure that number is going to change quite a bit in the coming months. He's always been on the come up. Particularly, I think summers and autumns will definitely be the tournament for Balloon Boy itself. This is definitely kind of an up-and-coming thing for both Balloon Boy and Lampy. I would say are like two of the most top up-and-coming players, and then Fakey as well is up there too. And Santi having already established himself, especially in twos. As the lone, more established player between the four of them. It means that this is a pretty interesting set between up-and-comers, so I'm definitely looking forward to it. Lots of character swaps, I imagine, between different characters for Balloon Boy, Lampy, and Fakey Santi, but what we saw earlier was the really high defense of Zariel in the Val, I think it was. The really high defense between the two of them that really made Zen and Dawg struggle.
Really giving them a run for their money. We are just waiting on Balloon Boy and Lampy to join the lobby. So far, we got Fakey sitting on the Hattori that not only Jabba was able to just now prove just how effective it is, but also if you saw, I'm going to keep coming back to this because holy hell, if you saw Fakey play at San Diego, that was just an immaculate show of power. We got Balloon Boy here just waiting on Lampy, and yeah, no, you said it best. I'm just going to elaborate a little bit that of just how much Balloon Boy and Lampy already have going for them, and it's still just the beginning of their adventure. Balloon Boy taking a tournament over people like Radish and I think Santi were playing that tournament, and the guy won the whole thing. First place, high top of the food chain that day. And Lampy had an upset at BCX, was able to take Sandstorm out of winners bracket. And both of these teams, if you look at the numbers and at the results, they have a lot going for them. And the fact that it's kind of only just the beginning, they've only just started to break like these top 6 teams at majors. They've only just started to break these top 6 at communities. This is just the beginning for them, and it is already off to a rocketing start.
And it's nowhere but up for them for sure. You're definitely right. So looking forward to it, to what we have in store for them, especially honestly both teams. I think there's so much in store in the future. This is kind of a clash of the future almost, I think, especially if they stay with these team setups, because I would say these are a bit odd team comps. We know that Fakey has been switching from team to team, and Balloon Boy previously played with someone else. So if they find the groove, if they find comfort here, which, I mean, for Balloon Boy and Lampy reverse 3-0ing like that, definitely some comfort added. So maybe they really will stick together for the long run, and I think it's going to be pretty exciting for the future of twos to see them, especially just in NA, but maybe at Valencia, something like that. Maybe that's what they're practicing for. So looking forward to it for sure. As we're still waiting on Lampy to get in here, I would I think the most interesting part is the Santi is kind of a journeyman of sorts in twos, bouncing from originally, as we know, Santi and Simba, the dominant twos team in that era from a couple of years ago, switching to Snowy, switching to different players back and forth, and just maybe finding a bit of a groove here with Fakey, playing super well in their last set. And if they're able to take this set, I think it would be pretty interesting if Santi was able to like lock down one partner that he's able to feel more comfort with on this double sword, which we know, like the Val Hittori, that's always what it is for Santi. So hopefully that's what ends up working out for him.
And also, I think the signature use will be very, very interesting because we talked about some of Hattori's signatures, and you really have to be very picky and choosy with which ones of hers you use, and also in which situation. We finally got all the players in the lobby. The game will be underway in just a minute, but yeah, Val can get away with quite a few signatures. We saw signatures of all kinds throughout both of her weapons whenever we see someone lock in little Miss Android over there. But Hattori gonna be a little bit more of an interesting situation because you don't want to be throwing out Spear D-Sig. The only times people have used that is when they want to be a bit more stage hazard, or they're just like doing it just kind of for the hell of it. We're in the lead of a set, or if it's in a 2v1 and it's part of a designated part of a team combo. Not really a signature you want to be throwing out that much. And there's also, we haven't really seen that many of Sword side sig or D-sig. It's really only N-sig for the both of them, and also a little bit of Spear side sig, but you got to be very, very, very careful with that one. If you toss it out too much, you're not going to be able to surprise them and hit it when it really matters. People like Fakey and Jabba and also Fiend are able to do so flawlessly. They always hit it to clutch out like an insane 2v1 whenever you forget that it exists. Oh.
Wow. Santa's just gone. That was so fast. And honestly, it didn't feel like that much of a gimp. It just felt like a little bit of a mistake, and Santi's done. Now they have to play from behind. It was like, I think we noticed in the last set with Fakey Santi that there were games where Fakey had to step up, there were games where Santi had to step up, and when they needed to, they both did. So I expect to see Fakey kind of pick up the reins here from the position where he needs to be kind of in front so that Santi is able to survive. And as he does, he just runs off stage, able to take out Balloon Boy. Lampy up next on the docket for Fakey. Asair not going to clean it up just yet, but now Balloon Boy wants to wreak some havoc on Santi, and Fakey says, "No, sir, I need to come protect my teammate." No, not able to do it now, getting sent up. Santi almost lost his stock. That would have put him on final stock there. He's taken a lot of damage so far as Fakey takes out Lampy. Now, the lone first stock survivor at the moment just wants to put up a little bit more damage before this gets back into a symmetrical stock situation.
I would say that Santi actually has survived quite nicely so far. Fell down to that second stock very early, and now is not fall down his second stock. Not even the most damaged one on the field. And it's not because he's like playing passively or anything. He's had to come back from some very perilous offstage situations. Right now he's gonna have to help Fakey come back from a very perilous double ledge guard. As Balloon Boy keeping on the pressure, the heat with these gauntlets. And just after any member of Red Team he can find, accidentally catches Lampy in that side sig and not able to find his way out of a different side sig. Fakey coming in clutch with, like we said earlier, a Toad Spear side sig.
And it's just looking like trouble for blue team right now, which is not where it was earlier, but you know, all of a sudden, well, Lampy now has a lot of damage on him. If he's able to make it back, this could be pretty good for blue team. They're able to find the stock of Fakey. That's a tall order. Fakey very strong. Almost had a really good combo there, but just not able to pick up off of the gauntlet there. Now Fakey off stage throws out these risks so that Santi can kind of play much safer. They focus on him. It's kind of an intentional risk taking. And it's working out so far. Balloon Boy has taken so much damage on this final stock. Man, what a side signature from Santi. Complete call out on the movement. And Balloon Boy, no save comes out from Lampy, and now he goes down two. Really well played from Fakey as they take game one.
The game was not even really back and forth. It was pretty even. Actually, no, it was a little back and forth because we've had some damage leads flying and also staying intact, trying to outlive another person's stock. But that is a pretty tasty way to close out that first game, taking both of those stocks the way that they did, denying them no space for the entire last minute of the game. I think you were right. When one of these teams finds the rhythm, they are never offbeat by even half a millisecond. And we already have one of these teams finding the groove, and it is turning out quite nicely for them so far. The enemy team has quite a lot to answer back for that now.
It's just a little bit rough for blue team there, but I mean, I think even if they go down 2-0, we can't count them out. They very adept at playing from behind, making the necessary adjustments. Playing off stage, I think in particular, is a big one, but Lampy, never mind. Lampy just lost a horrible offstage interactions. He gets dominated for it. Not great for him, and now Balloon Boy has to do so much in this position, and we've noticed that when blue team has asymmetrical stocks, it spells disaster for them. They don't have a great job of saving one another. The red team, on the other hand, is very good in that situation, really good at cleaning up stocks, getting right where they need to be, and man, this is so much damage put onto Lampy already. It's such a great job of pushing Balloon Boy as far as possible without actually finding the KO so that they can squeeze Lampy and put on even more damage. And now Lampy is already in KO percent, basically. Balloon Boy falls into the end sig, and now Lampy in the 2v1, one hit, knocked him down to his final stock. Just one combo will do it.
Lampy is able to answer back, prove that he still has a foot in this race, and although he's at risk of falling down that second stock, I don't think anybody's first stock is going to outlive his second. Weapon Starve not able to get the gauntlets, and was about to dodge through that dare, but gets a little bit off stage. The clash, Santi admits, I'm not going to waste time trying to find my way back. I need to get back as soon as possible, because if I can interrupt this team combo, that would be great, but he is unable to. Fakey in dire straits, just barely getting out of that end sig. I wasn't even able to catch what happened, but blue team continuing the double gauntlet team combos. This is what they needed to step back into the game, bring it a little bit closer to even, and maybe even hop into the driver's seat and take it off the highway and pull into the intersection they feel most comfortable. They want to pull into home.
Meanwhile, Lampy is in a lot of trouble. Another ground pound, but he gets saved by the recovery of Fakey. His double sword, the edge guarding with it is kind of tough. You just get into a tough situation. Ow, I mean, It was really great comboing from the red team, but now Lampy's done! And Balloon Boy can't get in there for the save, and now he has to do a 2v1 against 4 stocks. He does have 2 of his own, and if he's able to find these, maybe it spells something good for him, but quite a tall order. Side signature barely misses. That could have been good for him, but the side signature from Fakey as a response. Balloon Boy onto the final stock in this 1v2. Fakey's still on 2 stocks, but quite hurt. Balloon Boy has quite a lot of ground to cover.
Balloon Boy's path right here might be to focus on Fakey. There comes the D-Sig out to play. The first time it has been used this entire set, as Balloon Boy dipping down below the stage gets unarmed, but almost had a huge opportunity for a reversal, but it goes up in smoke, and we got red team pulling up ahead 2-0 after all of the work that blue team did. There were parts of that game that were looking just breathtaking from this Zariel and Akuma, and yet red team still able to pull it out from the bottom of the bag and hold a grasp of it. And that is a huge message to blue team. No matter what lead you're at, no matter what the game state is, no matter just how high up on that high horse you are, Fakey and Santi, they are never too far behind. And right now, blue team, they're kind of playing from behind because they've already done so much work. They've probably already exhausted so much effort, and yet it still has not gotten them up one on the board. This could be looking... I know that these players are used to going the distance, not letting them, just shaking it off when they need to and able to jump right back into the game, but still the momentum of the set after everything that has already happened to them, this is a little concerning, to say the least.
It's just a little bit scary at the moment for the blue team down 2-0. We know what they can do from this far behind. Wow, what a Sair. Knocks him out of the neutral signature. Balloon Boy tries to cover the punish with the side signature of his own, but not able to do it. Fakey makes his way back. Balloon Boy trying to find some kind of dare or something. Santi is there to cover, although Fakey, man, had no options. The neutral signature barely makes it back, though. This is a wild offstage interaction. Nobody will go down. Finally, Fakey loses his stock. Santi trying to play in the middle between two gauntlets, now a gauntlet and a sword. A tough position to be in. Still alive though, barely hanging on by a thread as he goes and he takes out Lampy, and now Balloon Boy onto this first stock in a 1v2 situation. No follow from Santi off that sidelight D-light, but Fakey just a hunter and no dodge. This is a problem. Double D-light Sarah. Man, Balloon Boy just giving up his options. He says, here, come hit me. Able to make it back somehow, but man, that was a really tough situation for Balloon Boy to be in.
And Endlight, Bo Endlight sends Santi down the second stock a minute and a half in, and yeah, I think your theory is right. They're not looking to find a KO just that quickly on Balloon Boy. They're looking to drain them dry of any energy and life that they can, as Fakey and Lampy both orange on second stock as that transitions over into red. Yeah, wait, the recovery all the way at the top and chasing for the nair, that would have been an excellent way to get a very early stock off the top with Bo. How often does that even happen? Both members of blue team starting to look a little bit worse for wear, as wear and tear sends Lampy down to... I was trying to find something else that rhymes with wear to keep the streak up, but I didn't really... Oh, Balloon Boy... I mean, that stock was on its way out. You might as well overcommit. Either get a huge clip or just kind of accept the inevitable. Santi's staying alive quite nicely.
Yeah, and I would say this set and the last set have been a clinic from Fakey and Santi on how to play from behind. No lead has felt too big for them to manage. They've done a great job of playing from behind this whole set. They were down pretty big at the start of this game. Balloon Boy and Lampy started to turn it on, as they apparently know how to do in game 3s when down 2-0, but Santi and Fakey just respond. Oh, Fakey's taking a ton of damage. This could be a 1v2 situation.
Balloon Boy's locked in.
Fakey needs a save right now and he doesn't get it. Santi doesn't save him and now has to play in a 1v2 situation, not where you want to be for Santi.
Yeah, this is not a 3-0. Balloon Boy's locked in. You can take a quick peek at this Zara. You'll see his movement is immediately leveled up in the past 20 seconds. He has fully accepted the reality of the situation. This man's is locked in. This is not a joke anymore. This is our bracket game right here.
Wow, quick dare. Santi trying to play off stage.
It
has not been in the driver's seat for this 1v2 at all.
Oh
and
no.
Has to put up so much damage onto both players pretty much to find the KO. Lampy, a little bit more damage is required. And for Balloon Boy, a lot more damage is required. And it doesn't look like Santi seems capable of doing it. The D-Light Sarah is going to do it. Lampy and Balloon Boy answer with a game of their own, but they're still down 1-2.
That's still a great way to stop the momentum and also build up a little bit of momentum of their own. Balloon Boy can sometimes be a bit more of a momentum player. Once you put a stop to him, sometimes it takes him a little bit of a while to start back up. But here he is, starting back up, and we have ourselves a game 4, and they are looking to continue this momentum. Balloon Boy's movement immediately stepping up. Lampy's decision making also cranking the knob a little bit up, and we also have a map change. Although we talked so highly about how well Red Team is doing this set, I wouldn't place bets in just yet, considering what the end of that last game looked like and what the start of this next game looks like. Blue team still has a say in the matter. The page is not completely flipped over just yet.
Definitely not a foregone conclusion for blue team. Man, these combos are starting to put in some work off stage, in particular, just sending really far out. And now Fakey and Santi are miles behind in damage compared to the blue team. Trying to make up some of the ground with the spear gauntlets. Doing a fairly good job. Breaks the side signature. Man, both players doing a really great job of getting in the way of blue team's finishers. They can't find these KOs, and so it doesn't really matter if they're able to put this much damage, because red team does a great job of playing from behind and putting up damage of their own. Oh man, that's such a big deal.
Oh my god!
That's exactly where he's gonna go. Lampy's just done. That was so good.
Completely even game, a minute in, but still after some huge plays, I think this game is gonna have to come down to the wire. It's gonna have to come down to some huge grand play for either team to pull ahead, because one early stock is responded by another. One big team combo is responded by another. One engagement all the way just scratching along the blast zone, mirror, accompanied by another Balloon Boy being very ambitious with the ground pound off the side of the stage. Continue to try and chase Fakey. Lampy holding up his side of the end on the stage. A little bit of a team combo coming in. Fakey choosing not to continue anything off of the dare. They both take immediate command of center stage. Santi cannot connect the ground pound and cannot connect his feet to the ground.
It's a win right now, I would say, for sure.
Oh my god.
That's so big. Oh man, Santi barely got a touch. That would have been even worse. Still, red team with a sizable lead. Balloon Boy in a lot of trouble. Down to his final stock. This is the moment of truth for blue team. They do a great job of playing from behind so far in the set and last game in particular. But blue team, they just have to make up the ground. Really, it's got to be squeezing Fakey out, but Santi says no. Santi particularly knows how to get in the way and make sure that they can't put too much damage onto his teammate and turn this into an asymmetrical 1v2 game. Right now, no, blue team, it just doesn't look like they're finding the damage required. Lampy with no weapon, they're just pushing him out. He can't seem to be able to get it. Finally able to get a sword, a wake-up ground pound, and now Fakey taking a little bit of damage. Not as much as you would like if you're blue team, but still enough to start to set the tone of what could turn into a close game. Recovery up the top, not going to do it. Another one, still no. Santi barely clinging on by a thread to his final stock, or his second stock, while Fakey is clinging on by a thread to his final one. So is everyone else on the blue team. The first KO is going to be the most important one here, and it's going to be Fakey down to his no stocks left.
Oh my god.
With 2 left. It's 1v2. Spells disaster for the red team, for Santi in particular, but both blue players are so hurtable at the moment.
Listen, Santi's got some great movement. Movement is one of the best keys you can have in a 2v1. Being hard to not predict your attacks, but predict your movements, and just being a jittery little, I guess, hummingbird, if that's the best example I could find. Punishing the Enlight with a Sair, dodging every single Nair and Sair that he can. As we might have a team combo starting up. No, blue team drops it a bit, maybe a bit out of panic, maybe a bit out of miscommunication. Balloon Boy tries to finish up the work that Lampy was trying to start. And we have an unarmed into Gauntlets team combo, but still we have a sudden death game that Balloon Boy is able to close out. What did I say earlier? This Balloon Man is locked in.
Yeah, wow. So well played from the blue team there in that 2v1. Just the follow-ups, they're clearly so well versed in this particular character setup. The Zariel, Yakuma, Val crossover, just doing so well with the follow-ups. From 1 hit turns into 5 into 6. The signatures getting in there, hitting people as far as possible, and in a 2v1 extraordinarily capable of bringing it together, even if both of them are in KO percent. And as we go into this game 5, man, it kind of starts to smell like Balloon Boy and Lampy have another reverse 3-0 on their hands.
Same map pick, and also I know that a lot of the momentum was still in red team's favor, but it's kind of really stolen the momentum, because you take one game pretty triumphantly and then you just barely squeeze out another game. That's not just like a fluke. That's not just like, oh yeah, some of things go your way. That's a, oh goodness me, god darn, that is the enemy team stepping up, leveling up, and downloading as the games continue. Santi and Fakey are gonna have a lot of work to do, trying to survive a little bit more on this first stock. Tries it the recovery, but doesn't time it right. Not able to save Santi and goes down with him. Blue team always able to pull a miracle out of their hats. Not even red. Team just doing a great job in this 5th game. It looks like they're just in familiar territory. They know where to do it, how to do it, and again, the defense, like I was talking about last set in that game 5, it's the defense that is making the difference between the two teams, because they go down to their final to get hurt on this stock, and they just survive forever, put on a ton of damage. Fakey's taken like about a half stock's worth of damage and is about to take some more, while Lampy can't even lose a stock yet. Barely gets punished. Not even that.
Wow. Just living forever.
Not even that! We're gonna count the amount of times that Lampy has almost been KO'd. That's like, what, 3 so far? That side take also almost catch with a friendly fire. That was like the 4th or 5th thing that probably should have knocked out that just did. You want to talk about armor, you talk about Lampy. Oh my god, wait, never mind. Santi flipping the script and also faking Balloon Boy all the way to the bottom of the stage! Sayer into ground pound, snagging Fakey's last stock away from him as we have the team combo build up. Santi has been in this situation many times before, not just in this set, but in his life, but not much can prepare you for the rising stars of Lampy, the upset master, and Balloon Boy, one of the, like you said earlier, one of the most prominent rising stars we have of our time. Sampy's able to build on the team combo, lets Lampy juggle his own teammate and stays alive and is continuing to make this 2v1 a little bit more believable. No matter how doable it is right now, it's looking believable.
Yeah, it's... wow. Man, D-Light Dare. Santi, I don't think this is double side lane, and that is it. Balloon Boy and Lampy with another legendary reverse 3-0. They're able to take it out, and they move into winners finals, which is not what I was expecting from them at all. Pretty much. That was pretty impressive. They moved to fight Jabba Luna while Fakey Santi dropped to elimination side. Top.
Santi would have had an amazing clip. I think it was all when we might be seeing it come along here. There was a Val stored side sig that he whiffed right there, that he whiffed, and then the whole game was just trying to answer back for that. The blue team slowly crowded around him, just trying to answer back. One dodge read, Balloon Boy showing off all the practice that he has had with Gauntlets, and blue team taking another back-to-back reverse 3-0 on a team that is seated in a way you think would be completely stacked against them, but here they are. They are here. Do you hear us? They're in winners final.
Yeah, just really well played, pretty much from them. And you know, Fakey and Santi gave it a really great shot, and they played really great from behind in a lot of the set, but another reverse 3-0. It feels like everyone that Balloon Boy and Lampy have played have more or less just been involved in Balloon Boy and Lampy's story as opposed to their own, because they're just, it's just really impressive how they're able to come back from a lot of these sets, the mental fortitude required to do it. This is a legit team, I think, and if they play together at Valencia, if they play together in Summers, I think that they're going to have a pretty amazing run on their hands. But I believe, unless you have anything else that might do it from us in our casting block. Anything else, Graffiti?
I guess one thing I do want to update y'all on, how is the lower bracket going? This entire stream so far has been winners bracket this, winners bracket that, with of, you know, half of the best matches of all time are in lowers bracket. This is more the bracket. That's how the numbers work. If we go on to top 8 elimination qualifiers, we had Unstoppable God and Pringles, who fell in a 3-0 in winners quarters. They actually, unfortunately, did not make it into top 8. Taking their place, we got Assassino and Cyclone sneaking their way into top 8 lower side. Incredible performance, guys. We have Cosmos and Capsar locking their way in top 8. They lost their top 8 winners quarterfinals, but they're not dropping the lowers qualifiers. They are here and they deserve their spot. We got Radish and Meg D taking Snowy Godly out of lower bracket. This is a team that they actually got sent down very early in, I think, the set before winners quarters, and they have been on a roll of 3-0 of their 3-0 since lower bracket being a huge call to this now huge contender of a team that should make people on the stream. Then we got Zen and Dawg taking out Chief Dawn and Cass. Chief Dawn and Cass have actually really been upgrading their play, not only just the past few months, the past few weeks. Dawn and Cass have been outplaying themselves and swimming in the deep end way more than you would have expected them to for the past few weeks, and their come up is actually really starting to ramp up, and we will be seeing their names a bit more often if you pay close attention. But we can give your eyes a bit of a break. Thank you to all the players who have made it this far, but we will continue very shortly after a short break. Follow us on Twitter. We are very, very funny and pretty and hilarious and incredible people. Please give us attention. Hey, Serge, anything that you want to say before we move on?
No, you told him to follow me on Twitter. That's all I got left. So
you're welcome.
Thank you for watching our first block in Moose Wars Magma Mayhem, and look forward to the rest of the tournament.
Don't go too far. We'll see y'all in just a minute.
I know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I let the weekend die. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I let the weekend die. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright, because I feel so alive. Yeah. know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if I let the weekend die. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if I let the weekend die. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright, because I feel so alive. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back coming in. Let's see if things are going to work on me now. Let's see. There we go. Welcome on into the Moose Wars Magma Mayhem 2v2 Championship, powered by Brawlhalla and powered by Moose Wars as well, with people in the background. I'm AJ 2000. I am the owner, and I'm going to be your commentator for second block of this fantastic event. And we've seen some insane upsets, and upsets that I love to see. A lot of new players coming into winners finals and further into this tournament, more than I probably would have ever expected going into this tournament. So shouts to all the players so far that I've been watching. Shouts to all the players been playing, and we are now down to our top 8. We just had our winner semifinal matches between Jabba, Luna, Truckstop Burrito, and Hizo. Jabba, Luna winning that set 3-1. Then we have Balloon Boy and Lampy reverse 3-0 Fakey and Sansi in that winner semifinals matchup. And we'll have Jabba, Luna, Balloon Boy, and Lampy facing each other later down in the bracket. And I don't know, this is going to be a very interesting matchup overall. I can't wait to see it. So with that being said, what we're going to go and do, the players have been given the room code on StarGG, so we're just waiting for them to hop on in. As we're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and talk about a little bit of the stats here. We'll have to see how my shortcuts do today. Let's go over to the stats here of the head-to-head. Well, that's stats. That's not head-to-head. There we go. We got that going now. So when it comes down to our upcoming matchup on stream, we haven't heard a whole lot about these teams. So Cosmix and Capstar, we've heard about that team before, right? We've heard about Cosmix coming into a Moose Wars going crazy, and they are actually teaming with Rectify's very own Capstar going into this matchup there. Shouts to Rectify coming in here under Capstar, and they're very powerful players. I mean, they have a lot of silver medals. We also see them with a couple bronze matches here and there. And if you look at Cosmix's earnings, $33,000, Capstar $25,000, almost on the dot. But then we have another team coming in here, which we haven't heard a whole lot about and to a point where we don't even have a character for one of those players, right? Which is going to be, how do I pronounce it? Asino versus in Cyclone teaming together and getting their very first top 8 in a Moose Wars, and their very first, I think, top 32. They've been a team in the background when it comes down to ranked, when it comes down to etc. They're 2,700. We have never seen them go this crazy in a Moose Wars. So shout out to Cyclone, shout out to Asino. And as you can see, no statistics whatsoever for either one of those players. And it's going to be interesting. It really, really is going to be overall. And I don't know what to really expect from Cyclone outside of him playing that Taros. And it's going to be very good to kind of see how things go on going forward. But let's see what's going on here. Let me read chat here a little bit while we're waiting for the players to hop on. And we got Capstar and Cosmix already in here ready to go. So let's see, we got Chems in the Twitch chat. Welcome on in. We got Skills. We got Y Sainty. What's going on? Ray to Fly. Who else we got? We got Nikyle Goob. Welcome on in, guys. Hope you guys have been, it's been going fantastically well. We've been seeing a bunch of other people in Twitch chats. We also got rated by SSL right before we went on break not too long ago. Shouts there to SSL and Farmed by Alaire, who also came in with a raid party 7 as well. So welcome on in. Hope you guys are enjoying the event so far, and hope you guys enjoy the rest of this event, because it's going to be interesting, man. I'm very happy to see these matches. And Balloon Boy's in Twitch chat. Glad to see him doing fantastic in this event as well. But yeah, it should be relatively interesting here. I'm going to go and check Cosmix and Capstar in on Start GG. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can find some contact info for Cyclone. And I think I've talked to Cyclone a couple times too. It reminds me, I think he's played with Killer 168, if I want to say that properly. I don't know. That's maybe a big if. But I remember Fuse Cyclone was around a little bit too. This might be them as well. But their accounts, I mean, Cyclone's been around on StarGG since June of 2020. So they've been around for a bit. Definitely been around for a little bit. And let me see here, as we're getting into the swing of things, let me go ahead and contact Cyclone on Discord. Make sure that they know that they're up, just like I do for every other stream match. All right, wave. As my VMix wants to say, hi there, music. Where are you going? I literally think my Discord's crashing. There we go. Provide the room code there. We should be good to go. If I could type stream right too, that'd be nice. There we go. All right, so they're going ahead and hopping in the room right now. Who else we got here? Oh, Asino is Killer 168. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. We'll have to kind of see how that turns out. That makes sense then. Killer 168 has been a very, very powerful player, especially in the past, that I've seen. And the name swap's rather interesting if that is the case. All right. Let me ask. Did you go by Killer 168 at one point? I think I asked the question, right? Ask the player, see if that's true. And I mean, I'm interested to kind of see what happens. Oh, they're also on console, if I recall. Oh, okay, they're on PC. They're on PC. All right. The player's ready to go. Cosmix is locking in. He's locking out. He's like, I want to play, man. Leave me the f alone. Just let me play against these players here. And we're going into game number 1 here. I'm going to swap over to the game capture and kind of see how things turn out for our very first game here up on stream of the second block. And we have not seen a whole lot of either of these teams so far in this event on stream. So it's going to be rather interesting to kind of see how things turn out going forward, right? All right. Let's see. All right, we're going into game number 1. between Costlix and Capsar versus Asino and Cyclone. Asino also used to go by the name of Killer 168. And overall, I mean, they're on Small Fortress Alliance, right? Just because the fact that they want to kind of keep that platform a little bit. They want to kind of keep things rolling. And it looks like Costlix is on that notorious Algrim pick. Capsar also is on their notorious Notori pick as well. And it seems like Asino there tends to be is looking for that Bryn pick, and then Cyclone's on that Taros, which kind of surprises me because I would assume Killer 168 would be on the Taros, but Asino knocking out an opponent, but also knocking out his teammate in the process, keeping things relatively even between both of the teams so far as we're going forward with that. There we go. All right, there we go. Ethan knocking out Asino of that very first stock, keeping things a little bit more in the red team's favor. But blue team's trying to step in there. They're trying to say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and take that center neutral control so that you can't do team-based combos so that we can get a better lead overall. And we're seeing Capsar try to do something off the ledge there. Not able to really do a whole lot with it. And Costlix steps in, tries to do something, but Asino says, you know what? I'm going to knock you out of your first stock to make things 2 stocks all. However, I will say this. I mean, red team has a half stock lead over the blue team, and you're seeing the red team trying to step in here, take that center neutral control. Costlix definitely needs that for Lance damage build up. Very nice movement coming at both blue team members, dodging the Lance ground pound from Costlix. And it looks like Asino picks up that axe, tries to do something against Costlix, but Costlix comes in with that neutral light with Lance, and Costlix with that held down signature, knocking out Asino as well as we get almost to the 2-minute mark. Red team is up a half a stock for each opponent, so realistically a 1 stock lead. And as I say that, Capsar comes in, gets knocked out there by Asino, and you're going to see Costlix trying to get that gift there onto Asino, but goes a little bit too far, but is able to come back. Not without Asino coming in there with that spear though, so Costlix is definitely going to be one of those players that's going to be more willing to going for those risky options against their opponents, and we'll definitely have to kind of see how it pulls out overall. As we see here, I mean, Capsar trying to get in the way a little bit here. Sirelight comes in. Oh, but blue team's following up very well, but they weren't able to follow well enough. And it looks like Costlix knocks out Cyclone of that final stock. And it looks like Asino's now having to deal with this 2v1 situation, which is realistically a 1v3 because Costlix is still on that second stock. And red team's like, you know what? You may have gotten to the top 8, but it's going to be definitely a challenge for you guys going forward with Costlix and Capsar taking game number 1. And we pop up the stats here a little bit there up on screen for you guys. We got the little Hattori there on Capsar, but overall the Costlix was 620 damage, Capsar 467, but overall Asino and Cyclone, it's not like one person is doing most of the damage. It's staying relatively even. They're just having a really rough time getting themselves back on that platform and doing that damage where they need to. And I think Asino's like, you know what? I may be playing that Bren, but I may not want to stick with it as they go ahead and go into game number 2 with both blue team members on Taros. The double Taros pick coming in from the blue team, trying to say, you know what? I don't like that spear. I maybe want hammer, which is definitely a very interesting to kind of see overall. But Silent comes in from Capsar, looks like they're trying to bring some of the blue team members and kind of separate them and bring them off to that ledge. But also you gotta consider the fact that you're facing Taroses that have axe that can lead to some very interesting combos. But Costlix with a double piece there onto Asino. And Asino comes in with the axe sider there on the Costlix. Costlix is able to come back, pick up that lance. Doesn't want to get too aggressive though, just because of how low he is on that first stock already. Trying not to give that advantage there to the blue team. Nice little 2-piece coming from Costlix. Starting to coming in onto Asino there by Costlix. Getting that first blood knockout option. And there we go. Capsar trying to get the knockout option there on the Cyclone as well. Cyclone comes back in with some unarmed. Doing some damage build up with it as well, which is pretty cool to see. As I say that, Costlix does launch Cyclone off that ledge. Red team's taking that center neutral control and really taking it with them and having that advantage. But as I say that, Cyclone tries to save their teammate off that ledge, but does get the knockout option there onto Capsar. And then Costlix gets the knockout option there on the Cyclone. And right now, red team is up an entire stock over the blue team, with Cossack still on his very first stock as we're a minute 30 in. That probably will change in the next 15 and 20 seconds. Oh, that axe down signature. I was expecting that to land. Cossack to the side of the knockout option there onto Asina. And now, two-piece by Cyclone, but is not able to get the knockout option there on the Cossack. And red team is just going forward, trying to knock out the second stock of Cyclone so they can have a 2v1 situation against Asino. But Cossack does lose that first stock finally to the blue team. And overall, a lot of back and forth, a lot of different play styles coming in. We're not used to seeing a lot of hammer played intos because of where hammer's currently at, right? And Cyclone does lose that second stock to the red team. But if you're blue team, you really have to consider, hey, okay, what do we need to do? Do we need to bring the red team off the ledge? Do we need to separate them? What options do we really have? But they're kind of trying to keep it to like a 1v1 situation. We do see Capsar losing that second stock, but blue team's really going to have to use synergy if they want to go ahead and take game number 2. And we're just not seeing that coming out of any of the players of the blue team at the moment. So nice signature coming out of Capsar. Tries to do some more knockout options. Cossack is able to touch the ledge, is able to land that neutral air onto Asino. Cossack with Greg hits a neutral signature, knocking out Asino, and then right afterwards knocking out Cyclone in game number 2 and giving the red team game number 2 in this best out of 5 set. I mean, if you're going to be the blue team, you really have to consider, okay, what are we going to be able to change? But I will say that Cyclone did most of the damage in that game. If you look at Asino only did 264, but the red team was also really focusing on Asino as well. So after seeing the double Taros not work out, the blue team's like, you know what, let me try reconsidering something. Let's try different characters. And we see Cyclone's actually swapping over to the cross, and Asino is going to be playing that Bryn once again. So maybe saying, you know what, Hammer is just not in a good spot. Let's go ahead and go into that third game with some characters that are known for doing pretty well when it comes down to tournaments, especially with this current patch. So red team with that fantastic combo there onto Asino though. Very right off the bat, just trying to get these combos in left, right, and center. Asino trying to go ahead, find some options. Nice little dare coming in. Might see something here. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting because I mean, there we go. Cossack trying to save their teammate maybe a little bit. It's like, you know what? It's not worth it. Caps are losing that first stock. Double neutral there coming in from Cyclone. But right now, blue team is definitely changing the pace of this set so far with the lead that they currently have in game number 3. Are they going to change it into their favor? It seems like it's doing that with Cyclone going down, knocking Cossack down into that second stock. Nice little back and forth though. I mean, we're seeing a lot of movement coming out of the blue team, kind of trying to keep Cossack off that lance. And preferably keep them on the axe, right? Because that's what the blue team knows the best is axe. I mean, just based off of what we're seeing in these past couple of games, axe has been the choice for the blue team, but it's also going to be the weapon that knocks out Asino of their first stock, and then Capsar comes in with a spirit combo right afterwards. So they'll go ahead and knock out Cyclone of that first stock as well. 2 stocks all between both teams, minute 30 in. And blue team has just changed the pace with those different character picks. I think it comes down a lot to how Cyclone is playing and how Asino has been able to adapt against those blasters compared to that Taros as well. Cossack's coming in with that lance, trying to use the range that it has, gets that side of there, but onto their teammate, allowing for the blue team to have an opportunity of a 2v1. Blue team just unable to really maximize on that, and we're kind of seeing red team separate Cyclone away from Asino and then them really try to focus onto Asino. Cyclone off the ledge is possibly getting knocked out. Cyclone is able to touch that ledge, pick up gauntlets, but didn't really go for the knockout option onto Capsar off that ledge, which was rather interesting. Silent recovery coming in from Cyclone, knocking out Capsar. That weapon throw almost knocking out Cossack. Cossack's able to go ahead and get a hit in, and blue team does get a 2-piece in, but not without Cyclone getting knocked out of that second stock there by the red team. And it's now even between both teams right now. I mean, as I say that though, Cyclone comes in with the knockout option there on the Cossack. making the red team now a one stock all situation. But if you're the blue team right now, you really need to focus there on the Capsar just because of how low they are. But if you're Coslex too, you're trying to defend Capsar as much as you can, and they do that starting off with knocking out Asino of that second stock. So we're seeing a lot of back and forth. We're seeing Coslex and Capsar trying to take that center control, and Blasters as well does a lot of its damage build up with that center control. So if you're red team, you're gonna be like, hey, we're coming in, we're gonna go ahead and control that and make sure that you can't do a whole lot with it. But blue team kind of realizes that, keeps Coslex to the side, tries to focus on Ethan, and you're seeing that right now. And if you're Cyclone as well, you're very, very low on that final stock, and you do not want to give that up. And it looks like Coslex lands that land side air onto Cyclone, allowing for the red team to do this 2v1 situation against Asino. And it looks like Asino held himself up very, very well. A heck of a lot better than what we've been seeing so far. Asino comes with the axe side, does not knock out Capsar off of that. Capsar is able to touch though. Cyclone picking up those blasters. Having to be very, very careful. Same thing with Asino with their stocks. They're very, very low. But we see Asino, or I'm sorry, we see Cyclone knocking out Capsar. Coslex now having to deal with a 2v1 situation. Nice reversal coming in from the blue team. Can they take game number 3 so that they can have a possibility of going further into this bracket? We see actually Asino getting knocked out of their final stock, and now it's a 1v1 between Coslex and Cyclone. And Axe versus Gauntlets, we'll have to see who has priority, who's going to get the knockout option there onto their opponent. Cyclone with the neutral leg coming in with that Gauntlets. And oh, Cyclone with that Gauntlet recovery, giving blue team the 3rd game points, which will now make this situation a 2-1 between Coslex and Capsar and Asino and Cyclone. So if we go ahead and even check those statistics out, I mean, we're even seeing the damage difference between both the blue team members come out very, very well. And I mean, that character swap coming in from Cyclone has kind of changed the mental of Asino against the red team. And I mean, a lot of that damage, they were just really, really trying to build up on the Capsar to make sure that, hey, we need to knock you out early just because of how big of a lead or how much damage they already built up onto them. But as soon as that happened, I mean, it's a 2v1 situation that benefits your opponent, benefits your team very well. And we're not going to see any character swaps as we go into game number 4. But if we might go to game number 5, depending on what Asino and Cyclone do going into this. But we're going to Apocalypse, and we'll have to see kind of what happens going with it. So with that being said, let me see. We see a lot of downlines coming in from Cyclone. Cyclone's trying to do some things very, very unique when it comes down to those blasters. They're trying to go for platform damage buildup. Oh, nice little 3-piece coming out of the blue team, launching Coslex into that red of their first stock. If you're the blue team, you're really going to try to punish on that without trying to knock some damage out of you. Oh, Asino with a very nice spear signature read, knocking out Coslex in that first stock while also doing some damage build up there on to Capsar. If you're Cyclone, you got to go on the other side of that map. You got to be careful of Coslex's weapon throw 2-piece combos. Coslex lands that. Okay. Cider coming in from Cyclone. Silent recovery comes in. Capsar's in the air. Oh, Cider coming in. Oh my gosh, a lot of back and forth between Cyclone and the red team. If you're Asino, you're trying to get a knockout there on the Capsar. Nice recovery coming in from Cyclone though instead. And blue team lands that fantastic 4-piece combo there on the Coslex. But Coslex comes in with the neutral air. A lot of back and forth, but I'm definitely going to be able to say that blue team is definitely controlling game number 4, and this comes down to that character swap from the blue team and those blasters countering the red team a lot, and it's giving Asino that better mentality going into those games. Capsar with that sword combo knockout there on the Cyclone, making things 2 stacks all. Blue team still with a half a stock advantage for each player, and that's for each player, ladies and gentlemen. That is not just the, hey, this is like a half stock lead, right? And now it grows even larger with Coslex going down to that final stock. And I mean, he did get a lot of damage build up onto him, especially in the beginning of that game. And now if you're blue team, you're really going to maximize on that. Cyclone missing that dare option. Oh, but Asino trying to do something as well against Capsar. Oh, Coslex almost launching Asino into a knockout option onto Capsar a little bit. Oh, and Asino's trying not to do any like type of helicopter style knockout options. We do see Cyclone knocking out Capsar down to that final stock. But now if you're the blue team, you're starting to have your advantage get rid, or it's starting to get out of your grasp overall. And you got to be very careful with the team synergy coming in from the red team. Capsar not knocking out either blue team members, but launching them pretty far. Right now, Capsar just trying to make sure Cena doesn't really approach Cossix with that axe. I think that's one thing he's very keeping in mind. But then we see Capsar knocking out Cyclone, and then we see Coslix knocking out Asino, and it's one stock all, but Coslix is very, very low onto that final stock. So if you're blue team, you're focusing the heck out of Coslix, but you also don't want to be too aggressive just because of how much range that weapon has, Lance overall, especially with how Coslix plays it with neutral airs and side airs. They're going to really try to focus on Ethan, while Coslix is just saying, hey, I'm trying to do something here. But Cyclone with the downlight side air, launching Coslix off that edge, and that blaster range does a lot of that. And we're seeing that here. Cyclone, neutral air comes in. Blue team's taking the center control, and red team's allowing that to happen. But as I say that, they do it. Red team does land a very, very nice team combo. Tries to knock out Cyclone, but Cossix does the attack a little bit too early. But it's one stock already, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to win? Are we going to go into game number 5, or will the red team make this a 3-1? Oh, Cyclone with recovery cider as well. Oh, Coslix allowing for Cyclone to get recovery. It is now a 2v1 against Coslix, but now it's a 1v1. Will Cyclone make this go into game number 5 against the red team? It's down to the final hit option. Coslix coming in with that landsider knockout option there onto Cyclone. Cyclone just could not, towards the end, be able to counter that range. And the red team go ahead and take that set 3-1 over Asino and Cyclone. Very nice job from both teams overall. And I mean, look at the statistics here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, look at this. Let's go from Stinger 2 over here. I mean, Capsar did a lot of damage buildup. I mean, a lot. Even though he died pretty early compared to what Coslix did. I mean, and keep in mind consideration, Coslix was also a stock and a half a deficit in the beginning of that game. And overall, Cyclone just did so much damage, but Asino just could not come in and fulfill that void that needed to be filled for them to win that game. And overall, very nice job coming out of the red team. They'll be advancing further into the loser side of the bracket. Asino and Cyclone, congrats on your very first top 8 in a Moose Wars event in a very long time, or your first one. Congratulations, my guys. And with that being said, what we're going to go and do, let's swap over to the caster scene here. Let's go ahead and, oh, that's the wrong caster scene. That's a graffiti that's away. And that's why you have different buttons for things, right, chat? But yeah, so that was a very nice matchup that we just had on the stream. I'm gonna go report that there on Start GG so that we can go ahead and figure out, hey, what's our next matchup, right? Start that. But that was still very good coming out of Asino and Cyclone. I'm very happy to see them top 8s overall, and that was just awesome to watch. I thought that was going to go into game 5. It was down to the wire. It was very much down to the wire. All right, so our next losers top 8 matchup is going to be a very, very interesting matchup between Zen and Dawg versus Radish and Meg D. And I mean, I gotta really say it, this is a matchup. This is for losers top 8. This is not a semifinals, finals, grand finals matchup, ladies and gentlemen. This is Zen and Dawg versus Radish and Meg D. And for those of you guys that have no idea who Zen and Dawg are, or you don't know who Radish and Meg D are, let's go ahead and put some statistics up here on the screen for you guys. Let's go ahead and see 3, 2, 1, and pop. Here we go. Zen and Dawg are a fantastic 2v2 team. They are seated very high in this event because of their placements overall in Moose Awards and their placements in officials. Zen and Dawg have 1 silver medal each, while Zen also used to go by the name Cutie, has 3 bronze medals. So that's why you guys may not recognize Zen, is because they changed their name fairly recently, right? I believe actually in this event. And then Dawg and Zen have 6 top 8 placements, along with Dawg having 21 top 32s and Zen having 12, and both players having an average between $10,000 to $11,000 in earnings. When it comes down to Radish and Meg D, though, Radish PR 10, Meg D PR 9. They have been a team fairly recently, going crazy, And they only have one bronze medal matchup, but I mean, when it comes down to how they've done overall, I mean, especially in Moose Wars events, they've done fantastic. But I mean, Radish having $37,000, almost $38,000 in earnings, and Meg D having $39,000 in earnings there as well. So overall, if I'm recalling based off of PR, Zen and Dawg are the higher seed because Zen is PR 5 and Dawg is PR 7. So, hey, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt, and we'll kind of have to see how it goes out. But this is a matchup. This is top 10 PR. Why is this in loser's side top 8? I don't understand that at all. Like, at all. It mind boggles me even thinking about it. But yeah, so right now we got Zen and Dawg in the room. I'm going to go ahead and message Meg D and Radish that are up. I'll message Meg D because I had his DMs open fairly recently. Here we go. Also, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be giving out Moose Wars avatars during the top 4 of this event. So keep your eyes out for that. And while we're waiting, I think the players are actually just hopping in now. Awesome. Heck yeah. Let me go ahead and let them know they can go ahead and start whenever they would like. There we go. All right. So they're locking in right now. Let's see how this thing kind of goes out. It should be relatively interesting to kind of see how this... I mean, this is just a matchup that I'm mind boggled that it's in top 8. But let me go ahead and read Twitch chat before we get straight into it. Do we have anything else that I gotta read? Players asking about Godly and Snowy. If I recall, they were in the winner's side. But I'll talk about that a little bit later as we go into game number 1 between these fantastic teams of Zen and Dawg versus Radish and Meg D. And this is top 8. I mean, this is definitely a matchup I definitely did not expect to see. We're seeing Zen and Dawg already doing team combos there on the Radish. Overall, we got Zen on that lovely Aang, and then we have Dawg on the Luke crossover there. So we got blue team going crazy. Oh my gosh, they're showing the power of those crossovers a little bit too, but also allowing for the red team to just go crazy and do that team combo on the entirety of both of them. We see Dawg going down into that second stock. We see Zen still alive, but still very red on that first stock. Meg D getting the knockout option there on the Zen, and then red team does this fantastic team combo there on the Dawg. And compared to what we saw them in the winner's side, they have been showing their synergy out a lot more going into this top 8 matchup because they know they have to if they want to go further into this bracket. Radish coming in saying, hey, you know what, maybe you gotta go in a little bit aggressive with those battle boots. I try to do something with those. Oh my gosh, and right now, oh, Dawg with a double knockout there on both red team members, man. And when it comes down to both of these teams, when one person pops off, they tend to knock out the other opponent as well when it comes down to teams. Red team, man, with the synergy knockout option there on the Dawg. And red team is up 2 stocks based off their synergy and precision of their Brawlhalla character attacks. And we're seeing that right now with Zen already in the orange of that final stock and minute 40 in. Meg D gets that gauntlet recovery, gets the 2-piece there on the Dawg. Nice little 2-piece. There we go. And battle boots has been a weapon that we don't see a whole lot of because it's fairly new. So a lot of players are still adapting to the movement and the mobility of that weapon. So we're starting to see teams kind of have a rough time against it. And Zen gets knocked out there by the red team. And then the red team comes in with that team synergy-based combo to go ahead and get game number 1 against Dawg and Zen. That was a very quick 2v2 game overall. Very nice job coming in from Radish and Meg D. Let me go ahead and add a point there on their side. But let's go even pop the stats really quick before they go into game number 2. But I mean, Meg D did 588 damage. Radish did 453 damage. But I mean, they just chewed apart the blue team with team combos overall. That was crazy. Game number 2. Let's see what happens in this game here. I mean, we're seeing the same characters again. We're now on Demon Island though, so it's got a very high ceiling. You can't knock off that ceiling as much compared to different maps, such as maybe let's just say Small Brawl Haven or Apocalypse, etc. So overall, things staying relatively back and forth. I mean, Red is just already in the orange of that first Dawg. I think blue team had that awakening where Dawg had that Dawg come out of him, man. Because I mean, when it comes down to Dawg and Cutie, it comes down to special moments within their sets that they just click and pop off. And we're seeing that right now with Radish already in the red, getting knocked out of their first stock, and Megd now in the orange of their first stock as well. 40 seconds in, and I mean, Dawg's barely touched on his character right now. That might change. Dawg with a three-piece combo, not got off on the range, and Radish is already down to that final stock within the minute mark. Dawg has that Dawg in him. Zen has got that recovery in him, knocking out Megd of that first stock as well. And definitely a different pace compared to the first game. I thought someone was going to get knocked off with that exchange off the bottom of that map, but apparently not. Oh my goodness, these guys are crazy. Like I said, this does not look like a top 8 matchup. This looks like a winner semifinals matchup. Ground pound, Megd get a knockout option there on the Zen with another ground pound. Weapon throw comes in by Megd. Oh, but misses the ground pound. Dawg getting it there. Oh, Rage coming in to save his teammate and also knock out Dawg of that first stock. And I mean, the pace of this game has just changed. But as I say that, Megd comes in with those gauntlets, gets the ground pound, tries to get a knockout option there on the Zen. Silite misses a second Silite though. Rage is not really approaching with those battle bits. I think he realizes he doesn't want to run into a team combo. And oh my gosh, Dawg knocking out Radish and Zen knocking out Megd. Megd now has to deal with a 2v1 situation against the blue team, realistically a 1v4 if you're calling stocks. And Megd's trying to do some stuff here, trying to figure out some options, but blue team has these team combos ready to go. Zen missing that weapon throw for that team combo. Oh, Megd with a great hit down leg ground pound, but not without doing another one to Zen. Megd's like, I'm just gonna go for the same combo and see if you run into it. But Dawg's like, you're not gonna have the option anymore. Down leg in the side air knockout option comes in from Zen Dawg. Game number 2 goes to them. It's now a 1v1 situation. If we look at stats right now, look at the difference compared to that first game. Rage only did 154 damage. Holy. All right. Well, that was the thing, chat. Oh, that was a very, very interesting difference there. But I mean, I've never seen, or well, I can't really say anything about that. Game number 3. Let's see what happens. Same characters again. And I do have to give props to both of these teams with keeping with their characters, keeping up with the knowledge of those characters, and getting ready to go crazy. Now, this is Spirit Temple. Now, I will say this. A lot of players, especially back then, did not like this map. It also was at a point when it first got released that the ceiling, like the camera was locked in different places where you couldn't really play the game properly. But as I say that, they're definitely playing it properly right now with Rage going crazy off the ledge with those battle boots, trying to make up for what happened last game. Megd knocking out Zen. Dawg now dealing with a 2v1 combo. Oh, and red team now has this advantage that they had in game number 1 in this game number 3. So if you're gonna be Zen, you gotta use your aerial attack, especially the Spirit Neutral Air. Try to take advantage of that, the more coverage possible. But you also don't want to give that center control to Radish as well with those battle boots. With battle boots, they have a lot of damage build-up options there with that platform compared to most weapons. It's not like Axe where you can only get 2-piece combo. It's more so you get 4, 5, 6-piece combos with involving that platform. Neutral Light comes in. Nice little 2-piece comes in, but it looks like the red team has a lot of synergy with those team combos, especially when it comes down to battle boots. And we're seeing that. Blue team's trying to say, hey, we want to remove this disadvantage. They're trying to go for different things, but you're seeing Megd and Rage kind of moving around, trying to dodge and dip and weave out of those different attacks. Zen comes in with that gauntlet recovery knockout though on Radish. And then Zen's going to try to knock out Megd, but Dawg might do it with those gauntlets here very shortly. Nice signature coming out of Megd, knocking out Dawg, but now without Zen saying, hey, see you later, Megd, you're losing your stock. But then, you know what? Maybe Rage wants to come in and say, you know what, Zen, you're losing your stock. We're going to take our advantage back And red team has still a 2-stock lead over the blue team just because of how the beginning of that game went. They just took that lead, and blue team's having a rough time bringing it back. Double neutral coming in from Magd with that spear. There we go. A lot of back and forth coming in from the red team. Trying to do more damage build up. If you're Dawg and you're Zen, you gotta split that team synergy away. Like now, you need to make them into a 1v1 situation and be able to deal with it. But the red team is being able to dodge a lot of the blue team's attacks. But as I say that, the blue team does knock out Magd's second stock. They also knocked out Radish's second stock not too long ago as well. But I mean, they still have that disadvantage. They're starting to come back from it a little bit. It's going to involve a lot of team combos if they can, but Dawg knocking out his teammate, trying to save a team combo. Unfortunately, red team has their own team combo coming up, and red team takes game number 3 to their name. And it all just came down to the final parts, or the beginning of that game overall. Magd doing 603 damage that game. Yeah, that was a Magd game. I don't care what anyone says. Magd was the reason why they got game number 3. Radish was coming in with this battle boost. I do gotta give Radish credit though. He did get a lot of that damage build up in the beginning on the blue team, which did lead for them to go into that game number 3 very, very well. My goodness, that was crazy. All right, game number 4 coming in the way. Let's see what happens coming in from Zen and Dawg. I mean, they did very well game number 2. They really need to pull out what came in the game number 2 for them and see if they can take advantage of it once again and get themselves game number 4 to their name to make sure they go into a sudden death match. And this set, I don't know. I mean, Zen and Dawg using their spacing very well. Very nice job coming out of Zen, but missing that signature, which allows for Rage to come back to that ledge. Okay, a little bit of back and forth here. Red team trying to do some team combos. Blue team kind of separating them out a little bit. And they started coming in from Dawg. But third knockout option there onto Radish's first stock. Oh. Nice recovery coming in from Radish. Oh, signature coming out Magd, knocking out Dawg. Nice signature coming out Magd, knocking out Zen, but then Dawg's like, hi there, see you later, Magd. It's now a 2-stock all game, but I think this is the very first game we've seen tonight that someone has not taken an advantage in the beginning of the round. So definitely a lot of change of pace. Now it's going to come down to overall consistency in gameplay rather than, hey, get the first advantage right off the bat. Let me see. Okay, so we got Radish coming in, doing some battle boots things. You're saying Magd try to do a follow-up, try to make avenge what Radish really did and got attacked for. I mean, if you're red team, you really gotta be like, hey, let's do some damage build up. They're having a rough time doing that is because of how Dawg and Zen are really moving around. Zen comes in with a signature knockout option there on the Magd. And Rage gets knocked out there by the blue team as well. And blue team has been very, very good at taking advantage of situations given to them and really building up on that. Rage has been giving that a lot to them. Magd has been giving that a lot to them this game. We might have a game 5 situation here. Oh, nice recovery coming in from Magd, knocking out Dawg of that second stock. You're gonna try to really knock out Zen as well, but you might be able to get a gift with Dawg. Oh, Radish coming in with this battle boost, but Zen with the counter, and Radish goes down of that final stock, and Magd has a 2v1 situation. Gonna really have to try to do something, but Zen comes in with a neutral signature. We're going to game number 5 between Radish and Magd and Zen and Dawg And hey, I mean, this was very even going into this first couple stocks, trying to do something there. But I mean, look at the damage difference from the blue team compared to the red team. Zen popped off that game. He knew what he was doing. Now, who's going to pop off in game number 5? Will it be Zen? Will it be Magd? Will it be down to a close final stock? We'll have to see as we get straight into game number 5. They're ready to go. They're not willing to stop at all. Not willing to give the opportunity for the opponent to recover. And they're getting straight into the swing of things. Downlight Sider coming in from Zen. A little bit of spear. Magd with the counter spear. Zen missing that side air, allowing for Rage to come back. That was a very, very big opportunity for blue team to take the lead. But now we're seeing blue team taking this big, giant lead against the red team. And that is not what the red team wants right now. Especially after seeing what other sets have happened or other games have happened, where once this big advantage has been built up, the opposing team just cannot come back. Nice little 2-piece coming from Dawg. Oh, and then Zen comes in with a spear recovery knockout option there on the Magd. Blue team with a decent lead overall, showing themselves up pretty well. And we're seeing a lot of spear. Then we got Rage coming with his gauntlets, gets another side air. There we go. Zen gets knocked out of that first stock. Dawg still alive on that first stock as well. Nice recovery coming in from Magd, saying, you know what, it's not the option anymore. And I do gotta give it to the red team. They did bring that disadvantage back very, very well. This is gonna be a close game number 5. There he goes, Zen with the unarmed 2-piece. Picks up spear, gets a side air. Dude, they are destroying Rage's stock. I don't even think it's fully intentional. They're really focusing on Magd, but the damage built up on the Rage has been crazy. Spear recovery comes in. Nice ground pound. Neutral light from Zen. Oh, Rage missing that signature option, allowing for Zen to stay alive a little bit longer. Dude, this is just close second stocks. We are seeing Rage get knocked out there. Magd might get knocked out here very shortly. Neutral air. The longer Magd keeps that stock, the longer a better of an opportunity they'll have to take that advantage. Magd with that 2-piece comes in, knocks out Dawg. Staying relatively even right now between both teams. Silent recovery from Magd, launching Zen into the air. Your Zen and Dawg got knocked out Magd right now. They're trying to do so. Nice recovery coming in from Zen. It's not knock out though. With this being Small Fortress Alliance, that ceiling is pretty high. It's not as high as Demon Island, but it definitely is pretty high. Magd trying to come back to save their teammate from getting team comboed. Dawg says, you know what? You are now open. You're in wide open. Magd goes down to that final stock. Blue team saying, hey, we might have an option to win. Oh, the red team says, you know what? It's not even an option anymore. They come in with this fantastic team combo. Red team with his 2-piece as well. Nice little back and forth from the red team, making things even. Zen comes in with a spear signature. Oh, Radish may have just gave that win to the blue team with that side of their onto their teammate. It's going to change the mentality of this game overall. And it looks like it might be an option of, neutral air, recovery. The recovery misses. Downlight side from Zen. Nice downlight recovery coming in from Zen as well, but neither of those combos get the knockout option there on both red team members. If you're the blue team, you need to get these knockout options now, or you're giving the red team the win. Magd with a spear recovery. Recovery from Dawg, knocks out Radish. Magd has a 2v1 situation, but this is definitely very doable. But blue team says, you know what? Screw that. We are taking game number 5 to our names. And that is what it came down to. It came down to the red team just really trying to punish Zen and Dawg, but they just really couldn't pull it out at the final moments. And Zen and Dawg go further into this bracket at a game number 5 situation that was extremely close. overall, but you do have to give that props to Zen for allowing that to happen with 700 damage dealt. My God. I mean, that was just insane gameplay coming in for both teams. I mean, to see Ration Megd go down in 7th sucks. I think that we would, even if Zen Dawg went into 7th, it would have sucked, right? But overall, I mean, just the playability of both teams came down to that final game, and they tried their best. They really couldn't pull anything out. So with that being said, let's go over to here. Let's go ahead and get our next matchup ready to go here up on screen. Our next matchup is going to be a good one. Fakey and Santi versus Cosmolix and Capsar. Fakey and Santi are a team that I would not have expected to be up here. I would have never expected them to team if you asked me at the beginning of the day today. So this is a team, I mean, we just saw Cosmolix and Capsar up on the screen not too long ago. I don't think I really need to give you guys an introduction to those players, but we might need an introduction here to Fakey and Santi. They were in the winter semifinals, but for those of you guys that just came in, let's go ahead and talk about things between the two teams here overall. As we swap over to it, Cosmolix and Capsar, we've already talked about their placements, etc. on stream, on top of their $32,000 and $25,000 in earnings. Fakey and Santi though, Fakey PR13, Santi PR32. Santi and Fakey have been, this is the first time I've ever seen them team. They've been practicing a lot, and Santi has also been known for getting a couple gold medals as well. Santi just hasn't had a right teammate to play with in Brawlhalla 2v2s and really practice with. He's always had a rough time finding that teammate. He used to team with Simba amongst other teammates, and Santi now teaming with Fakey for this event. They are already guaranteed 5th in this Moose Wars event. So overall, Santi with $34,000 in earnings. Fakey starting fairly early this year and getting already $4,000 in earnings, and that's going to go up, especially with this Moose Wars event. So congrats to them. But with that being said, we're going to get the players ready to go here up on screen. The players are already in the run. They're ready to go. I mean, look, we can even go straight to game at this rate, and we can see that they're ready to go. Look at this. They're there. They're ready to fight. They're ready to have some fun overall. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and give them the cue. But while we're waiting for the cue for them, let's go ahead, make sure I can give them the cue without giving out the room code. That might be useful. And want to kind of see from your opinions, chat, who you guys think is going to win this matchup. We're going to go ahead and do a prediction here up on screen. If my Twitch will want to work, it'd be fantastic. Cosmolix and Capsar, and Santi and Fakey. Players are starting in the room right now. I don't have a 3070 for a one-person cam, so I can't really show you guys that. But we do have predictions popping up in the Twitch chat. You guys have a minute to go ahead and put your results on who you guys think is going to win this set. But with that being said, we're going straight to game number 1 between these fantastic players, and Cosmolix and Capsar versus Cosmolix and Capsar versus Fakey and Santi as I update the overlay. There we go. We got the scores going now. There we are. But now we're in a different part. We're not in top 8. We are in the losers or the elimination quarterfinal of this event. And we got Fakey playing the Bryn. We got Santi playing the Val or the Aang crossover. So we'll kind of see what happens with that. Cosmolix still on that notorious Algrim, and Capsar with that notorious Hattori as well. Apocalypse, not demon. It's not your average demon island. It's got a decent sized ceiling, a decent floor. So you can't just go right off the ledge, go crazy, and knock out compared to Demon Island. But what I will say is this: Fakey neutralizes his teammate, knocks him out, almost knocks out Cosmolix, almost knocks out Capsar. The power that Fakey has with that axe is going to really show here very shortly, with Capsar losing that first stock and Cosmolix possibly losing his first stock to Fakey's axe here in the next 5 to 10 seconds, or to Santi's gauntlets with that cider option. Fakey reminds me of experience when he first got into Brawlhalla and went crazy on the cannon and on the axe. Came in with the Zal, went absolutely crazy. And we're seeing kind of Fakey step into that role now and really show, hey, I'm going to be that force to be reckoned with. And Santi is also supporting Fakey's playstyle very, very much. And it's definitely showing. However, I will say this, Capstar did launch Fakey off the ledge. Fakey is able to come back. Caustic's a knockout option there onto Santi. But we do have Fakey losing that first stock as well. 2 stocks all, but look at the colors on those second stocks for the red team. It's in the red. It's their native color based off their color of the character, right? And we'll have to see if they can go ahead and keep their stocks as long as they possibly can. With the blue team saying, you know what, I might go ahead and make you go down to that final stock option. With Fakey having that axe, it's definitely a possibility. And we're seeing Caustic almost knock out their teammate. Fakey's like, you know what, see, Caustic, you tried knocking out your teammate. I'm gonna knock you out instead. And then Capstar is still alive, has that spear, but Fakey's also got that axe. You might see him falling in with the falling side air option or a neutral light. There we go. Capstar going down to the final stock. Blue team with a fantastic team combo there on the Coslex while he's now dealing with the 2v1 situation. And then Fakey's like, hey, side air. Coslex, you don't have a weapon. You don't have your lance to side air backs it with. Overall. And overall, the blue team, while we do have Santi going into the orange of that final stock, Fakey's being the powerhouse that he is, knocks out Coslex of that final stock. Capstar now has a 2v1 situation against the blue team and is dealing with a 2v1 a heck of a lot better than I expected. We do see Santi almost getting knocked out. Fakey definitely doesn't want to have to deal with a 1v1, but Santi's like, you don't have to. Spirit Air comes in, and Fakey and Santi take game number 1 over Coslex and Capstar. But man, I mean, look at the statistics here of this matchup. And I kind of expected it to be like this. I mean, we had Fakey with 661 damage. That was Santi with 462. But Santi was almost a punching bag for the blue team overall, with him taking 530 damage from the red team. And the red team in total only doing 765 damage overall. So Santi took 2/3 of the damage that game. So that being said, we're going into game number 2. No character swaps from either of the teams. And let's see what happens on Apocalypse. All right, we're going into game number 2. As my voice is getting shallow a little bit. We got Fakey coming in as a powerhouse with that axe. I think realistically, Coslex has been known to be that powerhouse for the red team, and blue team has been coming in trying to do some damage buildup. And as I say that, red team lands this fantastic team combo on the blue team, not launching them into the red or into the orange of their stocks. But red team's definitely going to be focusing on Santi this game. A lot of that damage was on Santi. If they can knock out Santi early, they can have this 2v1 situation. It'll be very vital. But unfortunately, we do see Santi losing that first stock. Fakey with a jump ground pound option onto Capstar. And it's now relatively even back and forth between both the teams as we get to the minute mark. Uh-oh, it does look like Santi does neutral signature his own teammate, but there's Fakey's still alive for the time being. I'm really not going to comment more than that. Capstar missing that recovery there on the Fakey. They're just trying to get these knockout options. They're also trying to do damage build up there on the Santi, and it's working out very well. Fakey's realizing that, trying to save their teammates as much as they possibly can, but gets punished for it by the red team. And oh, there you go, red team launching Santi into the air. And Santi's still on, is on that second stock and very, very low. Red team's going to maximize on that. Figure the neutral light. But here's the thing, Fakey has almost been a player that can deal with 2v1s, but his axe has so many recovery frames, and the red team's going to punish him whenever they can. Look at this team combo coming from the red team. They knocked out Santi, did a team combo there on the Fakey. And red team, has brought this into a little bit of an advantage of their own. With Santi going down to that final stock. That's a huge lead for the red team. Nice recovery from Santi. But Fakey has to deal with each of the players one by one. Santi has to kind of step in and say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and distract one while you focus on another one. Capstar, it's like, we're not going to give you that option. Gets the dare knockout option on the Fakey. Santi trying to get it early, or trying to knock out Coslex with those gauntlets. Gets the recovery there on the Capstar instead. Neutral light comes in. Fakey will definitely be able to deal with the 1v1 against Coslex. But I mean, look, he's trying to do, Fakey's trying to do these like neutral lights and stuff like that. And it leads to these points of, okay, Fakey has a lot, is going to get punished at different points of these attacks. And the red team's really been able to do so. Oh, Santa, you might need to step in. Oh, you really can't though. He's really barbecue sauce red. Fakey getting the down signature on his teammate by mistake. It looks like Capsar just set up the red team to win. But I don't know. Blue team's like, hi there. How you doing? Nice recovery coming in from Fakey. One stock all. Oh, Capsar with a knockout option there on the Fakey. And it's going to be a knockout option by the red team there onto Santi. Red team taking game number 2 to their name and really showing what they're made of to make up for that first game. And I don't blame them. Look at the statistics. I mean, Fakey did a lot of damage, but they really did focus onto Santi, with Santi taking 723 damage. You know, he takes so much, ladies and gentlemen. Overall, he only can take so much damage. And with Fakey, he's more of a player that's, hey, I'm gonna be aggressive, but I have to deal with the player one at a time. Red team realized that, focused on Santi, launched Santi to the side so they could do a 2v1 against Fakey, build that damage up, and really show, hey, okay, now we have this advantage over you. So it's 1-1 right now between both of the teams right now. We're going to game number 3. And let's see here. We'll kind of see what happens with this. Okay, so we're seeing blue team, and especially Fakey. I mean, Fakey's barely touched, and they're focusing on Santi. Santi's already in the red of that first stock. A signature coming out of Santi. Capsar trying to do something with that sword. Cossack to that land side air. Fakey now having to deal with a little bit of a 2v1. Cossack's trying to make it a 2v1, and there goes Santi of that first stock. You're Fakey, you're getting damage built up onto you. Nice side up. Santi just came in a little bit late. Did still save Fakey a little bit. Nice there from Fakey. Nice neutral air as well. Misses that recovery though. Oh, Santi misses his own recovery as well, which allows for Capsar to come back to the platform and keep things relatively even. It came down. I mean, they had an advantage opportunity. Blue team takes an opportunity there, knocking out Capsar. Cossack's now in the orange of that second stock after a fantastic team combo from the blue team. A little bit of interesting late attacks, a little bit back and forth, a little bit damage build up. We've seen Cossack's use those neutral airs a lot, trying to keep that advantage into his favor. But Cossack's lands that landsider and it knocks off the other side of the map. And Lance has one of those, it's one of those weapons that just has so much force for a very interesting reason. And we're definitely seeing that here. And Cossack's, I mean, he only has a couple different options here with Lance. He swaps over the axe, tries to make things better for the red team, but says, you know what? The force of that Lance definitely showing some powers for me, but with great power comes great responsibility. And Fakey's trying to say, you don't have that responsibility. I'm going to go and make sure you can't even have the ability to attack me. Nice job from Fakey, almost knocking out Capsar. Oh, that would have been a fantastic 3-piece combo there by the red team. We do see Santi lose that first stock, or second stock there. Santi does knock out Capsar, and then we see Fakey knock out Cossack of that second stock. But also as well, I just realized Fakey's on Hattori. Fakey swapped from that Bryn, so he doesn't have the axe like he did. He's got spear as that weapon. I mean, more team combo buildups, maybe some dares, maybe some recoveries, but we're definitely seeing it advantage the blue team a lot. And I mean, if you're the red team, gonna go ahead and knock out Fakey, you're gonna have Santi deal with a 2v1, get the damage build up onto him. And I mean, if you're a red team, you gotta focus on Santi. You're seeing them focus on him right now. Santi misses that signature, allows for the red team to get the 2-piece combo build up onto him. Fakey's trying to step in. He's trying to say, hey, I'm trying to do something here. Oh, but Fakey lands that 2-piece there onto the Cossack. Capsar saves Cossack from that. Cossack comes back. It's not an option there onto Santi. Now Fakey's got to deal with a 2v1, which is one of those things he's having a rough time doing with axe. Maybe his character swap. Maybe they may be able to do it with sword. Maybe they'll be able to do it with spear if the red team allows them to do so. But if you're Fakey, you gotta be very careful. You don't have a weapon. Capstar says you're not even gonna have an option for a weapon. Comes in with that dare right afterwards. And Koslix, Capstar taking game number 3 over the blue team there and really showing what they're made of. I mean, look at the... I do gotta give Koslix this. He did 700 damage that game. 700! Good grief. But another thing too is a lot of that came down to, okay, Fakey and Santi. Okay, what really happened? We saw Santi say, you know what? I mean, try to take some damage build up. But hey, Fakey did take 666 damage. We'll have to see if the devil was unlocked into him in this next game as we go into game number 4. And yeah, I definitely wouldn't be happy if I were that team right now as we go into the game. See what happens, but hacks from Koslix already threw Fakey into the yellow. All right now, I mean, we're seeing kind of a little bit of back and forth. We're not seeing really one team have the advantage. They're kind of using their mobility the best they can. That does give the red team the advantage, though. I will say that with Koslix having that lance, he has a lot more aerial control compared to platform control. Nice little 2-piece from Koslix. Capsar with the signature knockout option there with Hattori. Fakey let himself get knocked out a little bit too early. If you're Fakey, you gotta be careful about how Koslix is playing right now. Koslix is here to go ahead and go into loser semis. He is trying to give himself an opportunity. Oh, Koslix missing the ground pound, but Capstar with a double spear dare knockout option instead, saying, you know what? You don't have the options anymore. It's not mine. Mine only. But Fakey's like, hey, I get a knockout option on Koslix. I go ahead and get the knockout option onto Capstar. We're not gonna let this be a thing, right? That's what his goal is. I mean, look at the back and forth in the air. Fakey's got to be careful. He's already on that final stock. He doesn't want to, but he's also got to be careful not to let Santi deal with the 2v1, because we've already seen what's happened with 2v1s, especially from both the blue team members against the red team. Nice sider from Santi, missing the signature option. Nice. Oh, Capstar missing that spirit, that sword combo. Follow-up option. Nice recovery from Capstar. Santi does go down to that final stock there to the red team's hand. Oh, nice dare come from Fakey, allowing an opportunity of a knockout option, but I mean, just unable to do it. Koslix coming with that lance. 2-piece for Fakey. The helicopter ground pound misses. You're seeing him try to do these recoveries, but they aren't able to come out fast enough. Cider coming in from all the players. Ground pound comes in from Santi, and then Santi gets a cider knockout option, making things one stock all for each of these teams. Could be interesting. Down to the wire. Nice down stager coming out of Koslix on to Santi. Huge delay from Santi as well coming in. A lot of back and forth. Capstar saying, I want to get a knockout option right now. Koslix saying, you know what? I'm going to steal it from you. I'm going to get to the axe recovery. Now have Fakey in a 2v1 situation. If Fakey comes back from this, man, he's going to go absolutely crazy going forward. But Koslix is like, yeah, you're not going to have that option. Koslix, Capstar taking game number 4 over Fakey and Santi, and really saying, hey, how you doing? See you later. We'll talk to you guys next tournament. Very good stuff from both teams overall. This came down to the red team saying, hey, we don't want you having that opportunity of being able to beat us. We're going to go and focus on Santi. We're going to do the damage knockout option on him. We did see Fakey lose that first knock pretty early, but you still even see the red team really knocking out Santi first and saying, okay, Fakey is going to have a rough time in this 2v1, and red team showed it. Overall, statistic wise, that last game, game number 4, I mean, Koslix carried 615 damage done. Capsar with 434. It wasn't a full carry. I do have to say that. It wasn't a full carry. I will have to say, I mean, Coslix's Lance is what gave Red Team that win. That's flat out. I mean, that's literally what happened. All right. Coslix Caps are going into the losers or the elimination semifinal a little bit later, but we do got to figure out who they face, right? We got to figure that out. We got to figure that out, but what we got to do is make sure and see what you guys thought was going to win that. And 61% of you guys thought Coslix Caps was going to win, because so good stuff on that there, Twitch chat. There we go. You guys predicted right. I do gotta say, I think Santi and Fakey have definitely an opportunity of doing very well. It comes down to Santi keeping their stock as long as they possibly can, or Fakey coming in and saying, hey, you're not doing a damage buildup. Because that was a lot of damage buildup on Santi too, with 700, 600, 500 damage buildup. So, all right. With that being said, let's go ahead and get our final Block 2 matchup up on screen. We got Truckstop and Hizo versus Zen and Dawg. This is gonna be interesting. I mean, Zen and Dawg have been going crazy, but so have Hizo and Truckstop. I mean, let's go ahead and put their statistics up here on screen. We had them up a little bit earlier up on stream as well. Both look at the head-to-head. We have Zen and Dawg. We talked about them already. We've already had them in the loser side of the bracket. And Truckstop, Burrito, and Hizo. I mean, they definitely had a run to get up here. I mean, overall showing themselves, showing that, hey, they can play and they can go crazy. And Truckstop Burrito is PR 47. Hizo is PR 33. I thought that's 53. I got confused. They're definitely 33. But hey, Truckstop Burrito and Hizo beat Unstoppable, X-God, and Pringles to go ahead and get up here. Also another team that went crazy. And they also beat Radish and MegD, who are also in the loser side of this bracket right now because of Burrito and Hizo. So, I don't know. I mean, that's a big team to beat. I mean, it's also a team that Zen and Dawg beat to get into this matchup. So, Truckstop and Hizo basically said, hey, whoever, if Zen and Dawg can beat the opponents they already beat, then they can have a matchup. Overall, this is the quarterfinals. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and give the players to go ahead. They're already in the room. I mean, yeah, they're waiting already. They're already a step ahead of me. I love it. I love seeing this stuff. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna swap over to this scene real quick while I go ahead and get the players to go ahead. There we go. I love Zen, bro. It says in the Brawlhalla chat, you're the one I want, you're the one I need. Okay, she's singing lyrics. Oh my goodness. Oh, isn't he singing the lyrics from I Don't Want to Grow Up? He might be singing that. Hold up. I don't know. Where's my desk? Where's my intermission audio? Shit. I can't show it. No. All right, players are given the go ahead though. They can go ahead and start whenever. Oh. I think Zen and Dawg just accidentally crashed Truckstop. They were locking in and out. They're messing around. And I think Truckstop just leaves the room. I'm like, oh, that's a thing. Oh goodness. All right, let's go ahead and push the screen here. I mean, I can show you what this looks like in a 70-30, but yeah, I don't know. I see Graffiti's face on the 70-30 because it's meant for 2 cameras, not 1. All right, but overall though, let's go and do a prediction Twitch chat. I don't know if I've already done one. We have not. Let's do one. Who's gonna win this set? And we'll do it for 2 minutes this time. Hopefully my Twitch will allow me to do 2 minutes. There we go. Zen and Dawg versus Hizo, Truckstop, Burrito. All right, did I type it right? I did not. There we go. That should be good. If it's spelled wrong, oh well, chat. You still know who I mean. We're going to game number 1. They're already ready to go. They're already playing. They're already having fun. There we go. and prediction will be up in the Twitch chat right now. Let me know who you guys think is gonna win. As we get into game number 1 of this set, we got double Lance versus an Aang and a Dawg's playing Ogre. He's not playing the cross that we know him for. He's trying to counter the Lance with Lance. That's what he's trying to do. Overall, we're seeing that right now. Okay. Oh, well, that was interesting. All right. Well, we already have both blue team members going down to their second stocks for the red team. And I think Dawg was like, hey, we saw this going and placing them in ranked. Maybe we need to do something here. And I mean, Hizo and Truckstop are just really controlling this platform with the range of their weapons. And we're seeing that right now. Side from Dawg. Side here from Dawg again. Side light into two. Oh, 2-piece coming in. Dawg is really coming in trying to get these knockout options on the red team. Oh, Dawg misses that side light. Red team punishes him hard for it. Trucks up also might knock out his teammate. Oh, is that with a 2-piece? Oh, that was close. Nice 2-piece from Truckstop though, coming in. Picks up Axe. He's like, hey, I'm gonna knock you out with the Axe side air. Tries to do it. Zen's like, nope. Dawg, he's just like, hey, heck yeah. Dawg's over here just swirling his thumbs, gets knocked out of the second stock. That's what realistically would happen. I mean, you're seeing, oh my god, they're seeing that with these spirit airs, man. They're going crazy. That knocks out the helicopter ground pound, knocks out Truckstop on the other side of the map. First time I've seen that land like that in a while. Zen's still alive, just barely though. Red team is up almost an entire stock over the blue team, with Dawg getting knocked out so early that it was either his first or second stock. We do see Hizo lose that second stock as well, but not without a possible rebuttal. Downlights, oh, downlight side of Dawg coming and saving Zen a little bit, but not able to save him fully. Zen goes down to that final stock. Dawg, you have to keep your stock up. You could be a damage dealer, but you gotta be very careful of your stock. And I think red team's like, yeah, you can do damage. As long as we can knock him out, that's fine. And oh my goodness. All right, we got Truckstop down into the final stock. Blue team trying to do some knockout options there on the Hizo. Trying to make things a little bit more even with that team combo. That did very well, by the way. Oh, Zen's neutral signature missed. It didn't land. Just didn't have any hitbox points on the red team. Nice down signature from Truckstop. The side comes in as well. We see Dawg going down, losing that final stock. Zen comes in. It's like, hey, how you doing? I'm gonna try to swoop in here a little bit. Truckstop with a downlight. Side air from Truckstop. Weapon throw misses, and Dawg's like, I'm sorry, Zen's like, hey, I ain't gonna try anymore. I already know this 2v1's gonna happen. They have so much range with their lance and axes. We're just gonna let it happen. And they Truckstop and Hizo take game number 1. And I love Hizo with the emotes. Let's go and look at statistics though. I mean, overall, Truckstop, Burrito, and Hizo did the same amount of damage. They just had the overall control. That's really what happened. I mean, it came down to center platform control, and Truckstop and Hizo were like, hey, how you doing? We're gonna keep you guys a little bit a step below. But overall, I mean, damage was relatively close between all the players. It came down to the control of the players. But we're gonna see the same characters again. We're gonna go into game number 2. Let's see what happens here. All right, let's see, chat. Let's see. Oh my god, the lance on the, oh, Zen almost knocking out Truckstop. They're going risky this game. They're willing to go for all in and different things. That is hilarious to see. Oh, there we go. All right, Zen losing that first stock there to the red team. Nice neutral there coming in from Dawg. Nice neutral signature as well. That side air. Oh, nice neutral signature from Dawg. Knocking out Truckstop. Oh, and then knocking out Hizo of their very first stocks. That's the way to do it. That's definitely the way to do it. There we go. Oh my god, red team with this fantastic team combo on the Zen, giving the red team a huge, and I mean huge advantage. Oh my god. Nice neutral signature from Dawg. Three-piece combo from the blue team, knocking out Truck Stop. See, they know the combo that they can use to knock out Dawg and I'm sorry, knock out Hizo and Truck Stop. Oh, Truck Stop might have just set himself up for a team combo. Does, but is able to come back from it and get the double knockout option there on the both blue team members, showing what they're made of and giving the red team an advantage. Blue team, if you're blue team right now, you're doing damage build up there right on the Truck Stop as soon as you possibly can. Nice save by Dawg, allowing for Zen to knock out Hizo. Nice neutral signature as well. Oh, okay, nice rubber throw. Down lane misses, neutral light into a down air. Might have led to a different combo if it was a different time. Dawg with the neutral signature knockout there on the Truck Stop. Blue team with a 2v1 option against Hizo. Hizo's going to use that range as much as they possibly can. There. This is the side air option. Blue team with a three-piece combo, which involves Dawg grabbing a weapon and landing a neutral light right off the bat. And you're seeing Dawg try to go in for these signature knockout options. Hizo's going to be able to read them a little bit, but he can't read all of the options there. He's able to land that spear there, but he just doesn't do anything right afterwards, allowing for the red team to say, the blue team to say, hey, come in, take game number 2, man. And is now one-on-one between Zen, Dawg, Hizo, and Truck Stop Burrito. Look at these statistics, man. I mean, Dawg did 760 damage. Goodness gracious. That is crazy numbers. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, and Hizo tried to do some more damage build up, but I mean, as soon as Truck Stop did 463 damage, but died a little bit early, allowed for, and Hizo couldn't really do the damage build up in the beginning. But we'll see. Going to game number, we'll find out, number 3. All right, let's see what happens here though. We're on Small Fortress Alliance. And we'll see what happens here. I mean, we're going into this matchup. Same characters again. I mean, we have Hizo swapping from the Orion over to the Ulgrim. I hate Ulgrim. This reminds me so much of EU. It's miserable. I mean, yes, great power comes with great responsibility, but the responsibility doesn't mean throwing axe neutral airs as signatures all the time. I'm just gonna have, like, we're all gonna go to bed tonight, chat, and we're all gonna be like, hey, we're gonna be hearing that side. We're gonna be hearing those knockout options come in, either from Lance or from Axe, one or the other. So give us nightmares, chat. It's gonna give us nightmares. Side from Dawg, trying to give Hizo a nightmare, knocking out Hizo and knocking out Truck Stop. We do see Zen get knocked out there by Truck Stop, but it's 2 stocks all right now. Yes, the goal of each team is to give the opposing team nightmares of Axe side air or Lance side air. That is the goal. Side air coming in from Hizo. Air from Truck Stop. Tries to do a side air again. Okay. Side air again. Down stage from Hizo, mixing things up. I gotta respect him for mixing up from the side airs. I do gotta say this though, right afterwards, Hizo comes in and says, axe side air, knocking out Zen. I'm getting sick of saying side air. That's what I'm really getting sick of. But it's working, and both teams are using it to their advantage. Truck Stop does get knocked out of those second stocks though. You guessed it, from a side air. You know what? It was a dare into side air. So it's a little bit of a mix up. A little bit of an opportunity to mix things around. Silent, neutral air, recovery. Okay. I like the 3-piece combos. Side air. Oh my god. Another side air again. 3, 2, 1. Misses the side air. Misses the recovery. Down signature though. Trucks up mixing things up. Silent. Side air from Dawg. Oh, here's some more. There we go. We got more coming in. Oh my goodness. We got Dawg losing that final stock. Zen got to deal with a 2v1 situation. And you know what might knock them out? You guessed it. A goddamn inside air. That is the... I wish we had counters of that. That is miserable how much that is thrown out from Lance players. Hizo, truck stop taking game number 3 and making me go halfway fucking insane in that game. I gotta say that. And look at his stats here. I mean, 1,000 damage with Axe and Lance. Good lord. 1,000 damage. It's even though it's not like one team or one player had the advantage with damage dealt. I mean, I don't blame Zen for getting only 300 damage in, because where do you put damage in on that? You just gotta make sure you dip and weave out the side air options for the Lance attacks. I'm not gonna let that go. I'm not. But we gotta say this truck stuff did land some down legs. They did. They did well with it. And we're going into game number 4. With me needing getting a drink of water because the amount of side airs I keep on saying. And let's see what happens. Game number 4. Let's see what swaps. Zen swaps to Kaya. Ooh, okay. I don't usually see a whole lot of Kaya in tournament. I'm kind of surprised Dawg didn't swap over to the cross, because we saw who played, if I recall, we saw another player swap from Ulgrim to the cross. I forget which player it was though. I forget which player it was. Side coming in from Hizo, trying to mix things up with a neutral signature. Okay, use your signatures there, Hizo. I'm not saying your full name in that type of voice. I'm not going to say that in that type of tone. It's going to sound really bad. There we go. Truck stop. Try and get a ground pound knockout option there on the Zen. Zen misses the knockout option. But we do see Hizo getting a knockout option there onto Dawg. Dawg going down to that second stock. And blue team trying to take that edge control. Truck stop keeps on going for these options with too many jumps and gets punished for it. And truck stop goes down to that second stock. Nice. All right. They're trying to go for signature options. Nice recovery. Oh, Hizo. Oh, truck stop with the offense neutral signature. Nice little 2-piece from Zen. The down light into it. Oh, that down signature would probably landed if he held it. Zen getting knocked out of this first stock. Side air from Dawg. There we go. Hizo goes down to that second stock. 2 stocks all. Oh, misses the dare. Nice dare from Zen. Okay, truck stop going down to that final stock. The dare option seems to be working. We'll have to see if the blue team keeps it up. Except side air chat, the option this game is gonna be dare. Maybe not. Maybe not. They're not throwing it out this game. They're not throwing it out a whole lot right now. Side light into dare. Oh no, into a 2-piece. Into Dawg side air option. Very nice job. Okay. Little bit of movement. Side air from Hizo. 2-piece from Hizo as well. And I gotta say, I mean, red team's got that overall platform control. It's another goddamn fucking side air from locking out Dawg. Side air. There we go. It's working for the red team. If it works, don't fix it. You know. Side air again. Neutral light into Zen. Got hit by that attack though from the Dawg. Nice down light into side air. There we go. Nice job. Mixing things up a little bit with spear. Uh-oh. Hizo really wants to get a knockout option on Zen. Zen's like, hi. Spear recovery. Third one that's landed. I'm waiting for the fourth one. Neutral light. Down light. Side air into side signature. Oh! Oh, blue team mixing things up game number 4. Okay, I like it. I respect it. Can I put that on replay? We'll see. Time will tell, chat. Time will tell. All right, let's go to replay as the screen glitches out on my side. Downlight slider and a side sig. I wonder if I can change the in on that. Can I do it? There we go. Let's see what happens. Side light. Okay. Neutral light, down light. There we go. That was a good combo. Okay. 2-2, chat. 2-2. Statistics. We got to look at that right before they go to game. Even between the red team. Truck stuff actually dropped a little bit, though. And then that Kaya pick was smart. That worked out for him. It really did. And it made them go into a game 5 situation against Truck Stop and Hizo. And that is something I did not expect to say tonight. I did not expect that. Man, even the game got tired of their sliders and just stopped playing music in game. There we go. It fell asleep. It was like, oh, when we turn on, when we turn off. Neutral signature. There we go. That woke the game up. That woke it up. Oh, red team. The axes are coming out. Zen's already in the red, almost getting knocked out of that first stock. The Dawg is doing some damage build up, man. My God. Sido. All right. There we go. Okay, truck stop coming in with that. You guessed it, Sido, but then coming in with the spear recovery, changing things up. Neutral light into neutral signature. Very nice job by blue team. Confirming that knockout. Blue team with the advantage so far with Zen. Oh, giving up that advantage. He went too far in that combo. He's loud for the punish, man. There we go. I see a lot of dares. See a lot of side airs. I'm seeing control by the blue team in this another platform. We're seeing kind of truck stop and Hizo kind of going off that ledge. Zen, that's not good. This is game 5. Oh, Dawg. Uh-oh. They just gave up in a huge advantage to the red team. That might have just given the red team a win. Depends on what happens here, though. It all comes down to that off ledge, and that might just give it to him. There we go. Oh, it did not knock out. Oh, the helicopter ground pound does come in. Not without. He is still alive on that second stock, man. There from Zad. There we go. Weapon throw comes in. And here you go, Dawg. Saving Zen from an impenetrating doom. There we go. Zen picks up bogus, a 2-piece. There's a 2v1 combo opportunity from the blue team. They're unable to take it. Very nice movement from truck stop. Gotta give him that, though. Dude, it's funny. Oh my gosh. There we go. Blue team with a team combo. Oh, neutral airs are hitting each other now. Nice little 2-piece from Hizo. Hizo really controlling things now. As I say that, blue team comes back to try and knock out truck stop. Hizo saying, you know what? Zen's gone. Old side stick from Dawg knocks out truck stop. It's a 1v1 between Hizo and Dawg, and downlight comes in. He's going to get the knockout option. Oh no, Hizo comes in with Lance neutral light. Dawg able to get away from the hell neutral signature twice. Can he survive? Can he get the knockout option? Will Hizo bring this into their favor to go into the semifinals? Dawg with the lance. Hizo with the lance. Who's gonna get it? Hizo with the neutral light. Will the knockout option come out? Signer from Dawg. Hizo has no weapon. Dawg knows that. I want to see an unarmed down stick. Oh, the unarmed recovery comes in. There you have it. Truck stop burrito and Hizo winning that set 3-2 down to the final stock red. God damn. Oh my God. That was crazy. And I don't care what anyone says. Yes, they were down to the wire, but Hizo popped off. The damage doesn't show it, but the gameplay does. My lord, that's the way you do it. It really, really is. That was crazy. that was a lot. That was a lot. And they just beat what, PR5 and PR7, and hopefully that goes to show to everyone else that Hizo and Truckstop are crazy. But I gotta back on them a little bit. I have to. I don't care what anyone says. By the way, I love all the players. But so what I was saying from Hizo and Truckstop was when they were in a pinch, they would have to side air and just make as much room for themselves as possible. It was miserable. I can't imagine. Oh my gosh, yeah, that was crazy. Props though to Hizo, especially Hizo for that, for really giving them that win and beating Zen and Dawg. But what we do have to do, ladies and gentlemen, my voice is a little bit shot. I need to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. What we're going to go and do, we're going to go into top 4 here very, very shortly. But what is going to happen when we come back? Winners final. We're going to have Jabba and Luna versus Balloon Boy and Lampy. I really can't wait to commentate that with Hackle. That's going to be an awesome matchup. And then we're going to have Costlix and Capstar versus Truckstop Burrito and Dawg. Also, shout out to Capstar sponsor Rectify, along with some other sponsors of this event for sponsoring these players. But also, Rectify is shouting out their players more than I've seen. Outside of, they're alongside of Moonlit with supporting their players. So props to them on that. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, do not go away. We will be right back here very, very shortly with top 4 of this event. It is 8:48 p.m. Eastern time. Go grab some food, go grab the popcorn, go grab the drinks. And when we come back, we will go ahead and have top 4 of this event. Do not go away. We shall be right back. And yes, you know dang well we're going to play the song as soon as we go over to break. Don't want to grow out. There we go. 3, 2, 1, break time.
I know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come. Old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money. I want that money. So give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling. If I like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me. Feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money. I want that money. So give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling. Like if it's like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not waste it all the time, but for the moment I'm alright because I feel so alive. Yeah.
Autotronics has arrived. Oh god, I can hear myself.
know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow I'm young and so give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling. If I like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping. Nah, I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me. Feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars Magma Mayhem's 2v2 $1,000 event powered by Brawlhalla, powered by Moose Wars. I'm AJ Moore. I was just casting not too long ago, and today I'm bringing in Hackle for the top 4 of this event. Hackle, how are you feeling right there, my man?
I am excited, AJ. I'm excited. I'm a bit perplexed, to say the least, because, I mean, right from the get-go, starting in top 32, there have been some really interesting and unique names popping up in this tournament that I didn't quite expect. I don't think many others really expected going into this. And, I mean, just to name a few, I mean, we had Assassino and Cyclone, 2 names that I personally, as an EU player, have not heard before. I mean, I follow the NA scene very, very closely, but Assassino and Cyclone, 2 names I haven't heard before. It's good to see Coslex and Capstar making their way back into the scene, especially like pushing all the way up into the top 4 that we're going to be going through in a moment. That's a very, very big stride back into big relevancy for them. But then we also have Balloon Boy and Lampy on winners finals, which is a big stride for this team. They have been making their way into the top 8 very consistently, finding those decent placements, but not quite cracking into the top 3. But now they have secured themselves a guaranteed top 3 in this tournament. And again, Fakey and Santi as well, making it onto the winner's side of top 8, a seemingly fresh team. And I mean, also there's obviously Truckstop, Dorito, and Hizo, who did just take the victory over Zen and Dawg, who are a very well-established team, and did take the Game 5 victory. So there are some really, really interesting and a bit less frequent names popping up into this top 4, which I'm really excited to see play.
Yeah, for sure. And I think I can't wait to see these players go crazy. I mean, when it comes down to Jabba, Luna, Balloon Boy, Lampy, those are teams, especially when it comes down to Jabba, Luna, Balloon Boy as well. Me seeing them grow like crazy has been fantastic. And I don't know, I'm going to be rooting for the underdog in this event, which is going to be Balloon Boy and Lampy. I love Jabba and Luna to death. I love their playstyles. I love how much they've grown as players. And also, speaking of Luna, he's also graduated this weekend as well. If we go over to our 3070 here real quick, he tweeted out on social media. I don't know how much I can actually zoom in here. We'll kind of figure it out. But they announced on social media that they graduated on Twitter. So props to that. They went ahead and graduated high school today. They're going to, by the way, they just graduated high school today, which is mind-boggling to me. Me and Hackle were talking about it not too long ago, with a lot of these Brawlhalla pros graduating, going into college and stuff like that. And also, after Dallas, a lot of players taking initiative and improving themselves and stuff like that. So Brawlhalla players are getting buffed. They're getting more knowledgeable. We're going to be an unrelenting force going into 2024 this year. But with that being said, though, we do have our next matchup ready to go. And as we can go ahead and see, the players are ready to go. We got Balloon Boy, we got Lampy, we got Java and Luna ready to go in this event. I cannot wait to see how this turns out to be.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Java and Luna playing here, because I mean, we know they're good friends. They've been friends in this for quite a while. They've never like teamed officially in big major tournaments, because I mean, they just never really, I guess, found the perfect synergy you see with like Luna and Snowy. Java has found with previous teammates like Phazon, like Fakey. Java has been bouncing around different teammates for a while, but Java and Luna have been playing in the rank 2s quite a lot, to my knowledge, and have been, I think are currently 3rd highest or like top 3 highest 2-0 in the world, which is very impressive for a team that don't play competitively in tournament. Getting into this first game, I'm excited to see whether or not they can pick up that synergy we see from official professional teams that make their way into those majors. One interesting thing is the fact that Java and Luna have very similar playstyles and both being very aggressive players. which means that usually in a lot of teams these days, you see one player taking a bit more of a supportive role and one player being a bit more momentum-based. But both Jabba and Luna are very, very momentum-based players who can really pop off. Obviously, Jabba off the top there with the sword trying to do just that. But I'm curious to see how they can make that similar playstyle work together as we get into this first game.
Yeah, for sure. I 100% agree with you as well. And we're kind of seeing, things be relatively even for the first games. Usually with players at this high of a skill level, they're going to be relatively even. Which is when it comes down to one team having an advantage over another in the beginning, it's huge, like we've seen in previous matchups on stream so far, especially in the top 8. Right now it's even. We're seeing Balloon Boy get a knockout there on the Jabba, and then Lampy get a knockout there on the Luna. And will this set the precedent here going into the rest of game number 1? We'll have to see.
I mean, it's very frequent that you see in tournament spaces that the first game in a set can often be a little bit shaky for the more favored team as they sort of find their footing and get those adaptations in, and that is really where the more underdog team tends to find a bit of an advantage. It's whether or not that underdog team can then hold on to that and push it further for the following games is the really big question. But right now, Luna, the most damaged player on the field, currently deep in the orange on that second stock. Balloon Boy still yet to lose his first, making the Zariel work really, really well. He'll get hit by the side there, but it's still living for the time being, and Lampy practically still fresh on the start of his second stock.
Yeah, I mean, Lampy is still alive on that first stock. Oh my god, Balloon Boy getting a double knockout on both blue team members. Luna's like, that's not gonna happen again on your first stock. But the fact that Balloon Boy's gotten all 4 knockouts so far in this game. I'm sorry, all 3 of the 4 knockouts so far in this game have been absolutely insane, because Lampy did get that ground pound knockout. But look at the damage buildup and how quick it's been.
I mean, this is 2 minutes into this game, and both blue team members are already on their final stocks and taking damage as we speak as well. A bit of a team combo coming in there. Lampy does something, Enlight after Enlight, but Luna getting the gauntlets clip onto Balloon Boy, and here's nothing left of Lampy. Left alone for a second, and he keep himself alive. Doesn't look like it, as the blue team will secure that confirm onto Lampy, and the big lead the red team did have. I'm a little bit less comfortable. I mean, they do still have Luna one good team combo away from losing that final stock. Jabba a little bit less, but Lampy needs to stay fighting. Will secure it onto Luna. Jabba now left in the 1v2. Some damage has been taken by both red team members, but not so much that it's really like a one-hit situation for both players if you're Jabba.
Yeah, I mean, right now, red team's definitely feeling a lot more comfortable than what they were. They almost got reversed pretty hard. But I will say this, Jabba can definitely bring this back into their favor. And I think if you're Balloon, you'd be like, hey, 2-piece.
That's a nice pickup off the top as well, Balloon. Okay, GC Bow Eli is a deceptively difficult move to hit, because what makes the move so strong on the ground is the fact that that little shot landing does have a little splash around it, whereas if you're GCing it and landing it in the air, there is no splash. So you have to land the shot itself. We see it here that he lands that shot perfectly, finds the nair as well. But that is a deceptively much harder combo to hit when you're GCing it in comparison to on the ground, so it's very impressive for Balloon Boy to have the confidence to pick that up right at the top of the stage and going straight back into it. No legend swaps across the board. Not a huge surprise going into this exact same stage, in fact. I mean, I now, if I'm the red team, I need to hold that confidence and not get stressed. Even if the blue team starts to take a small lead here, they can't afford to get shaken up, which they might find. Right here is the blue team. A big combo! Balloon Boy barely surviving off the top, but that's exactly what you don't want if you're the red team. And I said, you know, maybe the blue team takes a small lead. You don't get too uncomfortable. That is not a small lead. That is 2 whole stocks in less than 20 seconds almost.
Good grief. And hey, I mean, Jabba and Luna definitely went into game number 1 not realizing the power Balloon and Lampy had. They didn't realize they had to go and throw in that extra 110% in, right? And I think now going in this game, they know what to expect, and you're definitely going to see the blue team really show what they're made of. But red team's starting to get some damage built up. Balloon with the signature that knockout there onto Luna. But Jabba still alive. Oh, that weapon almost knocking out Jabba from Lampy. But we still see Jabba losing that second stock, or the first stock there. Oh, Balloon Boy almost knocking Luna off the ceiling of this map. And that, if this was any other map, that ceiling outside Demon Island, of course, would have probably knocked out.
Yeah, for sure. And that would have been absolutely massive in turning the tide of the momentum of this game.
Oh!
Just on the fact that hasn't come through. Now Lampy has his work cut out for him being the only member of the red team left in the second stock. Will fall to that side signal on the blue team. In a similar position to the red team on their second stock last game. Lampy, good interruption on that team combo. That could have literally been Balloon Boy's stock gone if the blue team was left alone to run away with that team combo. But regardless, Balloon Boy still in trouble here in the red on his final stock already. Lampy will find the side take onto Luna. But Jabba needs to fall as well.
Yeah, and the thing as well, that we're seeing Balloon Boy is getting very close to getting knocked out. Lampy with a very, very nice save. We're seeing the red team come back, but I mean, they also had to come back from a 2-stock disadvantage against probably the best team in this event overall. I mean, seed number 1 too for that reason. But as I say that though, Luna comes in with his gauntlets. Lampy is dipping and weaving so far through blue team. They knock out Jabba, and it's now 1 stock all. But I mean, look at the disadvantage difference here, or stock advantage difference here for the blue team as they focus on Lampy. Lampy is dipping and weaving like crazy against these guys.
And the evasion really coming in clutch for Lampy here. So spot dodge comes through as well, and the blue team starting to lose its advantage. They had just a little bit. Delay recovery won't come through against Balloon Boy. The recovery though to cover. Java will secure the knockout, and now Lampy left alone.
Yeah,
right to nice. That was just star points. I'm sure a delay recovery now would have knocked out, but they wanted that team combo just to rub it in. Just to rub salt in the wound just a little bit right there. And I mean, like I was saying it, like the underdog team will quite often take that first game, but Lampy and Balloon Boy cannot afford to let their mental be harmed by that loss, because regardless of the fact that they got taken out by a team combo that just completely dismantled both of their first stocks, they brought it back down to the wire 1 stock apiece, which is very, very impressive for a team who was down that bad at the very start of the game.
Well, and another thing as well, Lampy popped off that last game too. He tried his best to bring that back, but Balloon also did 362 damage. So if you're Balloon, you really gotta say, hey, I need to put my power where my mouth is, and say, hey, we're gonna go and win this game. And don't know where I was going with that, but I will say this: Balloon is showing that power. Ground pound coming in, neutral air into Lampy's signature. Balloon Boy is not wanting to go off that ledge, and I think blue team's like, hey, we got that edge control now. Oh, as I say that, never mind.
Respect being put out and not risking pushing too hard, which I'm happy to see from the blue team, because I think part of what made that first game so tough for them was not giving respect to Balloon Boy and Lampy being the underdogs in this matchup. Yeah. And I mean, the red team is punishing them a bit for that a bit. Luna finding multiple dares now though. As both blue team members are close to being knocked out. Java will fool Luna.
He missed the knockout option. Dude, that was such a really good option there for Lampy to knocking out Luna, but Luna survives to this time and may knock out Lampy here in a second. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and Balloon Boy has found multiple siders onto Luna. We'll finally find that recovery, but that is one of the weaknesses of Bo in this game mode, which is compared to aerials with gauntlets or sword, you might struggle a bit to find those knockouts with Bo, and AC Lampy full right now as well.
I gotta laugh because Balloon Boy threw his weapon into the sky, expecting the blue team members to come in, and I'm like, yeah, they're not gonna go that far in. He's like, I'm a step ahead. Let's see if we can get 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, Java currently the most damaged player in the game, not by a huge amount though. He tries to take Balloon Boy off the top with the spear, won't be able to secure it, but that is decent damage built up, and now damage pretty equal for all players here. Luna pretty untouched with these blasters, takes a little bit from Balloon Boy with the recovery of the top, and that is just a theft of that second stock, and now Lampy could be in danger here, alone off the side. Stalling this recovery, gets caught by another side air. The end Sigma gets punished by side air as well. Both blue team members try to get the knockout. In that time, Balloon Boy will find the knockout onto Java, but doesn't manage to find one onto Luna as well, so the blue team turning the tables slightly in their favor here.
They are, and I think it's going to come down to red team trying to do a team combo. Oh my gosh! And I think blue team might have secured game number 3 based off that team combo. It all comes down to what options red team really throws out. They're going to have to knock Luna out. Very nice job from Lampy. Not knock out Luna though. It's going to allow for Balloon Boy to get team comboed there by the blue team. More damage built up there on the balloon. And style, nice recovery from Balloon Boy. Oh, Lampy's off that ceiling, no. Balloon Boy now in 2v1 is unable to come back to that ledge. And Jabba with the punish knockout option, also almost knocking himself out. But Jabba and Luna taking game number 3 to their name. But it's still 2-1 though. It's not a 3-0. It is a 2-1. As we go to it, let's look at the statistics real quick. I mean, look at the damage. I mean, Lampy that game had a rough time overall. I mean, Luna's also carrying the crap out of the opposing team. Oh my god.
600 damage coming out of Luna that game. Very, very impressive. Yeah, Lampy struggling to put out the damage like he did in the game before. I guess trading places with Balloon Boy for that game and going to Apocalypse for this game number 4. However, no legend swaps, no swaps that are that major, just a map change to a map that is in fact very similar to the previous map they were playing on of Fortress of Lions. However, I don't know. I feel like
my
that
God.
might be a bit of an issue coming in terms of Balloon Boy's ability to find these knockouts. He's relying a lot on Lampy finding these with the sword, and I feel like that might be a bit of a problem for the red team. They need to at least find the team combos that the blue team have been finding, because really they haven't been finding anything close to the efficiency that Luna and Java have been finding here.
Yeah, and Balloon Boy's having a rough time even landing anything on the Luna right now, with Luna's movement and momentum kind of being very sporadic, very volatile. And I think that's what's giving Luna this advantage this game is, hey, okay, you can't read me at all.
Ooh.
And, as I say that, Balloon Boy knocks out Luna. And now red team has a little bit of advantage with Lampy knocking out Jabba of that first stock as we get into a minute in. But it's going to be definitely a very interesting matchup to see if blue team does get more damage build up. They'll definitely be able to do something here. But Balloon Boy still alive, but we do see Lampy losing that first stock, and then Balloon just loses their first stock there right afterwards. Minute 15 in. Let's see what happens.
I mean, you can see the blue team really setting up for these team combos so consistently. I mean, Luna landing all of these blasters and lights, just trying to give Java all the opportunities to find this extra damage. And I think that is where the red team is really starting to lack a little bit here, is they can find this damage in the chaos of battle, but when they isolate an opponent, it's nowhere near as efficient. And they do have a small lead here with Luna in the red of the second stop, but Luna playing around it very well, playing off the side of the stage right there, and Lampy and Balloon Boy now struggling a little bit. Will find the side stake, but Luna still surviving, and a lot of signatures coming out of the red team right now.
Balloon Boy's throwing.
Ground pound is dangerous.
It is, but here's the thing: Balloon Boy's throwing that side signature out a lot. Blue team is expecting it, and I mean it's catching the blue team off guard a lot. In different options. Oh, Java almost getting that recovery knockout option there onto Balloon. Backward recovery with Bow by Balloon as well, knocking Luna down to that final stock. That Bow has an opportunity of doing some wonders here, but Luna's like, I'm not going to try to allow those wonders to happen. And Lampy might step in and say, you know what? I'm going to get knocked out. But then Luna's like, hey, I'm going to knock out Balloon as well, with Java getting nice spear air.
It really feels like things are starting to change pace always in these second stocks right here. Is every single time the red team starts to find a bit of an advantage put towards the second stocks, the blue team just out-survived them. And we're seeing this again with Java being the final player left on their second stock, and Lampy already entering the orange here on their final. So this, I mean, the red team needs to play it very safe here, and that's not safe enough.
Dude, Lampy he was trying to step in. He didn't want to give up that final stock to the blue team. But I mean, definitely held his stock up okay to a degree. Gotta keep it a little bit longer there if they want to go ahead and win this game. Okay.
Finally falling down to that final stock took such a long time for the red team to find that, and Luna just waking up out of these sidelights from Balloon Boy.
Nice.
They can find the team combo here. That could be huge.
Nice
But
recovery.
the side stick is going to knock out Lampy, and now Balloon Boy left alone in the 2v1. Team combo comes in, and that's going to be enough. Luna and Java responding to that first game coming out of Balloon Boy and Lampy with 3 of their own in succession. 636 damage coming out of Java that game. Meanwhile, Luna doing his own 546. Nothing to seize at by either blue team player right there. And again, I really think it was down to the efficiency of the red team. I said it multiple times already, but I mean, Java lived so long on that second stock, entering like what we call the barbecue sauce area of red on that second stock, and that just really made it tough for the red team, because they couldn't isolate Luna anywhere near as much as they wanted to.
Yeah, and if we go over to the statistics real quick overall, I mean, yeah, it's Java did a lot more damage that game. That was definitely something that they did compared more to previous rounds. I mean, look, 636 damage, Luna with 546. Balloon Boy did 455 and Lampy did 484. They had more consistency within themselves, but we gotta go ahead and bring up the fact that Luna and Java were getting these team combos. Balloon was having a rough time really getting these options there onto Lampy, but also Lampy was having a rough time trying to save Balloon in different options. So, and here's the thing, it comes down to synergy. This is the first time Balloon Boy and Lampy have ever played in a tournament at all.
No.
So props to both teams there. Java and Luna going into grand finals, and Balloon Boy and Lampy going down into the losers final. But you gotta give them credit for that. That's the first time they played in a tournament, especially against Java and Luna. You don't get tournament experience anywhere else outside of a tournament at all.
I mean, yeah, figures. But yeah,
I guess.
I mean,
so.
regardless of those issues of consistency, the blue team did show a lot of promise there. They were challenging Java and Luna. It wasn't like it was just a complete stamp. They took that first game as well.
Oh yeah.
I think there's just a little bit of work to be done, and they're definitely a team that can contend with the greats. I mean, we saw it. They were contending. Java and Luna just couldn't quite close it out beyond that first game.
Yeah, and I think that first game was very much an eye-opener to Luna and to Java. I don't think they were expecting to have to put that much into that game at all, into that set in general. So definitely was an eye-opener to that team. However, I do gotta say, I think if Balloon Boy and Lampy get their team combos together, they're gonna wreck the crap out of everyone the rest of this event if they can figure it out within the next couple matches here. But what we do have coming up though is some interesting players that have done interesting team combos tonight, which have also made Lance Sider and Axe Sider as a nightmare for me tonight when I go to bed. We got Costlix and Capsar and Truckstop Burrito and Hizo, and the amount of Siders I see on these guys tonight has been crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Truckstop and Hizo are coming off a victory against Zen and Dawg, which is a very established team, a very consistent top contender in both North America and just the world. And we saw them take, I think it was 9th or 7th at the most recent DreamHack, and that is, in the grand scheme of things, against players from every single region. That is a big achievement.
It is.
That's nothing to sneeze at whatsoever. And so, I mean, going into this, beating a team of that caliber is very, very impressive, even if it was a game 5. So, Costlix and Capsar both being very, very established names in the scene who've been around for a very long time. They've still got to look out for these newer players, because they could be taken by surprise by these teams that they haven't really fought as much prior. Because, I mean, Hizo and Truckstop are both much newer names to the scene. They're not exactly, fresh faces. They've been around for a little bit, but they haven't been around as long, I mean, anywhere near as long as Capsar and Costlix. Both are sort of known for one specific thing each. I mean, for Capsar, we know as Ethan, that is the spear, and for Costlix, that's going to be the lance. Both being level 100 on the legends they had locked in right here, the Ulgrim for Costlix and the Hattori for Capsar. So, I mean, you're going to be seeing what I think is going to be a 3 Ulgrim game.
Yeah.
Which, I thought I was casting a North American tournament, but I think we might have moved to Europe for today's stream, because this is what my ranked queues look like.
Leave me alone! Just the triple Ulgrim is, look, it's even on the head-to-head. Like, come on, man. This is going to be a very interesting matchup, though. Both these teams are fantastic in their own right. So with that being said, good luck to the players. I'm going to go ahead and give them the go-ahead. And we're going to see so much Lance. And we're starting to see that meta of EU come over to NA. For definitely when it comes down to the lower part of top 8. When it comes down to the top 4, it's a lot more mixed. But it's definitely been very interesting. But I will say this, we're going straight into the game here. The players are on the same characters as their head-to-head, so I think it's hilarious. Ulgrim, Hattori, Ulgrim, and it's the same spots too, as we get into it. But this is the losers, this is the elimination semifinals. This is huge. Both teams need to win. They're on loser side. There's no coming back in losers. They're in losers. So we'll see what happens. We're going into it. Let's see how this matchup overall turns out.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Demon Island. Oh no, an Apocalypse actually.
Okay.
For this first game coming up, and yeah, it is going to be the triple Ulgrim and the single Hattori battling her way out against the onslaught of Axe and Lance Sayers that I think you're about to experience going into Apocalypse for this first game. And I mean, you don't often see duos of one legend in twos, because obviously when you have at least one of the same weapon and you hit with the same move, you can then activate DI. Like you saw literally, thanks for the example, B-Team. Right as I say, they hit 2 nairs onto Capstar. Wrong way, and right now, Cosmic's actually getting annihilated by those Lance ground pounds out of Heizo, but
oh my god.
Rockstar will find the save as well, so Capstar not even managing to find the trade out either.
That was a very, very good knockout option coming in. Double ground pound against Cosmix, who's known for that ground pound that lands. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean that is disrespectful to see it. Like taking out a player who's known for mating a specific weapon as like his one trick with his one trick, that's disrespect. And Cosmix could actually be soon to fall on these axes, as well as the Sayers are coming in. The T-Light Sayer will actually secure the double knockout for Capstar as both blue team members through, but Cosmix is the player to watch here as he's already entered this deep red of this second stop. Does find a bit of a team combo with him, but doesn't manage to get too much out of it. He drops that extra follow-up, and now the blue team trying to run away with the Lances here. Capstar could be in trouble. The ground pound comes through. And in the meantime, Cosmix will fall Capstar. Oh, the stage spike as well with the side air. Now the blue team holding an even more dominant lead. Oh no, Cosmix, don't let that be you, bro, please.
Oh, but Ethan might be contributing to that a little bit as well. I gotta say, when I see Truckstop and Heizo play, it is like I've never seen before. They're almost having the entirety of the control with their weapons, and I mean, it feels like Tetris almost. You kind of have to fit in those spots, or you're not gonna get hit by a piece. And I think Cosmix especially was having a rough time against it. I do gotta give Ethan props though. I do gotta give Capstar props to the fact that he is stepping in where he needs to make things even in stock wise. And we do see Truckstop getting punished for it. And we also might see a knockout option on Heizo in the next 5 seconds, unless Heizo comes in with this unarmed and goes crazy.
Okay, they hate the charged up haymaker. It's crazy. Cosmix actually getting the knockout onto Heizo stolen away as Capstar saves his life unintentionally with that nair. Now Capstar left alone in the 2v1. The blue team. A little bit of disrespect coming in here, I think.
Oh, Heizo. Oh, but Truckstop doesn't punish it. Okay, there we go. Okay, Truckstop going ahead, knocking out Capstar. But I mean, these knockouts, these games were crazy. For it being the situation it is, holy. And I mean, look at the statistics here. I mean,
if you've ever watched like a full bot lobby in a 2v2, yeah, that might sound like disrespect, but full bot lobbies are impossible to follow because they have those instant reactions that it's just constant moves hitting in different places and you have no idea what on earth is going on. That's a lot what it feels like watching this, especially from the blue team, because it's just constant Lance sound effects, side airs, side light nairs coming through. And I mean, I think the blue team really was holding a very big mental advantage there. And so far, the red team taking a bit of a damage advantage here as Cosmix.
Good grief.
Lapping back after the early knockout in last game does secure the team combo. And, I mean, I was saying the blue team had a lot of dominance last game, but the red team fighting back in a very strong way.
And it's funny because I was about to say, oh, okay, Cosmix is not used to facing himself in a tournament, right? And now he's got to face 2 of himself. That's realistically what's happening. They're playing the same way he plays, and they're countering him because they have a double body there. And Ethan's having a rough time really following up because there's 3 Cosmixes in this game, and he's getting hit by 2 of them. Oh.
I mean, there's a reason why European 2's teams do favor this legend so much for the amount of strength
Get him,
he
he's
does
out.
have in
Get him.
2v2s. And the blue team now, both lances in hand. Actually, he's a will disarm truck stop for a moment. Both teams now, one player a bit more damage than the other. Ocelix and truck stop being those players for each team. That means he's going to be on to Uzo and Capsar to try and make up for that. But in the meantime, truck stop will be taken down by that side error now. Oh, Capsar not quite there to secure the team combo to take out Hizo's second stop. Could be dangerous for the red team if they let Hizo live too long.
Yeah, and Hizo definitely gets that. Oh, truck stop gets that sider there onto Koslix, and you're seeing Capsar coming in there, and you're seeing truck stop and Hizo trying to knock him out. But you're definitely right. The longer Hizo's alive, the more advantage they're just going to keep on adding to themselves. And oh, Capsar trying to knock out truck stop early. I think realistically, Hizo is a perfect one-on-one matchup for Koslix, and I think Truckstop's trying to come in and knock out Capsar whenever they can and get these little cheeky spot hits here and there.
Yeah, and I mean, currently the red team, they still have that extra stuff with Capsar to rely on, right? Like, regardless of what happens, as long as the red team can get enough damage onto both blue team and there goes that advantage. But still, Truckstop is really going to be the target for the red team. That recovery with the unarmed is almost enough. Also, it's separating out the blue team with these wild sweeping lance aerials, and now he's all left alone. Capsar very healthy, and accordingly he's going to take this front seat in a 2v1. And one good KO confirm will do it as Ocelix and Capsar take back a game and bring the scoreline 2-1-1. And that's a huge damage. I mean, that game was very close considering the massive damage difference we saw. I mean, both team players barely even putting up 400 damage. Capsar doing 520, and Ocelix doing 600 on his own there.
I mean, look, let me get you pop the stats up on screen for the viewers at home. I mean, Jesus. And I think, I don't know, I think Truckstop and Hizo's definitely a powerhouse. I think when he's left alone against Koslix, he's okay. But once Capsar gets in a 2v1 situation happens, it is going to be a rough from what we're seeing. I do got to give credit to Capsar though, really improving in between each of those games, really showing, saying, hey, okay, I need to go ahead and I need to step in different parts and be able to fit in those walls within a Tetris game of what we're seeing of Lance and Axe. So very nice job coming up, players. But now, as we're going into this third matchup, and we'll go over to my 3070 here. I mean, you're having Koslix and you're having Capsar rethink what they're doing. Are they going to be able to keep up with what they're doing, or are they going to have to choose that pocket pick now and always go back to old reliable later?
Yeah, I mean, that question does creep in when you're playing in a tournament bracket, especially in a best of 5, where beyond that first game, you question yourself on, should I swap to the pocket pick? Because if that pocket pick doesn't work, you then have one game to decide either to stick with it or swap back. After that first game, if you've lost one, it's pocket pick and risk losing an extra game because that pocket pick didn't work out, or stick with what you've already lost with and try to adapt. I mean, Brawlhalla is a very mechanical game, but at a pro level, so much of it is mental game. So much of it is how you approach the mentality of getting into these sets, how you play each game, how you pick your legends, like what map you pick, where you space yourself, because it's all about reading what your opponent's going for and how you're going to respond to that approach. And so there is a huge mental factor that, I mean, we do see Koslix and Capsar sticking with the same legends. But again, there is a huge amount of thought that goes in between these sets on do I swap, do I stick with it, do I risk the swap and then give them a chance for a free game because that swap doesn't work out. And so I'm happy because, I mean, swapping off a win, that's not usually the winning strategy. And seeing Koslix and Capsar stick with their legends of choice after winning the previous game is actually what I do like to see, and we're seeing some immediate success here as the team combo does get put out, but the red team is separated. Big hits going either way. The ground pound to secure the knock onto Capsar and Koslix. Be in trouble here, dodges through the NC. Could be not long for this world.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Hizo and Truck Stop are trying to get this lead early. Do you want to go ahead? I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing any more Lance ground pounds from Hizo, because those have been working very, very, very well so far. But overall, though, I think this matchup has been very interesting, and we're having blue team have this lead. This is something that they really want to have. Same thing with the red team, and the red team's trying to make amends. They knock out Truck Stop, but Hizo's still alive. If you're the red team, you want to keep Hizo alive just a little bit longer so that the red team could do a 2v1 combo on a Truck Stop. They try doing it. Truck Stop gets back and does a dare silent on both team members. And then the red team's like, hey, how you doing? We're going to try to do something here.
I mean, the red team has had some decent consistency in these team combos. There have been times, like this was a second ago, where Capstar wasn't quite ready for it, and the side stick handoff will secure the knockout onto Capstar. Now Truck Stop, the only player on the blue team is quite damaging the second stock. Cosmix would be soon to follow his teammate onto that final stock, and Truck Stop is disarmed by his own teammate, in fact, but boxes in hand across the board. Truck Stop still narrowly surviving, and the NSIG will secure enough onto like a bit of team damage from the blue team here, but nothing too major.
Yeah, and right now, I gotta say, Coslex is keeping it alive for his team, but I mean, he just cannot find anything against Hizo and against Truck Stop. I don't know what changed. It's just maybe the momentum, the speed of the team. Because, I mean, it's just going crazy. We do see Coslex knock out Truck Stop. Hizo, I gotta give Hizo more credit, though. He's doing a lot better than I thought I'd ever see him. We did see him go in BZX and go crazy, especially even in lands. But to see him go into top 4 of this event and really say, hey, I'm the powerhouse of this team, it's crazy. And we're seeing it right now, the down signature from Truck Stop into the knockout option, the down lane in the recovery into a neutral air from Hizo gives Hizo and Truck Stop Burrito game number 2 to their name, or I'm sorry, game number 3 to their name, which makes them have a 2-on-1 score over Coslex and rectifies Capsar. And I gotta say, it's I want this to go to game 5. I think it can, but I don't know. It's gonna be interesting.
I mean, it definitely can, but I think Capsar and Coslex, honestly, I'm not sure what they need. Because I'm gonna be real. I think a large strength of the blue team is just bringing that chaos into the mix and just whipping out these moves and splitting apart the red team and really forcing them to consider how to approach the sheer force that comes in with Lantern Axe and with the signatures that Oldham has in his kit. And so I think if I'm the red team, I think the number one thing is split them apart. Just allow them from finding that chaos and really getting a lot of damage in really quickly. Because there haven't been massive team combos coming out of the blue team, but there has been a lot of like one sig follow-ups, like that one we just saw coming out of Truck Stop. They have been really game-changing, as you see right there. Now Capsar will be in trouble as well.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Costas comes in with the axe. So, a lot of back and forth. I mean, you try to say one thing and something else completely else happens. And, the neutral air to this jump side air from the blue team definitely does a lot of damage to the red team. Neutral air knocks out Capsar. Now Cossack's doing a 2v1 of double land, and Hizo goes crazy. And this looks like it might be a confirm for the blue team here, unless something miraculously changes here.
I mean, the red team really needs to stop this bleeding as soon as possible. We'll find a recovery to equalize up those stocks for the blue team, but I mean, Coslex is a whole stock down thanks to that down dodge read that we saw Triad down air into the heads that just absolutely annihilated that second stock of Coslex. Now Capsar pushed off the side by the Lance, what Lance does best, but will actually find a bit of a punish with this spear. And all eyes on Coslex right now as he needs to play the safest game of his life if he wants to be able to stay in this game. And also, at the same time, he needs to be able to put on enough pressure to help out his teammate, but in doing so, has been pushed into the red of this final stock.
Yeah, he's
a nice recovery by Capsar as well.
Yeah, Caps are definitely doing very well, knocking out Izo's second stock. But I think Koslix is just known for, he plays such an aggressive way. I don't know if he can physically be that backhand player. Oh my goodness. All right. Caps are going down to that final stock. Koslix is still alive. As I said, that truck stop comes in.
The cast is cursed. Has to happen on this once per block, and now Caps are in this 2v1, 3 stocks to handle with one of his own, and Hizo is there to interrupt the combo. The side air is to kill the stock of truck stop, and actually a nice bit of speed damage coming in. Hizo could be in trouble, but misses the ground pound. That could have been it for that stock, and that was a 1v1 left over, but true combo dropped by truck stop, and now Caps are needs to find some momentum here, needs to at least get trades on this damage, but not quite doing so right now.
He needs to hit every one of these attacks perfectly. If he whiffs, that Lance will counter him like instant. There we go. That neutral light came out. There you have it. Truck Stop Burrito and Hizo advancing further into the bracket, beating Koslix and Capsar 3-1 to go into the losers finals and show some interrupting gameplay in top 3. And I mean, I'm stunned a little bit because look at Capsar though. Capsar did 596 damage. Good lord.
That's more than double what Koslix put out. I mean, yeah, Koslix just I really struggled in that final game to pull up the numbers, and I don't know if it was being hyper focused down by the blue team or whether or not it was just misplays and missed dodges that just sort of made it fall apart. But yeah, the blue team very consistent with that damage as well, whipping out over 500 right there. And that is, I was saying the blue team was very chaotic, and I think the amount of team damage they put out actually does sort of justify that opinion, because 123 team damage is quite a lot to put out, considering the fact that attacks to your teammate do less damage as well. 40% less damage and knockback than a normal hit against an enemy. So 120.
Yeah.
There is no way.
I love how Koslix predicted this. So Koslix tweeted out, not now, but earlier before this event, he's like, screw Lance. And everyone thought it was a bait event. Well, he definitely goddamn fucking means it now, because, oh, good lord. That was legitimately a Lance game is what that was. For the most part, Lance and Axe.
That was Lance with a bit of spear flavoring in the middle. I think. Capsar barely even touched the sword to begin with. I mean, when you're that good with spear, I don't really blame you. But yeah, that really was just, you know, the Olgrim show with the Olgrim show featuring Hattori. To be honest, was that set. And I mean, Mizo and Truckstop just had the better Olgrims. Apparently, is how that set went out.
Yeah, and with that being said, I mean, what we're going to go ahead and do, ladies and gentlemen, just so we can make sure you guys are prepared for the final top 3 of this event, we're going to take a small break. We're going to make sure ads are ran so that you guys don't get ads during your tournament sets when you're watching them. We don't want you going into grand finals, a final stock knockout, and Twitch being Twitch and putting an ad on your screen. So what we're going to go ahead and do, we're going to take a small 5-minute break. Do not go away. And we'll go ahead and run those to make sure that they don't pop up for you during the sets. And we'll go ahead and pass out a Moose Wars avatar in the Twitch chat for those of you guys that have ads. All right, with that being said, do not go away. We will be right back roughly in about 5 minutes. Okay, do not go away. We'll be right back in 5 minutes. We'll see you guys then.
know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright, because I feel so alive. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars Magma Mayhem's 2v2 $1,000 event powered by Brawlhalla. You guys already know who we are. I'm AJ Moore, and I'm casting with Hackle tonight. We have had some fantastic matchups overall over the past, 11, 12 sets on stream, and even throughout the bracket, some amazing upsets so far. And I mean, we are now down to top 3. We have our opponents here, or our opponents. We have our players here. We got Lampy and Balloon Boy. We also have them going against Hizo and Truck Stop Burrito. So these are teams that have done fantastic throughout the event. They've beat some major players so far. How about you tell me a little bit about who they've beaten so far, Hackle? Your mic's off on VMix. I just realized that. And I'm like, hold on. I saw someone on the channel. I'm like, let me double check. Oh, that makes more sense. But no.
I absolutely love the software. You know, I was just saying that these teams, Boomboy Lampy especially, have come off some major upsets, taking over QT and Dawg, or Zen and Dawg, as they are now known, who are a very established team. And we do actually have both teams for this next game in our lobby, which is a little bit of a surprise. I'm sure AJ can explain why.
Yeah, so Truckstop decided to be a dumb fucking sign up for 2 events in the same day, which is fine. Props to you guys. But when you're in grand finals in one and when you're in a Moose Wars for the other, it's not a great time for both TOs on both sides. So we got Truckstop in here ready to go. And we got Truckstop and Hizo going against Balloon Boy and Lampy. And this is game number 1. Let's see kind of how things go going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Demon Island just started out as actually, I mean, that's scary for Lampy and Balloon Boy, because the amount of wide sweeping range that Lance can have with its aerials is going to be very dangerous for the red team to handle. And I mean, we've seen what Truckstop and Hizo can get done with the Lance, and if I'm on the blue team, I need to give it respect. I have to be prepared for it, and so far, maybe not quite the amount of respect that you really want if you're the red team, as both blue teamers will take that early start off the red team. The side stick will actually come through though, however. Truckstop, the only player left on this first stop here, a minute into this game. But still a minor lead taken for the blue team.
Yeah, and I mean, right now we got overall blue team starting to change things a lot more into their favor. We're seeing Lampy trying to knock out Truckstop, but we're seeing realistically Hizo focus on Balloon Boy. That has been a thing that I honestly, that's what has to happen. I mean, Hizo and Balloon Boy are the powerhouses of each team, and I think Hizo's trying to keep it that way and not lead into team combos and different options. Oh my gosh, but red team coming in with the knockout option there on the Truckstop, trying to knock out Hizo. Hizo knocking out Lampy, and then looks like Balloon Boy right afterwards knocking out Hizo down to their final stock. And hey, I mean, if you're red team, you want to have Hizo go down on and get knocked out early, so it's a 2v1 situation.
Yeah, I mean, the red team is keeping it close, but Balloon Boy needs to try and survive on the second stock on that side. That could actually be dangerous, but like you're saying, he's a big target for the red team and has taken a fair bit of damage here. His Truckstop will fall as well, and the red team does have Hizo in a 2v1. Side air is a good start. The side C gets woken up against by the priority. The side air. Now all players in the game on their final stocks, but Hizo is the player to watch. Red on this final stock, unlike any other player in this match, which could be suited to change as Lampy is entering that orange state of damage, but both teams now do have a target player to get rid of as soon as possible.
Yeah, and right now it's definitely going to be a very much a back and forth situation. We're seeing Balloon come in, missing that signature just barely there onto the blue team. Blue team having that lands, they're going to have a lot more opportunities of getting the knockout options. Hizo trying to go in for these neutral layers. Lampy, what is Lampy doing? I have no idea, but they're jumping around. Sile, oh, that weapon throw set. Lampy up for that combo knockout option. Oh, but Balloon Boy getting knocked out, and Hizo knocking out Lampy right after. And Truckstop Burrito and Hizo taking a game number 1 over Balloon Boy and Lampy. Look at the statistics here, though. 681, bro.
Hizo did a lot of work. I mean, I guess, yeah, Truckstop might still be in the 1v1's mentality, having just DQ'd out of a 1v1 tournament to make it here for this set, but I mean, still 681 damage is a huge amount to put out if you're Hizo, and that is very impressive. I mean, the red team pretty closely on each other's tails, a little bit more damage out. I think it was Balloon Boy there, but I mean, the red team just, I mean, they kept it very close. That game went down to the wire last off red, but blue team just took a bit of an early lead and kind of had that almost a mentality lead to begin with, but red team answering back in a strong manner here. Well, that could be dangerous. Balloon Boy responding with his own down air. Twice, in fact, and shots up will fall. Lampy looking for the KO, but won't be able to find it. He's narrowly surviving that edge guard. One of his own now is the Lance. He's surfing it down the side, and Balloon will be caught by the side air. The offstage play in this game so far has been absolutely incredible.
And it comes down, I mean, the fact that Balloon Boy even did the signature right afterwards, the grab hits on the signature on the Hizo, and Hizo still countered him with that side air was mind-boggling. He literally used every single option Balloon Boy had and countered every single one.
Yeah, I mean, that is the Lance priority right there, regardless of the red team. They'll take a small lead here. Quite akin to what we saw from the blue team last game, but Balloon Boy is at a bit of disadvantage here as he is close to entering the orange on this second stock. The double Lance of the blue team really building up this damage, and Lampy trying to relieve this pressure off his teammate. None done though, as they all fall to the side air, and Balloon Boy does manage to avoid taking too much punishment while left alone for the time being, but in the meantime, Truck Stop really cooking up there for a minute with that Lance. Lampy takes a fair bit of damage. Balloon Boy doing a good job at avoiding though.
He is, but you can only avoid so much to the point where it's a problem, especially with Balloon Boy playing gauntlets. Oh, that neutral barely missed too. Oh
no, Lampy.
Lampy gets knocked out there by Truck Stop.
The weapon throw saves?
What?
That can't have been intentional.
That was
can't have been intentional.
yeah.
But, I mean, it works out. I was looking for a synchronized knockout there. That would have been absolutely juicy. But well, so it'd be soon to lose the second stock. Rounded down recovery will not go through for Balloon Boy. Gauntlets in hand for both red team players.
No.
Now both teams with one player win the red on their second
Nice,
stock.
Balloon.
Evo will be the first to fall from that second stock. Balloon will find the side there. To get aside to knock out Balloon as well, and now every player on the board on their final stocks, as we saw with the first game, the damage built up with those gauntlets.
Yeah, it's definitely been very interesting so far, and I think right now it's gonna come down to if Balloon Boy and Lampy are given center platform control, it's the win. I think that it comes down to that. And look, Hizo comes in with that lance, tries to knock out Balloon as much as they possibly can. They're trying to use that range. Oh, Balloon Boy got into that sword combo though. That could have been theirs. Three-piece combo. Nice. And it's now one-on-one between Balloon Boy and Lampy and Truck Stop Burrito and Daddy Hizo. And I'll never say Hizo's name like that again, even though it's his full name, but it is now one-on-one.
Yeah, I mean, we see with that team combo that's kind of the efficiency that we haven't really seen that much with Truck Stop and Hizo. I was saying before, they do go for a very, it's a very chaotic playstyle, and part of the trade-off with that is not finding too many team combos and those big handoffs. I mean, they do find like a couple, but we saw Lampy and Balloon Boy find that and it just locked in like a guaranteed knockout, which they were just absolutely prepared for, and that is that synergy coming in. And I think the blue team, I mean, we see it there, they drop that end sig, and I don't think they have those combos locked in like a lot of other teams, but regardless, they're making it work as Lampy entering the deep orange on this first stock less than 15 seconds into this game. That could be dangerous. Even with Val having a relatively high defense stat, taking a lot of damage from this axe. Both red team members, in fact, being at risk of being knocked out. The D-Sig almost hitting both players, one from each blue team member, but Balloon Boy will actually fall down into the Lance D-Sig as well, and now the blue team taking a convincing early lead here in this game number 3.
Yeah, and I think right now blue team's definitely feeling it. I think red team has to kind of figure out some type of option to really go forward. I think Lampy on the Val is definitely it could be a really good option. The only thing is it's going to come down to taking that center control. There we go, knocking out Truck Stop, now having a 2v1 situation and kind of doing some damage buildup on the Hizo, but Hizo's movement is just not aligned for the red team to do so.
Yeah, I mean, Hizo has done a really good job of evading and just almost sneaking up on the red team to get these huge chunks of damage out of seemingly nowhere. And, I mean, like, they're holding this lead so far. Lampy deep in the red of this second stock, and Hizo still yet to fall down from his first. Truckstop will find the side air in response to the Val side sig, and Lampy will actually fall incredibly early. Less than 2 minutes into this game, and Lampy is already on that final stock. A bit of a team knockout coming in from Truckstop there, and a small team combo coming in from the red team, but not enough to find a knockout to give them equal stocks, as the red team now both on their final stocks, and Hizo, the only player left, not only on his second stock, but healthy to boot.
Yeah, if you're a red team right now, you're really trying to knock out Truckstop Burrito. You're seeing Lampy really trying to do that right now. And I think, oh no, Lampy was able to touch Balloon Boy with the save and making sure that Lampy can touch. But as I say that, he cannot do it again. And Lampy runs straight into that jump ground pound, giving Truckstop Burrito and Hizo a 2v1 advantage over Balloon Boy without his official approval, but it happened. And Balloon Boy is going to try to do something here. I mean, the range of those weapons are just very powerful, and so is that signature apparently.
That neutral signature is actually a very safe option to throw out there. Keeps you disjointed, so it's very hard to punish. But regardless, I mean, Balloon Boy.
Oh my god, bro! Double dare to recover.
Not going to be enough.
Oh
the axe is
my
just
God.
chopping him up like he's a log of wood. And I mean, Truckstop and Daddy Hizo are one game away from entering grand finals.
Jesus, Lampy couldn't do crap that game. 272 damage. Oh, he just couldn't. I don't know.
I think Lampy, he's struggled the most with like when he's getting focused down. Am I right? Like, I think a lot of times where the moment the blue team start to pick on him as a target, he really is struggling to respond. I think Balloon Boy has a lot better a response to being that target. We've seen him do a lot of survivability, but Lampy, I think, has been struggling a little bit with that, and for that reason, I think the blue team now knows they have a target that they can safely pick and get a lot of work done on. And that means that Balloon Boy in response has to take the mentality of being the more supportive player, protecting his teammate, because the moment he's left alone, it's going to be really dangerous.
Well, the issue with that though is if you're too defensive against these players, you're going to get punished hard. And that's another thing. It's like, okay, well, what path do you really take? It's more so the opposing player that's getting hit the most to kind of get themselves in a better position. And here's the thing, Lampy's doing very good. And oh my god, Hizo coming to the axe there. I mean, Lampy was doing pretty good to begin with, but these lances are just throwing them off guard, and it's like having two Costlixes in a 2v2 matchup is really what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, the red team, they're a little bit behind right now. They're not, but not, you know, by too much. D-Light into the side air, not quite going to be the knockout option the red team is looking for here. This Truckstop now actually being the blue team member who is surviving the longest in comparison to Hizo previously being the player to find that survivability. But we see it again as Lampy
Balloon
gets left alone, and the damage is, Balloon is there for that support and for that save. But I mean, there is again Lampy just gets focused down and didn't really have a response to it. Got absolutely cooked up the side there with that Gimp and narrowly manages to make it back with the help of his teammate. And in the process, that's a lot of damage taken by Lampy. I mean, even if you drop a clip and don't manage to find that final knockout off the top or like a Gimp off the bottom, you're still getting the damage off those hits, and that comes into play as Lampy falls down onto his final stock, and Balloon Boy has to learn a 2v1 for a short moment.
Yeah, now he's got to be, I mean, he's got to be careful to a degree. He doesn't want to let his team make a 2v1, but he also, I mean, he's getting 1v1 is what's happening. I mean, Lampy, is dealing with a 1v1 situation. Balloon Boy did get knocked out because he was pretty low. Now Lampy's goal is to make sure he doesn't get damaged too much. There we go, Lampy. Oh, almost getting knocked out by Truckstop. He can only hit so many jumps. Silate, neutral layer, and a side air. Nice job from Lampy. Oh, he's just trying to get the ground pound knockout options there too. Nice recovery. There we go. He's going down to the final stock, but it's getting very close.
Yeah, Truckstop still on this second stock, and the red team needs to play a flawless game here if they want to bring this to a game 5. Because once again, I mean, if Truckstop and Hizo win this game, it's going to bring them into grand finals, and the red team will be going out in 3rd place, which obviously is, you know, it's nothing bad, but you want to get that 2nd place. You want to get that chance at winning, and I mean, they're showing they want it right now, as they haven't taken damage in quite a little while. The Lampy is in a lot of danger here with the amount of force that both of the weapons that the blue team have. There we see it, the D-Sig, and now Balloon Boy left alone in the 2v1.
He is, but I do gotta say he can deal with the, oh, I'm not gonna commentate curse it, but he can definitely do a lot of damage. Silent, there we go. Neutral air. Oh, nice
dodge.
movement so far.
Oh no!
It's close.
He's still living, finds the side air.
Oh,
And Heizo actually is going to full truck stop left alone in the 1v1 against Balloon Boy.
and this is the thing. If Balloon Boy gets hit once, though, he's kind of screwed.
Yeah, one good side air, I think, will be enough. And there it is. Very well played by Balloon Boy, bringing that right down to the wire in that 2v1. And yeah, once again, Lampy just not quite putting out the damage that you'd hope to contend with that game. And Truckstop and Heizo will be going into grand finals on the lower side.
Yeah, and props there to Truckstop, Burrito, and Heizo. I'm sorry for people in chat correcting me earlier. But props to them on beating Balloon and Lampy. And I mean, it just came down to their play style. I think it's been the most unique in a Moose Wars in a while. You don't usually see that much range in a play style, so I think players are going to have to really adapt to it, including Jabba and including Luna in the grand finals of this event, which Truckstop, Burrito, and Heizo will be going up towards. But overall, I mean, Truckstop definitely putting 555 damage up there. Heizo also with the 490 damage, but it came down to how they were using that damage. It really, really was, and I'm not really sure what they were made of. But with that being said, that was the losers final of this event. And we're gonna go and report that there up on Start GG. Let's go and do that real quick. There we go. But hey, I mean, still, Balloon Boy and Lampy, for it being their first time teaming, very good props to them on getting third place, getting into the good portion of the money of this event. And with that being said, let's go ahead and get ready for our next matchup there, Hackle, which is going to be the grand finals of this event. And it's going to be Truckstop, Heizo versus Jabba and Luna. And Jabba, Luna are on winner's side. So they're a brand new team together. I mean, they play together a lot, right? But we haven't really seen them team. Usually it's Luna and Snowy, maybe Jabba and Blazy, or Jabba and Stingray, right? Which Jabba might get offended for me bringing up to both of those players. But no, they've played with a variety of different players, and we haven't seen these guys really together in an event. And they're practicing for DreamHack Valencia coming up here in the next couple weeks or so. But with that being said, how do you feel about the matchup there, Hackle?
I mean, this is interesting because this is going to be the ultimate test of whether or not this double Ulgrim pick and the absolute chaos can win out against what is undoubtedly the expected team to just storm through this tournament. I mean, Java and Luna may not be like an established tournament team, as in they don't play together in majors really. But I said it before, they have been dominating the ranked ladder recently, according to Kohala, and I mean it's no surprise because these are two very, very talented players who are gonna have a lot of synergy from just being good friends and playing together for a very long while. And I mean, they play very solid legends in twos as well. I mean, we know Luna from across, like that is a legend that he's played in twos for so long now, and Java, the Hattori in both game modes, in fact. And so there are a lot of things to like about this team because of a lot of potential, and that is so much damage racked up so quickly. The red team looking to make a statement with the start of this game. Oh, but Java could be in trouble here.
Oh, Java might be out, but
okay, that is the most Java player I've ever seen. He gets almost knocked out by an axe, gets back up, touches the wall, and goes straight back in without picking up a weapon. Just dive kicks in there. But the Ensig, GC Ensig will actually take out Luna and the blue team, responding quite comfortably here to the amazing amount of damage that the red team put out at the start of this game.
yeah, and when it comes down to red team overall in the beginning, especially in the beginning, I mean, Java getting knocked out of that first stock as well. Everyone's down to their second stocks already. I mean, what we're really seeing is red team trying to show like, hey, we'll be aggressive right out the bat. It doesn't matter if we're in grand finals, right? And it's definitely going to show. We'll have to kind of see what happens. I think realistically, red team's trying to make amends for how Truck Stop and Heizo have really gone through the bracket so far, beating some insane teams to get here. This is grands though. Like, who would have thought Java, Luna, Truck Stop, and Heizo would be in grands of a Moose Wars event for twos? They're going crazy at it, and they're trying to say, hey, we want to be that team. We want to be the team that's representing NA at Valencia going forward. And right now, Heizo and Truck Stop are kind of going a little bit crazy. They knocked out Luna. They just knocked out Java. Unless Luna had to say something about it. And Luna saves Java and knocks out Truck Stop.
And Luna coming back in, swinging, gets back onto that final stock and really just gets in there with those gauntlets, the aggression coming in. And Java now the last player left for the second stock. And right as I say it, Caster's Curse comes in and he will fall down to that final stock. And now Luna do some sneaky movement to get around the aggression of both blue team members with the double nair. Was that a triple? I'm not even 100% sure, but
back to back to back. That's what I call that.
Oh, that recovery.
Oh,
okay. Luna surviving that is absurd, honestly, living through that neutral signature. And well, I honestly I couldn't tell. It might have been a neutral recovery, but regardless, survivability coming in huge right here, and the team combo could have been absolutely clutch for their win on this game, but dropping the sword recovery every chance they get, just falling apart a little bit. Doesn't catch the nair as well, but now Heizo is left alone.
This is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Absolutely. Oh my god. What? It's still caught?
What?
Hold on.
What?
Replay. Hold on. Replay.
That has to have been frame 1 that he was able to input that end light out of the end sig. That has to have been absolutely frame 1.
Look at this. Hold on. Neutral light. This is neutral signature.
Hey, touches the ground.
That's the perfect frame 1, dude. That was frame 1. That was nuts. Look at this. On full time too. Bam, bam. Oh my god. He yoinked him for the knockout option from Java. Good lord.
It's like he got vacuumed backwards into the end light from the launch angle.
That's literally what happened. Like, hold on, let me see if I can get it. What's up? Look at this. Bam. He did. Holy crap. All right, game number 2. Let's see what happened. Still double Ogren. I mean, hey, at least Heizo and Truck Stop are taking something from EU's and South America's rulebook and saying, hey, Ogren's the move right now.
I mean, so far in this game, they're really making it work. Heizo will still yet to be touched. I mean, they could actually be knocked out right here, right now.
Yeah.
Both man to touch. Weapon throw into his own teammate, and yet... Oh, Truck Stop actually... Oh, he's going to get his options removed by the unarmed, and now Heizo in trouble!
Oh my god.
What is this turnaround?
With great power comes great responsibility. And what was just that? Java getting knocked out there of that first stock, and things are staying relatively even there, and I'll kind of see what happens. Triple
stop jumping, Jabba.
Truck!
Stop jumping, please.
Oh my god, bro. And with that being said, yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Drama! Get saved by your teammate again!
Wait, the exhausted recovery to save manages to make it back.
Oh my lord.
That's so much work to put in to save your teammate, and in the meantime, I mean, the blue team still holding on to this lead as Heizo still on this first stop, Truck Stop. Manages to find the knockout onto Java. Trying to get a lot of work done here with this cross. Maybe punish right there. Give it. I think that was supposed to be in there. But now Heizo, look at this edge guard now as well. Still holding on to this first stop. Team combo dropped by the red team as well. Music is huge, and now...
Oh my goodness.
No.
They're showing the power of Cloud, and with that being said, Truck Stop trying to go ahead and get a knockout option on Luna. Oh, and there it is. We might have it being 1-on-1 right now between both of these teams in games, depending on how the blue team does with keeping their stock. But red team could come back and go crazy.
We know, if there's anything to know about this team, is we know they have momentum on their side. Like, they can absolutely just pop off and get that burst type of play style, but I mean, that's very similar to how the blue team play. It's going to be a battle of momentum right here in Truck Stop. getting some good damage in with this axe now as Luna enters the orange on this final stock, and Heizo still
Oh my goodness.
on this second stock. They're just responding to all these openings. They're really splitting apart the red team really comfortably here.
Dude, I mean, this is just... I mean, if you're blue team, this is what you want. I mean, realistically, it's what you want. You want to go ahead and go into that reset. You want to win that tournament. And if it starts with a 2-0 against the red team, that would just definitely go crazy. And we'll kind of see what happens. And blue team's like, yeah, we're going to game 1-1. We're not going to risk it. Look at him. I mean, Heiser's willing to go crazy, but Truckstop's like, nah, we're just going to go and land a neutral signature and land it like crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, that game, I think the blue team just had it down to a science on keeping Java and Luna separate. Like you can see the damage numbers if the stats, yeah.
Yeah, look at
like
this.
The damage numbers from both red team members were just lackluster like across the board, because I think they're relying really heavily on finding these openings that allow them these setups for big team combos or big handoffs. And I mean, against a very chaotic playstyle that forces them apart, they're struggling a little bit.
3, 2.
They are, and here's the thing, I mean, and this is definitely good practice for Java and Luna for Valencia, because you're going to be seeing a lot of this in Valencia, especially when you're facing EU or South American players that are used to facing double Algrim and used to going against it. But as I say this here, Luna's already in the orange of that first stock. It's going to be interesting to kind of see what happens here, and a lot of back and forth happening, and a lot of range, a lot of momentum, a lot of speed. Truck stop. Oh, going crazy on Luna. Java trying to keep truck stop away from Luna. Look at him. He's Java's going crazy though. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Java tends to enter like speed mode sometimes and just throws out all of these moves and has all of this like incredible movement for about like a stock or maybe like 30 seconds in a game. And it sometimes will just absolutely tear apart a team, but regardless, Luna will be the first to fall. Java not able to find the knockout on to Truckstop, will be sent up into the top right corner, narrowly surviving that. Eli into the gravity cancel neutral heavy won't be enough, nor will the recovery to follow up off that down air. Both blue team members making good use of that defense that Olgrim does have.
Yeah, this is
Heizo will fall.
Yeah, this is gonna be close. Very, very close between both of these teams. I mean, Luna and Java are starting to come back. Oh, Truck has an opportunity. Pretty funny there. And Truck actually loses that first stock. Let's see what happens. Going forward, and Java's down to that second stock as well.
What? Yeah, Java playing a very supportive position for the explosive playstyle of Luna here. When he has the spear in hand, I'm seeing a lot of him trying to protect Luna out of these team combos, trying to space out the blue team. But not quite enough. Heizo will find the side signature, and now Java, looking to avoid the edge guard, does manage to do so. The down air as well, and Truckstop will actually lose that stock. Very well played by Java there to take that advantage, and now like there into the recovery. That is absolutely huge for the red team to possibly turn this around, as Java now only in the Luna chillax. Okay, Truckstop barely surviving that one, but so much damage built up in such a short amount of time with the Truckstop that he really has to play a very safe game now, as Java still on this second stock. Luna on his final, but very healthy, and I mean, Heizo has his work cut out for him. He needs to try and protect his teammate. You know, opting for the Sare there, the less punishable option to find that hit. Not finding the knockout, but keeping himself safe for the time being. Now Java is back on the field, sword in hand. Able to find the neutral light, not going to be enough. Finds the side air. The side sig isn't going to fall through for Luna. The weapon, though, actually catches Truckstop. And now Heizo in the 2v1. A fair bit of damage done to Luna, but Java is very healthy here.
He is, and I mean, there we go. Heizo coming in with the recovery, but Java with the counter recovery here. It's going to be down to the wire. I mean, Heizo can possibly knock out Luna. Gets the recovery, but it's not knockout. Nice recovery there. He still does not knock out Luna. Yeah, I think if I'm Heizo, yeah, I'm gonna happen. Dude. All right, game number 3 going over to Java and Luna as we go over to the stats here real quick. Here we go. I mean, the screen glitched out a little bit, but hey, Heizo did 651 damage. Good grief. And this is possibly the tournament round for Truckstop and Heizo. This is the only opportunity you really have to go into game number 5.
Yeah, and they need that because again they are on the low. They are coming into grand finals from the lower side of the bracket, meaning that regardless of what happens here, Luna and Jabba still have that whole extra set to find that victory if they lose this one. And the blue team, I think, need to keep that in mind here. You get a good bit of damage to start this out onto the red team. Nothing too crazy, but I mean, Jabba still hasn't got his hands on a weapon. He might fall without even picking one up. Does manage to touch. I just make it around the axe. Actually finds a down air onto his teammate. Pick up a weapon, Jabba, please! It's caught by the end light as well. You guys spend this whole stock unarmed? He's going for it.
God. Yeah, they're definitely going for it. Look at him. There we go. Jabba getting knocked out of that first stock. Luna now still alive on that first, but I mean, that can change very quickly with knowing how the blue team is.
That could be big, but Truckstop is there to interrupt that combo. Now Jabba doesn't play a very careful game here, being already really damaged on the second stock. Down into the weapon throw! That was just, I mean, instant death. Jump off the side and just absolutely annihilated by there. And Luna, the healthier player for the red team, and finding another confirm here, making up for that slightly weaker fast stock with some very good confirms, although the red team needs to find a lot of unanswered damage here if they want to even up this damage count, because the blue team still is holding on to a small lead here.
Yeah, and I think if you're blue team, you want to bring this to game 5. I'm rooting for them anyways, but the red team might just destroy my...
Oh no!
Oh, they're destroying my hopes and dreams. Luna with the double unarmed dare knockout option there onto Heizo, and now the red team is taking this advantage out of the hands of the blue team. The blue team needs to get that back very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, honestly, usually you target the player on their final stock, but I'd say get rid of Luna to get a 2v1 onto Jabba here. Because you need, like, if you're going to go for Jabba, you need to be able to secure as much damage as possible. So, secure yourself a chance to get a 2v1 if you can. But, I mean, regardless, Truckstop is entering the red. Will be taken out. Jabba in trouble, though. Manages to avoid the recovery. Like a dangerous game out here on the side. Manages to touch. Still playing a very dangerous game here, and Luna now having to play a more supportive role, gauntlets in hand. With three team members, they're hounding for it against Jabba, who will survive the side sig as well.
Look at this damage build up though. There we go. Oh, neutral light. Oh, there we go. Nice job coming in from Truckstop, knocking out Luna. Blue team is taking this advantage over the red team, and Jabba gets dared into a recovery.
No.
Truckstop still alive. Heizo gets a little bit aggressive. Jabba now has to deal with this 2v1. If he does it, they win this tournament. But if blue team comes in, oh my God, Jabba! Are you f***ing kidding me? Gets the double knockout on both Truckstop and on Heizo, and that is a way to win a goddamn f***ing tournament. Look at this even on replay, bro. What just happened? Like, okay, we go slow. There we go. Straight into a dodge, grab hits on neutral, and that barely grabs Heizo. That's crazy. That is nuts. I swore that we were going into game 5. Good Lord. Even look at Haggle's face. He's like, oh, okay. What?
I've been IRL pogging since that sig hit. Like,
oh my God.
I mean, just to see Jabba turn the tables is true in more ways than one. Spinning around both blue team members and tossing them out of the side. Get out of my game.
God.
And that's gonna secure it. The Jabba and Luna, in stylish fashion, will take that victory. And I mean, what a way to close that out. Honestly, looking at the start of that signature, I thought he was going for a guarantee against a downlight, and I thought that was going to be it. I thought that Heizo was going to come in with a long side air and just punish it hardcore. But the side signature was just
like
chef's kiss, absolutely chef's kiss.
It's like, okay, the weapons are into a grad. He didn't even touch the ground. He just landed the neutral signature.
And the timing for, I think if Heizo came in like a fraction of a second earlier and caught that side edge just before the larger part of that side sig hitbox, he may have actually been able to interrupt it, but timing did not add up for them, and regardless of Luna doing less than 400 damage, and in fact both red team members doing less damage than either of the blue team, they still take that victory 3-1 and are crowning themselves Moose Wars Magma Mayhem TVT champions.
Yeah, that's the way you win a tournament, though. If you're in ground, it's like, hey, what's the perfect way to win a tournament? You go and get a clip like that on your final game. Now, it's probably not the best clip in the world, but that's a pretty damn good f***ing clip. We all thought we were going to go into game, what, a game 4? Game 5, yeah, game 5. Oh my god, bro. I cannot imagine. I know I do gotta give props to Truck Stop Burrito and to Heizo on really improving their gameplay and showing it in tournament, man. They're gonna be a powerhouse. I don't know if they're going to Valencia. I want them at Valencia though, man. If they're like trying to represent NA, that's an event to do it. But I don't know. That was a fantastic 2v2 event. Once again, congratulations there to Jabba and Luna, proving that they are the best in North America before DreamHack Valencia, before BCX so far, right? And then also shout outs there to Truck Stop Burrito, to Daddy Heizo. I will say that name fully one time and one time only. Shout outs there to Balloon Boy and Lampy. Balloon Boy and Lampy being a brand new team and showing what they're made of. Koslix and Caspar for 4th. Fakey Santi, Zen and Dawg for 5th, which that's mind-boggling to even say for Zen and Dawg. Yeah. And then Radish and Meg D 7th. And also Asino, I butchered your name, I apologize. And Cyclone getting their first Moose Wars top 8. Basically, it's Cyclone and Killer 168 for those of you guys that know Killer. But that was a fantastic 2v2 event. However, before you guys go, do not forget, there is the 1v1 event happening tomorrow. You can still register for that event. It's still open to you guys. Exclamation point tournament, or go do exclamation point league. You can find it on the league page as well. But with that being said, do you have anything to say before we hop on out for the night there, Hackle?
Do not miss once, I think is the biggest takeaway here, because I mean, if this tournament was that crazy, I'm expecting incredible gameplay coming up for once tomorrow, and obviously again, well played to all the players who took part today. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. That is going to be about it from me, AJ.
All right, with that being said though, I do want to make sure that I do go ahead and I do pass out another avatar on stream, because yeah, so we're gonna go and pop it up on screen for you guys here very shortly. Let's see, you guys have been waiting, I appreciate you. There we go, it's up on screen for you guys. Let me know in Twitch chat who gets it. If you guys get it, tweet it out at Moose Wars, or you can go ahead and do hashtag Moose Wars on Twitter as well. We'll find it, we'll retweet it. But with that being said, who we got in Twitch chat towards the end? I like how Killer just followed me on Twitch too. Speaking of Killer 168, MC Cause, appreciate you. Clab coming in with the 5 gifted as well. SSL with the raids. Farmed by Larry with the raids as well. Thank you guys, we appreciate you. Thank you. And we'll be live tomorrow night at 4:30 p.m. Eastern with the 1v1, another $1,000 tournament, which I can't even comprehend. 1,000 for a tournament, the whole different thing. With that being said, Hackle's tired. We're gonna make him sleep. Have a good rest of the night, guys, and we will see you guys tomorrow night at 4 p.m. Eastern. Have a great rest of the night, guys. Peace.
know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah.